So, welcome. We're here. We've made it. This is the Northern Irish and Ulster under 18 and 20 and senior championships. We're almost ready to start here for the 3K. So it's a mixed 3K, or it's down as a mixed 3K anyway. So they're about to start. It's going to be the first
genders.
race of the day.
This looks like an underage event, and I think it is indeed. The full lineup appears to be a little different, but the programme listed is Callum Morgan of St Malachy's, Diarmaid Keogh of Finn Valley, Matthew Lavery of North Belfast, Patrick Nugent of Armagh, Zara Surgeoner of Ballymena, Circa Mullen. I'm assuming we're either without the female athletes who are listed. This is an age group race, of course.
It is 7.5 laps of the track.
Yes, we have under 18s. Yeah, we're supposed to have 9 athletes who are clearly not present.
That is Paul Carty of Lagan Valley AC up the front.
And then in behind him is Diarmaid Keogh of Finn Valley. And then Patrick Nugent of Armagh AC is on the inside there, and on the outside of him, just moving up to third there, is the other Armagh runner. That's James Clark. So these are all under 18 boys. We had 2 under 18 girls on the start list. Or sorry, 2 girls on the start list. One under 18, one under 20. They're not here though.
But it's
a lightning pace.
It certainly is down from Paul Carty. Yeah, he's run 9:14 for 3K for the 7.5 lap distance in the past, but he is leading this out pretty comfortably here, Cathal. And the man from Finn Valley just behind them, Sean McGinley. Diarmaid Keogh, apologies, is settling in quite nicely there into his slipstream. These 2 athletes have gone pretty much straight out to the front. It's 70 seconds, so in around that 9-minute pace.
8:45 pace, Ronan, as you well know.
Was he around 70 seconds? 71?
8:45 pace.
Get out of it.
Yeah.
71.
Chalk it down.
9 minutes. No faster than 9 minutes. Guaranteed for Paul Carty here. I'm calling it right now, Carl.
Yeah, I agree. So we have 2 races unfolding here. One will be for the gold. The other will be likely for the bronze, unless one of these young men, I should say, falls to pieces over the upcoming laps. So, as we said, Paul Carty out front, as it's been from the outset. Diarmaid Keogh of Finn Valley, though, stalking him. The Donegal club versus the, I suppose, more local man, even if it's not quite local. And these 2 have pulled about 30 metres clear as the mellifluous sound of Britney Spears churns out above our heads here. We hope you can hear us.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be on with a lap to go. So
pleased to be joined with Britney Spears today.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Hit me with a bell, perhaps. Or
oops, I did it again. We may be saying that more than once today. We've brought unparalleled levels of enthusiasm to 10 a.m. Certainly for me, anyway. I'm usually asleep at this time. Ronan Duggan is not. He's quite.
When I picked Cathal up this morning, I said, "This is the most tired I've ever seen you look." It was 8 a.m.
It was. It was just before 8, I believe. It was about 2 minutes to 8.
It was, yeah. It was in the 7s. And we won't be in the 7s for 3K here today, but it's gone through in 2:30.
Who are you to judge, Paul Carty?
800. Paul Carty, if he is, he's going to have a Daniel Coleman-esque last couple of laps to get under the 8-minute barrier.
I said Paul Carty was Armagh. He is, of course, Lagan Valley. He's out front there in that wonderful tiger-printed singlet.
Pretty glorious. Yeah.
Cheetah-esque. Although cheetah spots, tiger's stripes, so he's more stripes. He's a tiger. It's Paul Carty the tiger coming up to 1K, and it's 3:06 at the kilometre. He has slowed down, Ronan. But he's still as he was.
Say outside 9-minute pace, Cathal.
Yeah, well, he wasn't through the first 400.
But certainly, Cathal, also known as David Attenborough, Denny, with his tigers and his cheetahs.
I do a good David Attenborough.
But it is the Lagan man who's streaking away. The Lagan Valley man is leading this one as he has from the start. And Keogh there, Diarmaid Keogh of Finn Valley, just sitting in behind. It's about a metre of a distance to them, and they're pretty much locked in this pace. Our 2 men from Armagh, Patrick Nugent and James Clark. It's going to be a serious battle on between those 2 boys. Training partners, I would assume, battling it out there for that bronze medal here at the Northern Ireland Ulster Championships.
Here, in the wonderful surroundings of Mary Peters Track,
they
have passed 1,200 metres in 3:45, with Paul Carty of Lagan Valley still leading, Ronan. But he's been stalked through the north, through the Belfast savannah. By the Finn Valley man, Diarmaid Keogh. They have a 30-metre advantage, but are they safe? That's the question. Cue emotional music from Hans Zimmer.
Yes, Hans Zimmer, he knows how to orchestrate, but orchestrating at the front of this race here, leading this, the rest of the field on a merry dance, it is the man Paul Carty. He is fairly assured now at the moment. These two look fairly assured of gold and silver, but the Armagh men are starting to move slightly up. You would expect with their personal best that they won't be near it. At the moment, they both ran well outside the 9:30, but they might possibly, Paul Carty and Diarmuid Keogh may struggle over the last couple of laps, but they're looking pretty good here as we're coming up towards the mile.
Yeah, past halfway. It's going to be low 9 minutes here for this under-18 title. The mile is reached in 5:02 or so. That's 1600. It's not quite a mile. Don't sack me, please.
Close enough.
We need this work. I didn't bring a jacket today. I'm beginning to regret it. Do I even own a jacket? Ronan has brought the jacket, but he's committed to it quite early. Dangerously early, you might say.
I feel, judging
a long day.
by where we are in the stand, Cathal, as the day progresses, we may receive more sun here.
I sure hope so.
You have to say, though, in
Otherwise,
fairness,
we'll
Cathal,
need to receive more jackets.
Paul Carty, he's committed to the pace. I may have committed to the jacket, but he committed to the pace here from the get-go.
He did, and he must be getting a bit annoyed with Diarmuid Keogh not
I
going
know, I
away.
am.
They're not. The Kieran Leonard not dead yet tour. Diarmuid Keogh is very much not dead yet in behind, and with each passing lap, 3 to go, David O'Shea has brought a spare entry jacket. This is too good as our start list blows away. We've lost it all, Ronan.
They would indicate, Cathal, that it's a little bit windy here today, and it is hard for Paul Carty leading out the front of this race into this wind. It's very, very much coming down the back straight, so he's running into it now at the moment, is Paul Carty, tracked by Diarmuid Keogh. And there is almost a flicker of an opening there between those two athletes. Diarmuid Keogh may have lost half a yard.
This is 2K, Ronan.
This is 2K, and we're going through it in 6:18. So
why 2K?
Because
why
that's
2K?
the amount of distance has been covered. But they are, for a moment there, coming up the back straight, it looked like Keogh was losing half a step, and he may be struggling a little bit. Keogh from Finn Valley should be well used to these type of conditions there, running up in Donegal, but Carty from the front leading. It is hard into these conditions, but he seems to be going quite well. Keogh now, after looking like he was struggling a little bit, has now got up almost onto the shoulder of Carty as we come up the home straight, and there's been a bit of a gap here between the two Armagh men.
Yeah, the two Armagh men are Patrick Nugent and indeed James Clark, and it is
Clark, is it the man?
Clark, a great brand of shoe, and he is towing off here well with 2 laps to run. And he's on his way to a bronze medal. It doesn't look like he's going fast enough to reel in the 2 men out front who have held that 30-metre advantage really for the last 5 laps now. But penultimate time up the back straight, and it's starting to increase the pace, the tempo out front running. It
certainly is, and you have to say to Carty here, he's running a very brave race from the start, putting the pressure on Keogh, and Keogh looks like he's struggling a little bit more than Carty. Carty's a very relaxed looking runner there, and just as I say so, it looks like Keogh has made his way made closer order there towards Carty, but Carty looks very, very comfortable here at the moment. Of a long striding athlete. You can see Keogh there, a little bit too much backlift with the legs there, and not much of a high knee drive, but he's blown by him here, and we're coming into the home straight, and Keogh, the man from Finn Valley, leading into the home straight with one lap to run, 500 metres left, and he has blown the doors off Carty, the early leader. Yeah, this is very impressive stuff from Keogh. Says go with 500 to run, and it is decisive, and he has really put in a hard shift there over that 100 metres. 8:10 on the clock as he comes through, 8:11 in fact, so he'll be looking at about 9:15 or so, I'd imagine, at the pace he's going. Has he gone too early though? That's the question. But really, you'd imagine that Carthy had his chance to get on the wheel, as they say in cycling, and draft, and he hasn't taken that, and I fear for him that it might be game up now, because the man with the blonde hair, it looks to be on his way to golden run here in Mary Peters' track. Yeah, Keogh really is putting paid to the chances of Carty. He does look like a bit more of a brawler of a runner there. He's really trashing up that back straight with 200 metres left to run, but it's an impressive performance here. And Carty, with 500 to go, was on his shoulder, or sorry, he was in front of him, and Keogh now has a 30-40 metre lead on Carty, and he is powering into the home straight here. He looks like he's struggling somewhat, but I think that might be almost a Gary Murray type scenario here, where
a double look back
always looks like he's pushing it, but he enters into the home straight with 60 metres to run, and it's going to be outside 9:20, I'd say, but a fantastic performance here from Keogh, stalking him, as you said, and now sinking his teeth into the win here. 9:19.
The Flying Finn Valley man. Great run from Carthy as well in second.
Yeah, Carty must have ran around 9:26.27, so off his PB, but a good run nonetheless. And the man from Armagh here, James Clark, getting up for the bronze medal. And our fourth man here is our other man from Armagh, Patrick Nugent, who unfortunately is going to have to be the only man going away without a medal, but still an impressive run here. You must remember we're running in September after what has been a long and odd summer for athletics.
September? I thought it was July. The Tour de France is on. The Diamond Leagues are on.
If you didn't own a calendar and you were basing it purely off what's on TV, you'd be a confused man.
Yeah. I suppose the old misery of the Late Late Show coming back is always a bit of a telltale
Clear
sign.
signal that, you know,
and it's over. The party's over, lads.
Life is over for 6
Ryan
months.
Tuberty is back interviewing someone from the RTE canteen. Whoever they dragged out of the canteen this Friday night. We see some distress there from our Armagh runner at the finish. He's in a world of hurt. But he's up. Never mind. Spoke too soon. So we're back to the field event. Is that shot put action I see ongoing running? I think it is.
We're not great on the old field events, Cathal, but I do think it is the shot put.
Not great on the track events either.
So I'll flick through here. We've gone off the online support and we're back to the traditional paper and pen.
We need support.
Shot put men, we do need support. I think that was Damien Crawford of Lifford Strabane. There are 2 Lifford Strabane men in it, but that looks like he would look like a senior, look like an elderly gentleman. Damien Crawford from Lifford Strabane. He's, as I very quickly grab the timetable, it's just flown wildly off the table. Damien Crawford from Lifford Strabane, he's thrown 11:47 in the past, and he looks like he's going to be the most likely character to be involved in that one. He was last year's senior champion, and he's up against Ryan Meek of Parasport Northern Ireland. So he's in the F44 category. He's throwing a slightly lighter shot, I think, and he'll be hoping to launch it out there. So they're just measuring that. I don't think we'll get an idea of exactly how far he's thrown there, but it looks to be over to the 10 meters anyway. And as I say, that we certainly have a man from Finn Valley here. Our man James Kelly is in this as well, even though he's not on our start list. He's not on the entries. So James Kelly, 1:17 there. He'll be likely to be stuck into this one, and we'll see who else we have in that one there as well. I don't see any of the other Kellys. It looks about 7 or 8 athletes lined up down there. But this is James Kelly. Finished second at the National Senior Championships in down in Dublin 2 weeks back. And James Kelly was, I believe in the end, Cathal, if it was a final round throw or a 5th round throw, a savage result from James Kelly up against his brother. John Kelly was the winner there. Sean Burnott then had to go from that rotation, or had to whip out the rotational technique in the last round to try and win. But here is James Kelly. You can see the powerfully built athlete. Serious launch.
Yeah,
there.
James Kelly, the under-23 champ of Ireland. How will he fare here today? It was one of the, as they say in the industry, a gas crack interview is what they gave once, and for reasons only disclosed to the lads themselves. We had to abandon the first interview we did and then go again. But the second interview was also gas crack, as they say in the industry. Ronan, I can tell you that the good folk of North Belfast Harriers are already
that crowd again
in touch with us via Twitter,
telling us we were wrong about something again, are they?
They are, yeah. No, they've been very polite. Great
shock.
Twitter account.
2
we look
3
forward
1 there
to
was
interacting
Owen
with
McKinnon,
them.
by the way, of Glasslock Harriers. He threw it looks about 7 meters there from the Glasslock Harrier man, maybe a bit longer, but James Kelly definitely the class of that field there, the Finn Valley man. What have North Belfast Harriers said to us now? What abusive tweets are they sending
Hang
us?
on, they tagged me in something. Tell you in a minute. They said they're looking forward to more shout-outs online.
Oh, so
and they've posted some results from
earlier,
from last night.
This is Jordan Cunningham here. He's an under 19. He's thrown 13.84 indoors this year. He is the City of Lisburn man here. Tall athlete. A very impressive throw there from Cunningham. I'd love to find out exactly how long that is, because that was a very, very impressive launch of the putt from the City of Lisburn man. And I think we're up for in the 100 meters very shortly.
Yeah, not far away at all.
So apologies, you can hear there's someone is that was a little
I'm not sure what was going on there, but it wasn't good.
no, I think it was someone at a checkout counter.
Someone trying to steal
tagging
goods
some-
at the
tagging
checkout
some
counter
goods.
once again.
So here is the Lifford Strabane man now. This is Ross Henderson, I think. Stepping out the back of the circle there. So impressive throw from the Lifford Strabane man. So in this 100 meters call, it's coming up very shortly. We've got a good couple of heats here. We've got three heats in the women's. So I would suspect it'll be, we're looking at an 8-lane track here. So you're looking at 2 out of each heat and maybe 2 fastest qualifiers then overall. See Jenna Breen in there as well, the national under-20 champion from City of Lisburn. She's in Heat 2, she'll be one to watch. And plenty of other athletes in there as well. Lauren Roy then in Heat 3, did very well in the senior championships down in Dublin a couple of weeks back. So plenty of action to come in those heats, and the finals of those races will come later today. They look to be, they're coming in around 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock for women, 2:10 for the men. So plenty of action still to come. That was a Tyrconnell athlete there. That was Shane Breslin from Tyrconnell. And up next,
happening in terms of being
100% sure who that was. There in the shot put. Don't think it was an Omar Harrier's vest. I think it could have been Ian McClung of Northern Ireland Masters Athletic Club. Great beard type setup there, Carl, that you would thoroughly enjoy.
I do enjoy a good beard, chiefly because I can't grow them. At least not consistently. It's quite an issue I have.
No, great beard there, and out to collect his shot put. He's going, no, I'm off home now. Yeah.
He looks kind of like Harry Edwards, the civil rights activist. Also,
Right.
obviously a different ethnicity.
Yes.
However, anyone
Great.
who's watched that wonderful documentary, The Stand, that came out on the Black, what's not a Black Power salute, I suppose, even though it wasn't officially a Black Power salute, at the 1968 Mexico Olympics. We'll know all about Harry Edwards, the wonderful civil rights activist at the University of, it was San Jose State, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Instigated that along with Tommy Smith and John Carlos.
That was Thomas McGrain there of St. Peter's AC, the Masters athlete, competed in the Masters Championships last weekend. And here's the other Glasgow Harriers man. This looks like it is Ronan McKenna. Let's confirm that for you. It is, in fact, Ronan McKenna. So the main, the most likely athlete in this field really is going to be James Kelly. He's the head honcho of this field, the patron of the shot put here at the Northern Irish and Ulster Championships. So a good effort there from McKenna from Glasgow Harriers, good effort. So we got a lot going on there. We've got an under 20s championship. We've got a
We have
senior
too much
championships
going on,
and
Ronan. I can't
18s
keep up
and
with this.
19s.
It's an intimidating amount going on.
It is, and we see McKenna there running out to retrieve his shot put. So in this 100 meters here, we're going to take a quick look down. We've got athletes lining up on the track. So in this heat, having a quick look there, this heat is meant to have Eva Jenkins of City and Lisburn AC there on the inside. Nicole O'Donnell of Ross's AC is not present. Alice Rogers of Ballymena and Antrim AC then in lane 4 there, just on the right hand side of your shot in the green. Kate Donoghue of Annalea AC, the under 18 girl. Amira McGanney of City Lisburn AC there in the red, just on the left hand side of your shot. And then Rose McGreevy of Northdown AC on the far left of your shot. So I'm assuming, Cathal, that we're looking at the concept of these athletes. If they're under 19, they're going to win an under 19 medal, dependent on their what event they're in. So lots going on here. I'm assuming it's going to be done off times if they don't make the final, just like we had at the National Senior and Under 23 Championships down in Dublin.
Yeah, it would appear that way. We only have one 100-meter final scheduled for 2 p.m. Senior women's 100-meter finals, so I would expect that this may be done off times, but we'll try and roar down across the stands here to confirm that.
Not at anyone in particular, just wild screaming from the stands.
It's what we do.
Does anyone know what's going on?
So again,
We were
lane
here
2,
early, Cathal, though.
Eva Jenkins.
There's parking issues.
Lane 4, there were big issues. mainly with you. Alice Rogers in 4, Kate Donoghue in 5, Amira McGahey in 6, and Rose McGreevy in 7. 5 women for the under 18.
No, and there's a senior athlete is not there, so some of these athletes will be trying to qualify for the final later on as well, but we might see the under 18s come from this race.
Long hold there, but they're eventually released from the shackles of the blocks, and it is Alice Rogers of Ballymena and Antrim going very well there in lane 4. Kate Donoghue in 2nd, even there for 3rd, but no doubt about the winner here. Alice Rogers pulling clear very impressively, facile to the line, 12.66 on the clock. Comfortable win running ahead of Kate Donoghue of Annalee.
Yeah, very, very comfortable win there, and from the get-go you could see that she'd got out very strongly, and 12.66 is good running. I said in these conditions, a bit of a swirling wind here, as there tends to be at Mary Peters track. There's a wind that comes in really from the south, and we'll just see a quick replay there of this. You can see the Ballymena athlete there in the green, just on the right-hand side of her shot. She's in lane 4, getting out very, very strongly there. And even by 20 metres, there's a good metre to the lead over the Annalee AC athlete, Kate Donoghue. And she just strides away from the rest of that field there, and looking very, very strong as she comes up to the line, 12.66. And in 3rd place was the North Down AC athlete, Rose McGreevy. So I'm assuming to that final, we're looking at 2 fastest and... Sorry, 2 from each heat, and then the 2 fastest qualifiers. You see James Kelly here, a character as you described him, Carl, and obviously normally in the shadow of his brother, quite literally at times, and but he's going to try and launch this out here and get the win here. He's up against last year's champion Damien Crawford, is in this one as well. So Kelly here with a serious launch. He steps out the front.
He says, no mass. Not happy. Not happening. Don't want it.
No, not for me today.
Stick it.
You can take your 17 metres and stick it.
North Belfast Harriers are back, continuing their trend of online.
Bert and Ernie, is this good or bad?
Is that what they called us? Bert and Ernie?
So great to hear Bert and Ernie, Dennehy
Oh.
and Duggan. They spelled your name incorrectly as well,
They
but that's
did.
no harm.
Dennehy.
You're merely the secondary person to look at here, really, aren't you?
Yeah, Ronan took to heart some of the comments.
Look, that lad
About
was
me commentating last week.
Find his name there again. Right, I'm coming from.
They've offered to bring over a coat or blanket. North Belfast Harriers, if you have a fur coat, price valued in excess of 5,000
Faux fur, perhaps. Are you?
euros or British pounds, whichever you feel.
We could be slated by the anti-fur brigade on Twitter now if you don't.
I'm willing to accept
You're
it.
taking it?
I'm willing to take
love taking them on.
buckets of paint lobbed over me just in the namesake of core body temperature. No, I've actually been given a quilted coat by the lovely lads at Entry who are shivering and whose lips are turning blue here to our right. But they have kindly given me a coat, so I'm quite comfortable now. Thanks to the lads who are wearing shorts and may soon be turning hypothermic.
Yeah.
Back to the field running.
That was Jordan Cunningham there from City of Lisburn, throwing that in the shot put. He looks like he's in about 2nd place in that at the moment, as we're seeing a bit of long jump action here in the back straight. So we'll obviously let Cahill try and bluff there for a couple of seconds while I find the long jump runway efforts here. And that is Jana McCullen. Yeah, I didn't even have to bluff for long, of Ballymena and Antrim on the back straight.
Thanks, buddy. It says 2:29 there on the and 1:02.5 on the long jump runway. I guess the scores are going to go up there, are they? Or are they?
2:29.
That seems
that's not great.
suspiciously,
Yeah. Oh, sorry, we're
suspiciously
actually.
short.
I also totally jumped the gun there. No puns intended. All puns fully intended.
Yeah.
That may not be the Ballymena and Antrim athlete, although I think it is.
No one remembers jumping the gun running.
No, I
No.
remember.
No one cares.
So unfortunately, she's
Move on
really
with
letting
your
us
life.
down here by not turning around, so we can't see the.
I tell you what, though, the Deep River Rock Belfast Marathon
that
and half marathon is getting some wonderful publicity there.
That is 160 something. 161 is Lockview AC's Devon Sprake. I'm going to go with. And this is a Finn Valley AC athlete. This is in Pool B here. This is Michaela Byrne of Finn Valley. So we'll see her going on their way. There are 3 pools in this. So lots of strange action here. As they're announcing here, we've got different pools to lessen the numbers due to the restrictions. And that was Michaela Byrne there of Finn Valley. Last year's champion, by the way, is Kate Lenny of Lagan Valley. She's jumped 5:11. She also won the under 18 girls last year, so she is the defending champ.
The champ.
2 jumps. She'll be the next lady up.
On the track next up, there's going to be more 100-meter heats. Some of the sprinters are over there. I think the 400. Oh no, I think the 100-meter athletes actually it is that are over on the back straight. You might see them passing in front of the track there, in front of the long jump runways. Yeah, it's not an ideal time to have a championships, but it's a championships nonetheless. So here we are.
Yeah,
We're up to 84 people watching running. We're going to be
Unbelievable,
climbing into triple figures quite soon, I think.
Now when the
as the good
football
word
comes
spreads.
back at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, well, look.
We're gone. We're
And
cut.
remember, if you're watching along, please do pass on the stream and be sure to share it on social media. Great people of Athletics Northern Ireland have put on this event, and obviously encourage people to try not to come. Not because we don't like you, just because
I don't
it's
like
easier.
some of them.
Lots
That
of them.
guy who didn't acknowledge me on Twitter there last week.
Yeah, that was
He's a
upsetting
problem.
for all concerned. But yeah, so be sure to spread the good word and spread that YouTube link around social media and text messages and WhatsApp groups and whatnot. Spam the people you like and the people you don't,
Them in
especially the
particular.
people you don't.
Yeah. Leisha McGonigal though, she likes the long jump and she's in it here on the back straight from Tyrconnell AC.
But does she love it?
I would assume so. So this pool, it's taking its time. We're holding up here a little bit. It's a little lack of action at the moment on the track, so the 100 metres is there. It goes. Girls are just warming up as we see McGonigal getting ready to go, powering down the runway here. Last jump in that from McBurn was 4:49, and that was Leisha McGonigal there. So it looks to be over that 4 metre distance. But
There we go, 496.
496. That was quick.
Wonderful updating of the scores here.
Outrageous. That lady is having a stormer, yeah.
Yeah.
How did she even do that
She's
that
got
quickly?
the face mask on as well.
But how, like, that's a manual effort there.
It is, yeah. It's like countdown. You have to
It's-
really move.
It reminds me of
And she's updating the numbers as we go as well.
in
Those the numbers, competitive numbers.
no, I don't think so. Are they?
They must have some significance. Maybe it's
302. It was. That's
She's doing
outrageous.
everything. She's doing everything.
She's saving our bacon
one-woman
here.
show.
Like 152. This is unbelievable. This week.
Yeah, we need
get-
to cut her in. If she's not been paid, we need to cut her in on a serious figure on our 10 grand contract fee for today, Ronan.
So she's telling us that Anna McGinty's up next. Unbelievable from her.
Yeah,
Outrageous.
top stuff. And she's wearing
Yeah.
the luminous vest as well, just to prove that she's an official.
So that's actually the Orange Grove AC athlete as opposed to the Lockview AC athlete. And disappointingly, if it is the Orange Grove athlete, she's not wearing the traditional
Orange.
wildly orange vest, which is glorious. But no, that lady that was on the numbers there, very similar to Fenway Park, where they still do it.
Have you been to
by
Boston,
I
though?
have. They do it by in between the rounds. They jump out of this kind of like hole in the wall, in the green wall, and they update it manually. It's one of the few that are updated manually in the States. And it is wildly dangerous.
History. We're back. We better get back to the 100 though, because the next heat of the women's 100 metres is on the start line pretty much, and that should be from the inside. Lane 2, Cueva Teep of Olympian and Youth. Lane 3, Jenna Breen of City of Lisburn. Lane 4, Orla Lear of Monaghan Phoenix. Lane 5, Bethany Leckie of Finn Valley. Lane 6, Christina Logue of Olympian Youth AC. And Lane 7, Dara Andrews of North Belfast Harriers. So to the line, there are 3 seniors here: Jenna Breen, Christina Logue, Dara Andrews. And then we have 2 under 18s, Cueva Teep and Orla Lear. They're in lanes 2 and 4. And then lane 5, it's our under 19, Bethany Leckie. Although we have extra athletes in here, so this is a little bit confusing. We have an extra athlete on the outside and the inside who are not listed on our start list, but we'd expect Jenna Breen here, Ronan, to come through. And as you see, that City of Lisburn Singlet going very well there. But also, this is Lauren Roy there, so this is a different lineup to what we expected. But of course, Lauren Roy now pulling clear of City of Lisburn. It's 1-2 for them. Jenna Breen in second.
Yeah, so it looks
Forgive
like
us,
they put
we've been
2 and 3 together.
Yeah, that is of course Lauren Roy, who has won a host of underage titles, was part of the World Under-20 relay squad out in Tampere. Just in the middle. We, as we were stuck in our start list there, or the start list we had, which were of course different to what you saw on the lineup. But good win there for Lauren Roy, 12:23 on the clock.
Yeah, we'll just see a replay there. You can see the 2 City Lisburn AC athletes, Lauren Roy and Jenna Breen there. Jenna Breen on the right hand side of the shot, very strong starter, but Lauren Roy away and clear there, even at 50 metres. And Breen, who came so strongly in that junior championships over the last 50 metres, is blown away there by Roy. And Roy, with a couple of metres left to run, was easing up with 10-15 metres left to go. 12:23 on the clock for her. the City of Lisburn AC athlete.
Yeah, outstanding stuff. Looked easy. Coached by Adam McMullen, I believe, still. The long jumper / sprinter supremo.
All around good guy.
All round good guy. All round great guy, perhaps. Would we stretch to great for Adam?
Speaking of great guys, and I mean the reverse, that was Stephen Orr, by the way, that wouldn't. I had my Twitter spat with last week. Found his name there.
Twitter spat. Did he ever respond to you?
No.
Did he acknowledge the existence of your tweet with any?
No, he didn't even know.
An ironic like.
Doesn't even know we're in a spat. I gave him the ironic like. You can't ironic like back me after I ironic like you.
You might.
I don't know if that's
you
really
might.
the thing.
Ronan, we're pushing ever closer towards the 100 triple figures viewers.
Outrageous.
This early morning. Don't mind Saturday Kitchen.
Saturday
Watch
Kitchen
us.
live. Yeah, I put
Ronan
that
can
on.
tell you
That's
how
great.
to cook a great omelette challenge.
Why not?
I prefer that Sunday one though on Channel 4.
Sunday brunch.
Superior.
Far
Sunday
superior,
brunch.
Yeah, I have to say.
Great. You really learn a lot about cocktails that you'll never make.
Yeah, at like 11 a.m.
I like the politeness of when they don't like the cocktail, but they say, that's an interesting flavour.
Cunningham
and
there.
really it means it's putrid.
Yeah, which was what Cunningham thinks of his throw there. Putrid. Okay, good throw, but fell out the front. Unhappy with that.
The red.
City Lisburn man.
And the red singlet gets the red mark or the red flag.
But yeah, speaking of it's always at an unnecessary hour. When they start doing the cocktails on Sunday brunch.
It is, but when else would they do it? You know?
Yeah, but it's 11 a.m. and you're going, try this like concoction, and then like, how are they getting home? No one questions how those people. They've had a cocktail at 11 a.m.
I assume your man Lovejoy has a driver of some sort.
I don't know.
They probably live in London.
There's 6 people there. Yeah,
It's filmed in London.
Traffic. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like.
Underground.
Michaela Byrne though, on the back straight here in the long jump. Competing in this one, there was 3 pools. We're yet to see many of those pools or exactly what the story is there, but she jumped to 4:46 in the last round, and that's an impressive effort there. Looks like she's got the white flag, if there was such a thing. And if we flick down, we might have our wonderful. If we go to the right there, we'll see our wonderful lady on her board. As we see the Tyrconnell AC athlete. So in that last one, it looked to be 4. It's over 4.
For Christina Olympian, 13:40.
That was Michaela Byrne there on the right hand side of her shot. So she got a clean jump. Looks to be 4:60 for her. And up next is going to be the Tyrconnell AC athlete.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Ronan. I've really done a number on you here.
Yeah, you've shafted me there, but that was Leisha McGonigal in the long jump. We'll get an idea. So she was 4:60 in the last round, Michaela Byrne.
We're contractually obliged to apologise. Well, at least I am, because who we assumed was Jenna Breen incorrectly, we believe was not Jenna Breen, the last one. I think that was Katie Monteith of City of Lisburn AC, who finished second to Lauren Roy. So we saw some serious rejigging of order here, and we got hugely confused by singlets. And just City of Lisburn are too good at sprinting. That's what I've taken out of it. It's not that we're too bad at commentating. City of Lisburn have too many dominant underage or senior sprinters in Ireland, on the female side particularly, and it's getting out of hand. So just cut it out, City of Lisburn.
Yeah, they'd want to cop onto themselves.
Make our lives a bit easier. And perhaps if you could hold up a giant sign before the start saying who exactly you are.
Not even maybe just like like one of those large checks that they have, but in the form of a driver's license. So like I'm not gonna.
Or like in the first week at school where you have to write your name on a sheet of paper and you put it in front of the desk in front of you. One maths teacher made us do that for many months.
It's now a condition in school, so in most classes they have their base classes that you have the name is on the desk.
Oh really?
So they have to sit at that desk, so there's no movement of children.
Who gets to sit out back? The cool kids.
Throwing
kiwis.
Normally the ones that are the quietest, you stick at the back, like, so you don't have to be dealing with them, and you get the messes up front.
Yeah, I got sent up front a few times.
Yeah, not centre forward, but.
I liked sitting up front though, because generally, the nerds sat up front and you could be the cool kid amongst the nerds, whereas if I went down the back I used to get eaten alive.
Yeah, big fish, small pond, like, as it were.
I was a middle ground kid, like, I couldn't cope with the banter at the back.
Yeah, you don't know you never knew what you wanted to be, Cathal, and you
John
still don't.
McCafferty has just told us, you boys have drunk too much cocktails. Jenna Breen has confirmed that was not me running.
Jenna, that was incredibly quick to...
Jenna, you really raced from that start line up to the... Yeah, so
I would suggest, Jenna, you'd run a bit faster if you weren't live tweeting during the race.
It's not tweeting, it's YouTube commenting, but...
Is it?
I'm assuming Jenna then is not lining up, and the programme has led us astray. Unfortunately, we don't have the live system updating the start list, so we're going off the old ink and paper.
Yeah, we're Luddites essentially. Like here in this race, though, if this is Heat 1, that is John Bangura on the right hand side of Ross's AC. Then Martin O'Donnell of Olympian Youth AC. Oliver Swinney of Speed Development Track Club, which is almost certainly incorrect because that's the City of Lisburn vest. So
we're in bother again here.
Yeah, we're done here.
Alexander Seifert.
Seifert of City of Lisburn. Owen Duffy of Athletics Northern Ireland Unattached. Jonathan Cochrane of Ballymena and Antrim. That is his vest there on the left hand side. And then Connor Potts of Ulster University Jordanstown. So I think we're missing one or two athletes here.
The athlete there in lane 5.
Owen Duffy, I think.
He just came up and lost his balance a little, so we go again. And yeah, we're trying to stay up to date here on.
So it looks kind of like the man John Bangura. I think that is the Ross SC vest there that's in lane 2. That's been moved in slightly. We'll try and get a quick zoom there, and we'll be able to possibly catch the man on the right, 128. That is John. So Ross SC's John Bangura is not on this one. That is Olympian and Youth AC there. Martin O'Donnell, then just Oliver Swinney, then Alex Seifert, then Owen Duffy, Jonathan Cochrane and Connor Potts. So you're looking really Jonathan Cochrane and Oliver Swinney are the most likely in this, although City Lisburn AC, they've been obviously superb all morning, so maybe they'll be in the mix as well.
Oh yes, and Jenna Breen has confirmed in the comments that she pulled her hamstring last week. How did we not remember that? Winning that medal.
Jenna, to be honest, last weekend the 5k races in the Masters has basically wiped my mind, and I don't even remember what anyone looks like or who I am.
But congrats on the medal, and we hope that hamstring is healing up quite fast. And once again, apologies to you and Katie Monteith
and to all, to
everyone else, especially the City of Lisburn crew.
Yeah,
but seriously, sort out the level of sprinter you have. If you only had one represented, it would make our lives and everyone's lives much easier.
Out strongly in this one, Oliver Swinney there, the Speed Development Track Club there on the right hand side of your shot there. He is flying it up in the black singlet, and on this side of it, Connor Potts is running well alongside Jonathan Cochrane, but easily the class of that field. Oliver Swinney, 10.78 he's ran, and he ran 10.82 there, so very, very close to that personal best. We don't have an idea on the wind at the moment, but I would say it's a bit of a swirling wind, so it could be a legal form, but fantastic performance there. We'll see a quick replay of that. That's the man there in the centre of your shot, 290, Oliver Swinney. See here, he gets out very, very quickly. The class of this field, for sure. Out very strongly over those first couple of yards and well up into his running after 10 metres. And you can see incredibly long striding athlete there, very high knee lift. T1000 Terminator style all the way to the line.
Yeah, we're really maxing out that T1000.
Well, the people keep running like it, you know. What, Predator?
Well,
Alien
he
Predator?
set the benchmark for sprint mechanics. Don't mind Charlie Francis and all those boys.
Charlie Francis, acclaimed coach. Jordan Cunningham here, City of Lisburn, another City of Lisburn man. Maybe he needs to come up here and give us a hand to all these City of Lisburn athletes. He's not happy with that, even though he's had a pretty good performance here in the throws. He's throwing it out and going to collect the long walk of despair here for the man.
Yeah, it's. I always remark upon this every time I come to the Mary Peters track, but if we could just take a quick look up there and zoom out on it really is one of the most scenic tracks you'll find. That bowl shaped, it's like and I say this as Limerick man, it's like a better version of the UL Bowl with all the trees just protecting it. It really is beautiful, and we see a bit of landscape then off to the right. It's a beautiful setting, Ronan, to have a track. It
is. It's tremendous. So yeah, UL is like as if, you know, someone went, look, we've seen Mary Peters track, it looks great, so we're just going to do a really bad version of this.
How dare you? UL is a fine track, and it's resplendent in blue these days.
It's certainly not as nice as Mary Peters, and for all those people warming up here as well, it's lovely out the back to run in the park out the back here as well, so it's a great spot.
And we spotted the house that we would quite like.
Yeah, if anyone knows who owns that house on the way in.
It's to the right as you're walking down the lane to kind of get in here. It's about a red brick, 6-bedroom red brick mansion, kind of Roman pillars. Sort of
glorious.
It's wonderful. We may be knocking in later and just asking, can we live perhaps in your basement,
or even just how have you achieved? How have you made our lives? Like as I walked down, I felt my
inferior.
Life. Yeah, that's incredibly inferior.
Yeah, my life really didn't work out as I thought it would. Parasite, perhaps anyone who's seen that movie, perhaps we will be allowed to be the people in the basement. I'd be quite happy and send my Morse code signals up the top. Have you seen Parasite?
I have not.
Of course you haven't. Too caught up in Western cinema.
Yes, that's something that many people have said about me.
Yeah. Parasite's an excellent movie. South Korean.
Oh yes,
It's not exactly hipster because it won Best Picture and several other Oscars this year.
Yeah, look, as
Excellent
your
stuff.
position in the classroom, Cahill, and you're pretending to be a cool kid amongst the nerds. You pretend to be a hipster and culturally sound, but really you're just following top 10 films to make me look like a hipster. And looking down your BuzzFeed list as we get
BuzzFeed's
as
gone
I buzz
bust,
across
Ronan.
here.
BuzzFeed's gone bust.
Have they? That's a pity.
It's
They're always
going.
very helpful.
I think it's gone bust.
This is a Lifford Strabane, a Seattle, by the way, in the discus. I think that was Adrian Gallen launching that one out.
We'll have a look down because we're back on track for the men's 100 metres, or the next round of the, young men's 100 metres, I would say. They're under, will be number 80 there is Ronan Bloomer of Ballymena and Antrim on the right. Beside him, Patrick Crossan of St. Anne's. Next to him is Sam Booth of Ballymena and Antrim. And then it is Joseph Adu of Letterkenny. And then we've one other athlete on the left.
That's Addy
Just to the
Joy of
left.
City of Lisburn.
Yeah. He's
They're
out
out
there,
on his
one
own,
lane
yeah.
between them. 2 lanes is
Two lanes,
between
yeah.
them.
Social distancing really a play here for Addy Joy. He's well out on his own. That's going to be difficult from there. It'll be almost like slightly like a training run for him. But we're missing Jason Smith and Jonathan Carlton in this one.
Pity Jason Smith isn't here, of course, our most accomplished athletes. Never mind in Irish athletics and Irish sport.
Absolutely. But it is Bloomer, Crossan, Booth, Addo and Joy.
We have seen some rejigging though, so perhaps Jason Smith's in a later heat.
Perhaps. And getting out very strongly there is the Ballymena and Antrim man, Sam Booth, and going well on the inside is Ronan Bloomer, but it looks like Ronan Bloomer's gone by him here with 50 metres to go, and Bloomer with about a metre or two to the good on Johnny Carlton. He's definitely got a couple of metres on him there, but a good run, 11.55 there from Bloomer. It was in lane 2 there, number 80 is Jonathan Bloomer. Strong run from him. He got out strongly, and Sam Booth was going well as well. The 192 there sent here a shot, but it was Bloomer over those last couple of yards. You can see here just on the right hand side of the shot, Bloomer. It looks like Booth gets out stronger here over this first 10 metres or so from the angle we were at. But once they get up into their running, Booth looks like he's in front there, but Bloomer, a late Bloomer perhaps over that last 50 metres, and blossomed into a...
Oh, stop it.
Nah, I got nothing there.
Stop it. It's too early in the morning.
Yeah, it's not great, yeah.
It's too early. James Kelly. JK. Just kidding. Not. Because he's actually in the
He's a serious guy.
He's a serious guy. But he brings a fun approach to his sport while putting in serious performances and out it goes. And we've come to judge James Kelly's throws by the size or the presence of a shout after he puts it. And there was no particular shout there of euphoria. So we can assume that wasn't his best.
Yeah, I think what they've actually started doing in their call is they use a decibel meter instead of a measuring tape now, and they just go, oh, that was 68 decibels.
Yeah.
And then they can
He decides.
calculate that across then to what it's like.
It works. Johannes Vetter there, where was it last weekend when he threw that 97-metre javelin? It was the most almighty roar you'd ever hear a javelin thrower. And is it a coincidence that it landed 97 metres away from him? I don't think so.
Zero coincidence, Cahill.
103 people watching, Ron, and we have crossed the key threshold into triple figures, and it's only going to get bigger throughout the day as we keep the ones who were here and bring in new ones.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll keep you. Don't even think about doing anything else with your Saturday.
That was Liam McKenna there in the shot put, and we're back in the long jump runway now, and that looks like the Ballymena and Antrim vest. Get an idea of who that was.
The indoor 60 and 200 metre champion, Ulster Schools 1 and 200 champion. He goes to the
As we muddle through our start list here. A lot of muddling going on, Cahill.
Look, it's what we do best. We muddle.
Best in the national championships in Dublin last week.
And
on the outside, Colin Harkin of Harriers.
And we'll get the next 100 metres on as well. That's 161 there in the long jump. So 161 is Devon Sprake of Lockview AC.
Was a win for Ronan Bloomer in Heat 2.
So we'll see if that actually was her there on the runway or whether she's up next. I think she's up next in the long jump.
And once again, some wonderful insight coming in our comments section. And big thanks to John McCafferty, who earlier accused us of having drunk too many cocktails. He has come right back and told us that Oliver Swinney is a great talent. His father was a great all-round sportsman in his day, especially in judo. So there we go. He's wrestling his way towards the top of athletics.
Don't know. Yeah, like that's obviously an impressive stat there from John McCafferty. Is there any running in Mr. Sweeney's background, perhaps? But his son, certainly an impressive winner of that heat.
And if there is a dispute, you certainly wouldn't take him on. With a dad who knows judo, I'd imagine a little bit of that's been passed on to Mr. Swinney,
Yeah,
the younger Swinney.
Any DQs coming his way, and I'd say to send in the father and go, here, look, sort it out.
Dean, the man, is back.
Last year's champ here at the Northern Irish
Yeah.
and Ulster Championships.
And the Island of Ireland 60-metre champion this year, indoors. He's on the far right. That's our Ballymena Antrim singlet.
It certainly is. Just inside him then is Aaron McCord of Orange Grove AC. He's in under 19. Ian McClung then of Northern Ireland Masters Athletics Association. 147. They're sent here a shot. Then you have the other Orange Grove man, Adam Sykes. Then John Nulty of Adelaide AC. And then we do not have Colin Harkin then in the outside lane. So it's 5 men in this heat. You'd have to expect Dean Adams here at Ballymena Antrim to sail through this heat at his ease.
Yeah.
Quick starter.
10.5, man. You won't find a faster starter in Ireland. You could put Dean Adams in with literally anyone, and he'd beat them. Certainly out of the gates. Whatever about coming home. But he's a very fine 100-metre runner as well. And you'll see why as soon as the gun fires here. You see that bullet start up into his running so much quicker than the rest, and already pulling away from the Orange Grove athletes. Going well on the outside is Adam Sykes, but Dean Adams looks to have it. Will he hold off Sykes? He won't, I think. Very close. 10.91 on the clock, and very hard to choose between Sykes and Adams there. Sykes, of course, is an under 19, so up-and-coming talent.
Yeah, very impressive run from Sykes there. We didn't know too much about him beforehand, and Cahill is going to pretend he does, but he's just going to look up the stats on him and then come back.
Don't tell him how the sausage is made.
No, genuinely, yeah, like you just get the login that he has to the same website and have all the same information.
Yeah, so as I was saying about Adam Sykes, 706 indoors this year at the National Championships. He finished 5th in the indoor semi-final. I knew all this before coming here, of course. And finished 5th earlier this year in the meeting in Belfast. 10, 11, 20 outdoors. So I think that will be a big season's best there for Mr. Adam
GCSE
Sykes,
results there, do you?
who has run 11.09 wind legal last year. So I think the wind might be swirling. That might have been a tally wind there, as they say, in Ballyhonus.
Yeah, top bluffing there from Cahill.
Yeah, thanks. Anytime. He's run 22.62 outdoors with a 1.4 wind. I do my research running, unlike some of us.
Yeah, I was driving. Dean Adams here driving down the straight here. Got out well, but Sykes came back at him over those last couple of metres. But you'd expect that Adams, although he never really loosened up over those last 20, 30 metres, maybe he was at full tilt there, but you'd expect him to go a little bit quicker maybe in the final. But a tremendous run there from Sykes. And obviously Adams with the win, 10.91. We're back over towards the discus circle.
I'm still reeling from being called Bert and Ernie by North
Or
Belfast
Dehenny,
Harriers.
yeah. Dehenny.
Or Dehenny, yeah.
I think that's his
Maybe it
superior
doesn't
name.
mean me.
Yeah, maybe it's referring
else.
to, Sinead Denny, perhaps.
Perhaps.
The 400-metre runner from DSD.
Yeah. Back in the discus circle, a few high steps stepping in here from our athlete.
Yeah, look, I'm turning the pages as quick as I can, Cahill, right?
Yeah. I'll just keep filling time here.
That's
the meantime.
the Tier Cahill athlete. That is Niamh Carolyn.
Yeah, of course. Niamh Carolyn is here, Connell, as I was saying.
Yeah.
Into the shot put circle, a few swings to build up momentum. No rotational technique here, and the one
Launch there, yeah.
launch with the right arm, and out it goes to around 25-ish, probably.
Yeah, hard to
meters,
tell
hard to gauge,
exactly
and
from there, yeah.
Our extremely amateur eyes, we really shouldn't attempt to, but that's never
She
stopped us
definitely
before.
threw it, though, yeah. That's for sure.
It was definitely thrown.
Yeah, no
I've
doubt about
watched-
that.
This is
This
Lagan Valley.
This is
The
Lindsay
strikes.
Glover here, last year's champion. She's thrown at 28.49 in the past. I'm actually lying horribly here to you. I don't think that is. I think that is could be Kira McGilloway. In fact, there's two Lagan Valley athletes in this. Last year's champion, though, was Lindsay Glover. So we'll get a zoom in on her vest after this throw. That was about 30 metres. Big reveal here. 52. That is, in fact, last year's champion, Lindsay Glover.
Did you see, speaking of big reveals, that was one of the Californian wildfires was started by a gender reveal party?
Yes, for a child, yeah. Go with
Yeah.
the cake. Cake is
I also saw someone else spend $95,000 on a gender reveal on the Burj Khalifa. Is that in Kuala Lumpur, the tallest building in the world? And it's quite impressive. I'd look up the video on Twitter. It's this Middle
After
Eastern
this,
couple,
obviously.
and it was a boy. Just to give spoiler alert,
Oh,
it was a boy. It was a blue. They lit up the whole Burj Khalifa in blue. 95 grand. Might save up for it.
Yeah, well, look,
If only I could find someone to
it's
have a
good
baby
investment.
with.
Yes, that's going to be your major problem there. But certainly a strange one. But yeah, in terms of the California wildflowers, go with the cake in future. That'll be my opinion on the gender reveal parties. So in this one though, to reveal the lineup to you guys, all men. Ethan Williamson of Lagan Valley is not in this one. It doesn't appear to be. On the right-hand side of the shot, that's 4-3-2. So he is an athlete we do not even remotely have on our start list here. So we are completely blind in this one. 240.
Not for the first time.
No, these people are not on our start list whatsoever. So we have 5 athletes in this one. Glenn Scullion is in it from Mid-Ulster there on the left-hand side of your shot. Dara Donoghue of Annalee.
109 is Christian Robinson as well.
He's in. We're in. We're back.
We're back. We're live. Christian Robinson is in the middle in that City Lisburn singlet.
And on the left-hand side of the shot, Glenn Scullion and Dara Donoghue are definitely in that. But the 2 athletes on the right, we do not have.
And we'll
on
be
our
very
start
much
list.
hoping they don't win because we.
Daniel McCullough there on the right-hand side of the shot in the Ballymena vest, perhaps.
And we're off.
Thank
And
God it's
thankfully
Robinson.
it is Robinson.
Straight out, the City of Lisburn man,
Our Christian
powering away.
saviour is coming down the track here in the middle. What a win by Robinson. And conveniently for us, Annalise, Dara Donoghue cuts up for second.
Yes, and Glenn Scullion, I hope, was third there because we do not know the other 2 athletes. In the race.
11:23 on the clock. And again, if we knew, we'd love to tell you, but the information we've been given has not revealed.
Ethan Williamson is in the blue there of Lagan Valley. So it is, in fact, the 4-3-2, which I'm going to say is Daniel McCullough because we do not have a number down for him whatsoever. So that is 240 is Lagan Valley's Ethan Williamson. And I'm going to take a shot in the dark here at Daniel McCullough.
Todd Umptious.
It is Father Con Undrum there on the far left of your shot. No, 4-3-2 we don't have a list down for, but there is an athlete with no number here next to him, so we think that is the Ballymena man, Daniel McCullough. So you might see a quick replay out of that. And he's giving a thumbs up there. He says, yes, I am Danny McCullough.
Yes, Danny Boy is what we call me.
Christian Robinson does centre of a shot. Storming start here from him. Glenn Scullion going well on the outside there from the mid-Ulster, but no doubt about the winner in this one. Robinson powering down that track. Almost looks like he's floating. It looks like his feet don't even touch the ground there when he gets into his stride. And the Annalee man,
Dara Donoghue really came home strong there as well. You'd love to see him over 200 soon because once he got up into his running, he came home with a wet sail.
He certainly did, Colin. Back in the discus here. This athlete is the North Down AC athlete, the under-19 champion from last year. That's Amy Jane Kimber. She's thrown 33-13, and that looks to be in around the 30 metres, and she's quite happy with that.
There's a cheer there, I think, from a coach or someone anyway, so they're very pleased about that. Forgive me. My chicken fillet roll is repeating on me.
Yeah, great choice, Cahill, by the way, in the end. We'll explain Cahill got abused by the lady behind the counter in
Apple Green
in Castle Bellingham there.
I was torn. Chicken fillet roll or breakfast roll. It's the impossible choice.
Gave a look of like, you make the decision here, right? Get on with it.
I flip-flopped about 3 times before eventually opting for chicken fillet. And
as soon as you got into the car, you said, I regret it.
I made a bad choice.
But
much like not bringing a jacket. However, I was rescued from that by the in-try lads.
Yeah, it's been a poor day for you so far, Cahill.
It has. Look. Who was in lane 2 in that last race, Ron?
That was...
Speaking of poor days.
What's his name?
John McCullough?
No, it was not John McCullough. It was Daniel McCullough from Ballymena and Antrim. That's what we're going with. That's our story, and we're sticking to it.
Got a bit of a presentation ongoing here. Men's shot put.
So we have about 3 different efforts here because of the different age groups, and that looks like Ross Henderson winning the under-18 boys there from Lifford Strabane, and the other under-18 is Shane Breslin. Shane Breslin with the win in that one, and Ross Henderson in second place. So there's Breslin getting his gold under-18 Northern Ireland and Ulster champ, and in second place is the Lifford Strabane man Ross Henderson. So 2 guys competing there against under-18 and senior athletes. They're the champion and the silver medalist.
3 heats are going to be coming up in the women's 400 meters very soon, and there's going to be first 2 only to go through. So, it's going to be cruel in those 400 meter heats. They're on track at 10:55 a.m., which is a minute away, and they're literally loading their blocks right now as we speak. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. And
yeah, and I'll give you an idea of the winners and finishers in the shot put there. Keep an eye on that. But the 400 women in our first race, we should have Sophie Crotty, Danielle Jansen, Karen Dumigan, Laura Fall, Orla Lear, and Rachel McCann in this first heat. That is our man from from City of Lisburn there, Jordan Cunningham, who's going to win the under-19 boys. He's the champ there.
He's going to win. He's already won.
He's won it. It's going to win.
It's over. It's done.
The medal.
Past tense.
Has received said medal.
Sharon Bradley has messaged in saying, great to hear us on commentary. Thanks, Sharon. But
No,
more
look,
importantly,
get to the end of it here. Sharon Bradley laying in bed, doing nothing. All right, Saturday morning she'll be up baking or dominating the airwaves around Donegal there. But no, in bed, missed the under-18.
Overslept, missed the under-18 1500 meter boys. Was that was yesterday, Sharon?
Yeah,
that was last
how long
night.
have you been asleep, Sharon?
Playback.
Seriously, get that checked out.
Playback is available. Playback is available on YouTube, to your second question. So once this ends, you can actually drag back the cursor to watch this session. But you'll have to look on the Athletics NI account and you'll find the full video of last night's action, those 1500 meter heats. I was watching myself. There was an unfortunate bell ringing incident in one of them. It was quite entertaining though, all the same. So yeah, you can watch all this back, as indeed with this live session. You can pull the cursor back on your YouTube clip and watch everything back. And if you enjoy it, 7 hours that we've got today so much, you can watch it again later on.
Yeah, look, you won't, but
you won't. But the option is there if if you've even less going on in your life than we have,
which surely is impossible. Second place here was Ian McClung of North Ireland Masters Athletics Association, and the winner, who I'm going to just wildly guess at here because I've lost him. This is the Masters. I think. No, I'm done thinking. I don't know who that was. Okay, I regret it all. It's a green singlet, it looks like. So we're going to take a guess. No, I got nothing. So why aren't they wearing the singlets on the podium?
Spirited effort, though.
Why? Why would they not do that? Men's or women's 400 meters in lane 1, or in fact in lane 2, but the first athlete in the field, Sophie Crotty of Annalee AC. She's an under-19 girl. Then in lane 3 we have Zilch, nada, nobody from Finn Valley. Okay, Danielle Jansen is not there. Then we have Karen Cunningham, City of Lisburn AC in the red vest. She's a senior athlete in this. Then we have Laura Fall just outside that from Olympian Youth AC, and we do not have Orla Lear or Rachel McCann in the other lane. So 3 women in this first heat of the 400 meters. The
top
final
2
of this
to go through
is at 4:30.
Yeah, it'll be the last bit of action, pretty much today on the track, at least. Later on.
So Crotty, Dummigan, and Fall, 3 athletes in this 1 lap distance. Getting out quite strongly is Karen Dummigan, the senior athlete from City of Lisburn here. They're dominating these championships so far. She is flying by the lady from Olympian Youth AC, Laura Fall, and way out front, Dummigan. But just on the inside, then Sophie Crotty is running well of Anna Lee. It's going to be a cracking finish here as this stagger unwinds with 200 metres left to run.
Yeah, it looks to be all sewn up. Remember, first 2 to go through, really. The athletes in front can pretty much switch off as it comes. But I guess it is the question, do you want to use this as a bit of a workout, or do you want to keep your powder dry for the final? Of course, it's only 5.5 hours. Well, it's plenty of time, I suppose, to get ready. But you don't want too hard an effort in your legs as we loop around this last bend here. And we see that it is...
that is the Anna Lee, Sophie Crotty there is on the inside. And Karen Dunnigan, though, is tying up with 50 metres to go. She's struggling somewhat, and Crotty flying up the home straight here and gaining the yards on the older athlete. And it looks like it's going to be Crotty coming up to the line, 64 seconds, and just behind her, Dummigan from City of Lisburn, and then the Olympian Youth athlete.
Laura Fall of Olympian Youth coming through in 3rd. She'll probably be outside 70 seconds. So well done to all them. They'll have booked their place to 2 out front in the final for later.
Yeah, Dummigan getting out a little too strongly there. She powered by Fall over that first 50-60 metres. She was gone by her, clear of her around by the discus cage, and just tying up here. You can see just coming into the home straight, you can see the pain etched on her face here. Dummigan from City of Lisburn, and just struggling with that 50 metres to go, and Crotty full of running over the last 50 metres, powering up the home straight and over the line, 64 seconds for the win in that one, 64.83. So good finish. Final of that will be at 4:30.
Outstanding stuff. And we'll have 3 more heats, I think, coming up in that. Or sorry, 2 more heats coming up in the women's, and then we're on to the men's 400-meter heats. We'll have 4 athletes in the next heat. They're just setting up their blocks at the moment, pointing them into that first bend. And we have the high jump ready to start as well. Women's high jumpers are just warming up, doing their final few drills, and they all have their T-shirts on at the moment, or most of them, but they'll be chucking them off soon and getting ready to take their first attempts at that high jump bar. That'll be just down in front of us here to our right. So we have lots going on in track and field all day. Just flick over here to some of the timetable, yeah. And we have women's shot put will also be starting in 15 minutes or so. The men's discus, of course, getting underway as well. We've seen the women already.
Yeah, and this is the Tyrconnell athlete. I think that's Alicia McGonigal there. Sorry, apologies. This is the City of Lisburn athlete. There are a few of these athletes in it. I think this could be Erin Fisher. So we're kind of swapping between pools. We have 12 athletes down on our start list here in terms of the pools, but the pools don't seem to be really in play, or I'm not 100% sure on what exactly they're doing. I'm clueless, essentially, is what I'm trying to tell you. But Erin Fisher, though, the under 20 athlete, did well in the juniors last Saturday down below in Dublin, and she'll be in the mix in this one. 5:56 is her personal best, and I think that is her currently on the runway. We'll get an idea of her vest. As I said, City Lisburn AC athletes, very hard to tell who's who, as we found out earlier. Jenna Breen, can you maybe tweet in at us here, YouTube comment, which of those teammates is...
There's her number there, is it 218?
218. So it's not Erin Fisher.
Or is it 206? There's two lanes. I think it's 218. Although they just changed it.
So we can zoom in on that athlete. She hiding her number on us again.
Yeah, they're a mysterious bunch, this City Lisburn crew.
We will come back to her. At the moment, we'll have a quick look at the heats here of the women's 400 metres.
Yeah, so this is going to be heat 2, so we have 4 athletes here.
Yeah, so in this one, we're missing Niamh Malone on the inside. It's Meadow Macaulay there in lane 3 from Newry AC. She's around 63-67 in the past. She's an under 18 girl. We have Susie Cave then from Lagan Valley just outside her. She's around 63 as well, a senior athlete. Megan Briggs, the under 18 athlete from North Down, is around 60 seconds. And just outside that, Victoria Lightbody, 57-77. Fourth last week in the under 20 championships, I believe, off the top of my head. I wish I'd done some research, but I haven't, so we're just going to go with that. She's out there in lane 7. Cahill now is going to pretend he's done the research, but really he's just looking it up online. Lane 6.
Stop it. Victoria Lightbody, of course, we've seen on action over 1500. He was kind of got left a bit on the bend last week, but came through so strongly. She finished 6th last. No, she didn't. That's the national championship. She finished 6th at the Irish national championships over 400 meters, the senior championships in 57-77. We expect her to coast through to the final here, but she has gone out pretty hard on the outside run.
She certainly has. You can see her there just left the ear shot. We're actually struggling always to keep up with her. She's powering so strongly on the back straight. Victoria Lightbody going very, very well. And Megan Briggs then from North Down and the other Lagan Valley athlete, Susie Cave, they're going well there in the rest of the pack. But Lightbody, with 200 metres at the run, she's gone through in about 27-28 seconds there for her, which is fairly quick running from her at this stage, but coming into the home straight she has 15, 20, 30 metres of a lead and has plenty of space to shut down. Remember that final later on at 4:30, but might be trying to get in as many races as possible. She's powering up the home straight, showing no signs of relaxing over this last 50 metres, and she's going to run a pretty quick time here, well under 60 seconds.
That's full gas all the way to the finish. It's going to be very close in second though between Megan Briggs. It looks like she's going to come through just ahead of Susie Cave, and then it's Meadow Macaulay back in 4th, 59.44 on the clock for Victoria Lightbody. Victoria is victorious, at least in this heat, but all to play for later on in that final.
Well, just looking down those results there, I would suspect we've got Amy Stitt in there as well. We've got Laura Frey, last year's champion from Lagan Valley, but I think Victoria Lightbody would, off personal best alone, would be your favourite for this one. We're just going to see a quick replay of that last 100 metres.
And a reminder that the age groups are being run together and combined. So Victoria Lightbody, while being under 18, she's only 16 years old, will be eligible to win the senior title. And so it'll be interesting. There's all to play for. No one wants to get beaten by an under 18. Seniors will have to go some to beat Victoria Lightbody.
Certainly, and Megan Briggs there in second, Meadow Macaulay in third from Newry AC, and fourth in that one was Susie Cave from Lagan Valley. In this next one, as we get an idea here,
we see more of the athletes we saw last week. Amy Stitt is back down there.
I think
North Down.
Laura Frey there will be in lane 2 from Lagan Valley AC, last year's champion. There, centre of your shot. Just getting the blocks sanitized there, or it could be maybe there's some weeds in the track. I've used one of those machines before for killing weeds, so I'm not 100% sure what the angle is here, but looks like they're sanitizing. So that's Laura Frey from Lagan Valley. Then we'll have Susie Nail from Banbridge in lane 2. Tilly McKeown there from Armagh AC in lane 3. Just outside that, Amy Stitt of North Down AC, and out in the very outside, lane 6 of this field, Catherine McDevitt from Letterkenny. So
Sharon Bradley's back. She says she's going to kill you both. So there you are. It's live on air in case she decides to delete the comment. We've an audio-visual record of a murder threat from Sharon Bradley. I'm going to kill you both, she says. And she says she missed the race at 10 a.m. under 18, 3,000 metres, not 1,500. She didn't even know what she missed.
Yeah, you don't even know what you missed, so why do you feel bad about it?
Yeah.
Patrick Brennan, by the way, her brother, won the over 35s Masters title last week at the Irish Championships down in Dublin, so plenty of action for Finn Valley from happening, and Jenna Breen is back. Aaron Fisher just jumped. That was my first guess. Okay. Thanks, Jenna. Thanks for your
Good
support.
to get the confirmation.
Maybe we need Jenna in here.
I think we need Jenna on the commentary team, in fairness.
One of us has to go.
We could. I'd happily take a bit part observational role to the side, perhaps a production role.
But yeah, perhaps so. Like those entry lads.
And by that I mean
like,
drink
so
tea and say,
they're-
maybe point the camera over there.
Yeah, exactly. We can definitely do their job.
Yeah, look at
And Jenna can do our job. We cut
Yeah.
the entry lads out.
Jenna, we're in the top of the stand.
They've actually, one of them has just left. We're down to one entry only.
One entry. So Laura.
The entries in this call.
Yeah, from the inside, Laura Frey of Lagan Valley is in 2. Susie Neal of Banbridge is in 3. Tilly McKeown of Armagh is in 4. Amy Stitt of North Down is in 5. And Catherine McDevitt of Letterkenny in 6 on the outside. So senior champion, of course, Laura Frey on the far left of your shot there in the light blue of Lagan Valley, that familiar striped kit. It's an outstanding kit, Lagan Valley. Very well designed, very modern, very 2020.
Glorious.
And Laura Frey will be looking to make this very 2020, just like 2019 when she was champion, and she's gone out pretty hard on the inside there, but Amy State of North Down there, I think, probably leads through the first 100. She's gone out very hard on the outside, well up on Catherine McDevitt already. So it looks to be Frey and Frey and Stitt at the moment in the yellow and the blue. Looks to be leading, probably a little between them, but now it looks like our champ last year, Laura Frey, is starting to take over at the halfway point.
Yeah, Frey with a great advantage there to actually be able to see the rest of the field and to see exactly how much effort she has to put in, and she's a lovely long striding athlete there. She enters into the home straight, Stitt in the outer lanes, running strongly, so it looks across to see Frey on the inside, and these two athletes should be able to comfortably move their way up the home straight. Frey looking almost like she's out for a leisurely stroll here, but she's still running quite strongly, and Stitt working hard there, but looking across regularly to see if there's any athletes challenging her, and Frey looking very relaxed there, 59 seconds.
Yeah, very easy and very impressive by Laura Frey. Impressive stuff.
Jenna Breen may be on commentary later on. We may just leave and let her at it.
Yeah, we may just leave.
She's
She
the
said she's
expert.
coming down later to watch. She said she might pay a visit. We're at the top of the stand here, Jenna, if you so choose.
Now, Jenna,
It's
there
a
won't be
very-
any pay today, right?
We have granola bars. I've got Walker's crisps and Milka, and I've got a pack of almonds as well. The intro lads might rustle something together.
Jenna, the funds are very tight for the house, all right? So look, you're not getting
Roland
paid.
Duggan just bought a house in South Dublin,
Yeah.
so you know, and it's
You'll-
he's tied himself into a 30-year mortgage. So there's
I'm broke. I'm a broken man. Like,
30 years.
servitude, essentially.
30 years.
Slavery by any other
He
name.
wasn't even going to be here this weekend because he was going to paint his house, and he got notice at the 11th hour that he was able to become available.
Hence my lack of research.
Yeah, that's what
why.
he explains. Kim Topping has messaged and said, in work, watching live, waiting on the men's 400 metres.
All in good time, Kim. All in good time. It's in fact up next. Laura Frey, though.
Her nephew Finley is running, she says.
Oh, excellent
Great
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah,
So
we'll give him
we'll-
plenty of support.
We'll go over the top now because
Yeah.
someone's been kind enough to offer their comment. Finley
Finley
is
looks like he's
not on our start list, is he?
Oh, he is Finlay Stewart.
Finlay
In fact,
Stewart. Oh, Finlay Stewart, of course.
Yes. Tremendous athlete.
Well known to us. And many
Silly
others.
Lisburn man, another silly Lisburn athlete.
The City Lisburn takeover is just too much.
Outrageous. We're going to see the last 100 of that women's 100 metres here. You can see Frey going so relaxed there.
Yeah, the opposite of afraid as she turns for home, really. Just
No
very
fraying at the edges
composed
here.
and looking to the right. To the right. Too easy. No fraying at any point. Never mind the edges. A facile victory really for her. And
That's the
sub 60. Impressive stuff.
The most relaxed sub 60 I've seen in a long time. Like, she was strolling up that home straight. Very relaxed.
Jenna Breen, our number one commenter, who's taken over the mantle from John McCafferty, said that she trains with Finlay. So, Jenna, we need a prediction on exactly what he's going to run. Not in the final, but in this heat.
Or any puns that we can really just throw in there around the 300 metre mark would be great.
We often struggle around the 300 metre mark.
That's our weakness.
That's our Achilles heel.
One of our many weaknesses.
As along with our Achilles heel, which is also an Achilles heel in itself.
Yes, my
We've quite
Achilles is
tendinitis issues.
Yeah,
Flares
any
up.
physios out there would like to get in contact.
Eccentric loading.
Anyway, loading up on this one, full field. Matthew Gilday from Armagh AC is an under 18 boy. He's going to be in lane 1 there. You can see him strolling back to his start. Conor McMurrow from Olympian Youth and AC is in lane 2. The aforementioned Finlay Stewart, the fan favourite, People's Champ from City of Lisburn AC, hoping to go up for the win in this one. Niall McCaffrey, another under 19 boy, in lane 4. At the moment, from Clonus AC, you can see that that's another wonderful single there from Clonus down in Monaghan. Michael McCullough of Shercock then in lane 5, he's an under 18 boy. David Graham from Lagan Valley AC in lane 6. Ryan Canning from Letterkenny in lane 7, and Craig Newell from Ballymena and Antrim out in lane 8. So I think we have the full field in here. I don't see anyone missing from this. Thoughts on Finlay Stewart, Carl?
Yeah, Finlay Stewart, as of course I've been researching him most of the week. He's a 53.1 man for 400 metres, 11.87 for 100. He got DQ'd in Glasgow earlier this year, I believe, for boxing an official in a kidney punch, I believe that was. And I completely made that up before there's any legal issue. He was DQ'd. The DQ part was true. I made up the excuse. I'm assuming it was perhaps a lane violation or a false start. That was on the 26th of January earlier this year, but he's done plenty hurdles, long jump. He's a six something long jumper, 605 long jumper as well. So a man of many talents is Finlay Stewart, the people's champ.
Yeah, crowd favourite.
And Jenna Breen has come in with a prediction in the nick of time, 54.50. Confident choice. Remember, we wanted his heat time. And I can tell you that, no, we can't tell you anything. Forget it.
No, we can tell you very little.
400 metres. He's done a 10 metre shot put, 5
Impressive.
kilos. Discus, 27 metres. No.
He's an impressive individual, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Gilday there in lane 1, McMorrow in lane 2, Stewart in lane 3, Legend, McCaffrey in lane 4, McCullough in lane 5, Graham 6, Canning 7, and Newell in 8. Full field, an impressive field. So looking here at lane 3, Stewart, no doubt about it. No one else is going to touch him. I don't know about that.
Away they go. Stewart is off to a good start, but there's men leading him at the moment, Ronan, no doubt about that.
Yeah, and Newell out in lane 8 is absolutely flying it. The Letterkenny man has got out like a scalded cat, and he is storming down the back straight as if he's running at 200 metres. He is absolutely flying it here. He's a 47.31 man. He is the class of this field. We were having a good laugh about Finlay Stewart here, but the main man who will not be touched is Newell out in the outer lanes there. At 200 metres, he was absolutely flying at 24 seconds through the 200 metres, and he is calming himself down now after that wonderful lightning start and entering into the home straight. Is Newell, the 47.31 man. He's looking around him as he comes in, so relaxed up the home straight. The Letterkenny man, Ryan Canning, taking closer order there on the inside, and Stewart out the back trying to get past the man from Shercock, Michael McCullough. But it is Newell with a look of absolute relaxation, 51.38, an impressive time.
Yeah, very impressive, and that was very easy. David Graham coming through well as well. Ryan Canning coming through well. But yeah, easy street for Craig Newell. Like I said, 47.3, and an outstanding athlete. He's only 22, and he's been a fixture throughout these underage championships, I suppose, in recent years, and national juniors and national seniors, Belfast internationals and all the rest. He's had a quiet year though, I suppose, as most people have had this year, at least on paper. Didn't run the Irish championships, I believe.
No, you can see him here, Doug Hall. He's in tremendous shape. So quick through the first 200, just shutting down even from 150 to go. And Canning there trying gamely to get up to him, but Newell almost looking like he's jogging for a bus that is yet to enter the street. He's just, oh yeah, that bus is coming in a few minutes. I'll make my
Then
way
why
down.
would you jog?
Maybe just down the street a little bit, you know.
Oh, why would you jog? If it
Lazily
hasn't
kind of
entered
making
the
his effort
street?
down. He's just kind of jogging.
You
up.
only jog when you
Yeah.
see the bus running.
Yeah.
This makes no sense. Your story doesn't add up.
Fair enough. Neither does Craig Newell's. Newell's old boy.
We're getting
But in fact, he's
threats.
22.
We're getting threats on the street. Someone's going to report us and shut it off. I believe this may be a bot.
Yeah, a lot of action there on the YouTube comments.
Yeah.
Possibly more exciting than the athletics itself, but maybe not.
Maybe not. So we're back to the long jump runway. We'll be a couple of minutes away from our next start in the men's 400 meter heats. Just a bit to go yet. That is number 165, I think.
It is one
Is
number
it?
165, Carl. That'd be helpful if I had the numbers in front of me, but I do not. And I've gone the entire way through the program and back around again, like a man searching for his keys in all his pockets, but yet to find them. It's always in the last place you look. Why would you keep looking?
Yeah, exactly. Nonsensical statement. 460 something there.
The athlete from Tyrconnell, you said it was what number?
I think it was 165.
That's Niamh Moohan. So we're back in Pool C here. Very confusing. 465 from her, the Tyrconnell athlete.
Yeah, this is an Orange Grove singlet I see. This is number 25
That is
something.
not on your screen. That is a City of Lisburn AC athlete.
Oh,
so it
of
looks like
course.
Amira McGenny. That's 210. She's the next up in that list after Niamh Moohan. She's an under 18 girl. She jumped 451. 210, yeah, in fact, is Amira McGenny. Abby Tate up next, her clubmate from City of Lisburn.
Too many City of Lisburn athletes. You're
Yeah.
too good.
Too much going on there. And that was Abby Tate.
So 447 it was there for our...
So it was not Abby Tate. Oh, it was
And
for
Amira
200.
Mehi.
Amira Mehi was in the
McGahey?
last round, yeah.
Yeah, she 447
And
there for her.
210, that was 210, 447. So that's very close to her personal best of 451. And just to zoom in, 206, in fact, is Erin Fisher. So it was Erin Fisher who jumped next. So we're jumping between the pools. In fact, if they didn't put these pools down, I'd feel a lot more confident. It's highly confusing here on our start list. That was Erin Fisher. And here's the third Tyrconnell athlete in an entirely different pool.
Running time for Craig Newell, 51:37. Ryan Canning, 51:66.
So we'll get an idea of her there when she turns out. But Erin Fisher really looking like the classy under 20 athlete there in the previous round. Get an idea of her jump there. It's in the fours. 490. Big reveal here. 493 from Fisher in the last round, and then Tate would jump to 490. Sorry, 493 from Tate there, I suspect. That's a personal best for her over that 485. Back to the 400 meters as we have a shocker there in the long jump because the pool situation. There's three. Look, to be honest with the viewers there, there's three pools. They're jumping from one to the other. We haven't got a clue what's happening over there, but people are jumping into the sandpit, and that's all you need to know. Heat 2 though, in this men's 400 meters in lane 2, we have a man from Derry Track Club. That's Conor McLevin. He's ran 57:36. The Derry Track Club man. Outside him is the Shercock AC man, Oren McCarthy, and then outside that is the Newry man, Rory O'Connor. He's an under 19 boy. Then we should have Lewis Albro then of Northdown AC just outside that. 51:93 he's ran. He'll be in the mix in this. Ryan McHenry of Willowfield Harriers just on the outside of that. 51:76. Cameron McCaughey 52:71 from Lockview AC. And out in lane 8 we have no one. It's clear Owen Devlin was meant to be there from Mid Ulster. So the two to watch really in this one are Albro and Henry, Northdown and Willowfield in lanes 5 and 6. Just on the right hand side of your shot, the yellow and the blue and white singlet of Willowfield Harriers. Glorious singlet it is. So out strongly is Albro from Northdown AC in the yellow singlet there, going well, but an even more impressive start as he goes by Lockview AC's Conor McCann is Ryan Henry. He is flying down the backstretch, and there's these two athletes, Albro and Henry. Henry just on the outside in the blue and white. He's been chased down by Albro. Really strong back straight from Albro. Shercock AC's Oren McCarthy going there as well. But Albro and Henry out the front, and Albro is in the lead for sure at the moment. Henry struggling a little bit at the moment, and the man on the outside, Lockview AC's Cameron McCaughey, going well. He's challenging the man from Willowfield Harriers, Ryan Henry, but no doubt about the leader here as he enters into the home straight. It is Albro, the under 19 boy, 51:93 he's ran. and he's well into that zone here as he powers up the home straight. He is well ahead of the rest of the field and can definitely look around and relax here. McCaughey of Shercock going well. Of Lockview going very well. He's second, getting the second qualification place. 52.44. The winner there, Albro, McCaughey from Lockview in second, and Henry third there from Willowfield Harriers.
Outstanding stuff.
So it was Albro there in the end, the North Down AC area. Ryan Henry, who's got a 51.76 PB, actually was the fastest PB of the field, just ran out of it after a good start. But Albro, very, very impressive winner there of that heat. Won't touch Craig Newell in Heat 1, but certainly at the final later on, we a good mix there of athletes, particularly for the minor placings.
Yeah, it'll be one to savour later on. That'll be concluding our action. We'll tee up a replay here of the finishing stages, and you can relive that final run to the finish.
Yeah, Albro looking really good coming into the home straight. 10-15 metres to the good. Really, really good split there from 100 to 300, going really well and kind of still striding strongly, but fairly relaxing up to the line. Running within a second of his personal best, so in good shape. Henry, though, ran out of it to third place to Willowfield Harrier, and Cameron McCaughey from Lockview AC, who looks to be struggling at 200 metres, powering up that home straight.
Yeah, great finish from him. And we have one more heat. Is it just one more heat or two?
It's just one more, yeah, just one more, Carl. Hit me, baby, one more time, as Britney Spears would say, with the 400 metres. Owen Kelly of Letterkenny appears not to have appeared.
The music is quietened. There was some serious tunes going earlier, and they've run out of pump.
I didn't notice until I mentioned it there. It's one of those things, it was background music.
Yeah, and we tuned it out, but now I want to tune it back in again.
Yeah,
it's gone. Britney left.
Britney left us. Unfortunately, maybe she was never here. David Merrin, though, is certainly here in lane 2. We do not have Sharkey or Kelly in lanes 1 and 2, but in lane 3, Merrin from Lockview AC, hoping to join his good friend, his compatriot from Lockview AC, Cameron McCaughey. He'll hope to make the final with him. So David Merrin in lane 3, Matthew Willis looks to be out of lane 4, so we've got a couple of guys missing in this one. The Lagan Valley man is not there. Connor O'Carroll from St. Coleman's College in Newry is there, the under-18 boy, 51.16 for him. Samuel Duncan from City Lisburn AC is in lane 6. And Finn Riley, who we met on the way in there, he was in good form there in the blue. He is for Queen's University Belfast man in lane 7. And Oisin McCorry from Raheny Shamrock is there as well in the outside lanes. He's a senior
he's
athlete.
hiding at the moment, but he's out there. There he is. Oisin.
We have seen Oisin. There he is. There he be.
Yeah.
So no Sharkey, no Kelly. So we got Merrin. We do not have Willis. We have O'Carroll, Duncan, Riley, and McCarry.
Danae Heron come in on the YouTube comments and says, well done to Ryan Canning in the 400 metres. And he won the under-18 400 hurdles last night, Ronan. And he's back here on this morn. Did the man sleep last night?
Yeah, I'd say he slept well if he did the 400 metre hurdles. It's a tough event.
But you know, you get that eye twitch, lactic, adrenaline, weird thing going on, and you're just wired. You're tired, but you're wired.
Tired but wired, yeah.
It's a very upsetting situation to be in.
But he's back. Ready to go again.
He certainly is.
And this one, though, we are missing quite a few athletes. We have Merrin there in lane 3. Lane 4 is empty. O'Carroll, Duncan, Riley, and McCurry. So they're being called to their marks.
First 2 to go through. Is it?
It is called first 2 to go through, and after that, then we have the fastest qualifiers.
You looked at me strange when I said that.
Sorry, yeah. No, actually, I wasn't even looking at you. I was checking the timetable because
over here.
The women's steeplechase, was one entrant, and she has been removed, Holly Diamond.
We could be looking at a track break then.
Yes, very much so.
The official rules and regulations governing breaks in action.
4 in this, though, all the action to come here over the 1 lap distance. Merrin, O'Carroll, Duncan, Riley, and McCurry. 2 qualify, and then some fastest qualifier spots. Out well, though, the St. Coleman's College man, Connor O'Carroll, striding very well in the blue of white of the Newry School. 100 metres gone, he is certainly in the lead. McCorry going very well, the Raheny man down the back straight, striding strongly. And Finn Riley as well, the Queen's University Belfast, formerly a Dunleer AC man, going very well there. But no doubt about the leader here, Connor O'Carroll, 51.16 he's ran. He's the class of this field. And a very powerful stride there as he drives those arms. 115 metres left to run himself, and McCarry out in the outside lanes. are the most likely qualifiers from this as we enter into the home straight. No doubt about this. These two athletes duking it out here. McCurry looking across and almost waking up and going, oh, I better start running again. Very, very relaxed. The two of them shutting it down, particularly McCurry in the outside lanes. But no doubt here it is going to be the winner is going to be our St. Coleman's College Newry man, Conor O'Carroll, with the win. He ran 52.16 or 1.2, so not that far, but a second or so off his personal best, but very relaxed there. So obviously in very good shape. And McCurry, the other automatic qualifier in that.
Yeah, McCurry I think was in the 400-meter hurdles as well last night, so he was second there, and it was Conor O'Carroll.
Yeah, so good run there from those two athletes. And Finn Riley, I think, got third, and that will get an idea there. You can see him there in the blue of Queen's University, driving those arms. But McCurry very much looking around him and thinking, I ran a 400-meter hurdles last night, mate. I am not doing anything extra here.
I don't need this in my life.
No, but certainly going really well there and looking very an impressive winner of that. And it'll be a serious duke out between Conor O'Carroll.
The lane draws, though.
The lane draws, though, yeah, absolutely. And himself and Lewis Albro, the winners. He was the winner of the second heat, and of course, Craig Newell was the winner of the first heat. He is the class of the field there, and the likely champion this year. However,
as far as I know, it'll be the three winners and the fastest runner-up who will go into one draw for lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then the other 4 will go into the other draw for lanes 1, 2, 7, and 8. I think that's how it works.
So we're not 100% sure on our fastest qualifier. I wouldn't suspect McCurry was the closest, maybe McCaughey. And it's very hard to tell in that first race because Craig Newell was by far the class of the field. So
yeah, he ruined it for everyone else.
He did,
he set the bar at an unreasonable
Absolutely. Especially
level.
when we forgot to mention him because we were having too much crack off Finlay Stewart.
Yeah.
And we forgot.
We
about
blame
the guy
Jenna
who was
Bree,
around
Mark
47
O'Connor,
seconds.
Taylor.
Yeah, Jenna, look, you're letting the side down. You're not even here yet.
Yeah. Well, at least she got up to watch, unlike Sharon Bradley.
Absolutely, a sleepy Sharon Bradley, as she's
yeah.
known.
What was the Seven Dwarfs and Snow White?
Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, yeah. Sharon Bradley and the Seven Dwarfs.
We're going to rename Sharon Bradley Snow White.
No, Sharon Bradley, yeah. Finn Valley AC, Letterkenny AC. I'm not 100% sure which club she's in these days, but Donegal woman. It's Donegal based anyway. We've got a lot of action here. We've got some shot put action, and we also have pole vault action. They're very closely aligned there. I think that could be. I will make 100% sure of this. We'll flick to our women's shot put.
Yeah, into that shot put circle. And you can see it's right alongside the pole vault as well. The athletes will be talking to each other as they're putting.
They sure will, and I think that was Aoibhinn McMahon there. 4-3-1, Aoibhinn McMahon. That's definitely the Blackrock AC singlet.
Yeah, we saw her in action last week. She won the weight for distance, I think it was, at the Irish Junior Championships.
Yeah,
4-8.
That is not her number. She's got 4-3-1 here in the program for the women's shot put, but that is
4-9-8 or something.
That is Aoibhinn McMahon, I suspect. That is the Blackrock AC vest, the under 18 girl. Multiple medalists at the National Senior Championships in Dublin. She's probably throwing in another event as well, Colin. That's why she's wearing the 498, so it mightn't be exactly for that event is going to be my thought process there. She's also a javelin thrower. I think she was second behind Kate O'Connor in the javelin down in Dublin. And will I be proved correct? No, I'm not. She's still 4-3-1 at that as well.
If you wait around long enough, you'll be proven correct. Or yeah, someone will.
I think that in that one we get an idea of exactly what that was. Throwing the shot there. 198.
Molly Curran of Carmen AC, under 18. She is 11-meter thrower indoors, 1170. Is this Laura Frey back into the shot put circle from the 400 meters?
That would be controversial, but it is Laura Frey.
It certainly is. And wearing the runners rather than any specific, it looks like shot put shoes.
She's thrown 10.67 in the past, so she'll be in the mix in this one. Impressive putt from her, very impressive putt. And with that 400 meters in the legs as well, you're impressed by this all-action hero here, Laura Frey from Lagan Valley.
There was a terrible movie I watched before of a guy who won 10 events at the Olympics. It was made in the 80s.
Was he a Native American?
No, I think
maybe
not Native American. I think it was kind of like it might have been Native American, but it was kind of like some rural, like Tarzan type story where they plucked him. I think it was basically from the wild in Africa. Basically, they brought him to some college in America, and He was a fantastic athlete.
Yeah.
And
As a Suzy Cave here, Lagan Valley AC in the shot put.
and he did basically, he won every event in, I don't know, was it the Olympics, or I think it might have been the NCAA championships, and he'd just go from the 800 metres to the long jump runway to the pole vault, and as soon as he'd finish one, he'd sprint around the track and then grab the pole as he was running. It was very entertaining and a very bad movie, I have to say.
It sounds excellent. I must watch it. Laura Frey perhaps has watched it last night and gone, almost getting my entries in for all those events.
I don't know its name, so I'm no help. I may have dreamed it.
It may not even be a real thing. Suzy Cave, though, 8:05, her best in the shot put. Throwing well there as well. I'd say that's quite close to that, and we have absolutely no knowledge of how far that was, but it certainly was further than I could throw. And we have an athlete here, another athlete from Lagan Valley, and if I'm following the program correctly, which I probably am not, it's Lindsay Glover, 8:53, her best. Looks to be well below that today, but plenty of more efforts to come. This is the very start of this competition.
A niece of Danny Glover from Lethal Weapon fame.
May or may not be true, but
It may not be true.
you don't know. We'll never know.
I mean, we don't specifically know it's not true. However, it's highly unlikely to be true.
It is. It is. Here's Ciara McGulloway of Lagan Valley, the fourth of the Lagan Valley athletes in this one, 112. She's thrown 798. So it's going to be a serious battle there between Cave, Glover, and McGulloway. And they'll be chatting about that all the way back to Lagan Valley, which is not much of a journey, but you know, it's only going to be a brief chat.
Yeah, quick chat. How was your good competition? Good?
Yeah, it's good.
Yours?
Okay.
Yeah, solid.
Here.
Right. Anyway, yeah. What are we doing tonight?
Laura Frey won't be talking to anyone because she is probably going to be doing another event.
Yeah, she's probably doing the race walk now in a while.
She's actually currently right here, shot there, lying down, thinking, I've just run 400 metres. You know, we should just go with the Yelena Isambayeva effort and go get an old tent
she's
out
enjoying the sun. We're not, because it's not sunny in the stand. It's actually quite a cold crosswind.
It certainly is not.
It's difficulty.
This athlete here in the black vest, we do not have an idea of who that is. If the program is correct, it is Leisha McGonigal, but I don't think it is. She looks to be in the background.
286.
286 is Anna Corbally, last year's under-19 champion, 2019 under-19 champion. Not 100% sure on what she threw to win that last year. That looks like a good throw there, well over 8 metres. Anna Corbally, last year's champion. And up next will be Leisha McGonigal. So Corbally, she should be wearing the Shercock vest. Seems to be wearing a black t-shirt instead. So this is McGonigal, fresh from the long jump. Good throw there, a relaxed throw. Not generating much power, but good technique. McGonigal looks to be about 7.5 metres. I'm judging that purely based off guesswork.
I should look. Wouldn't be the first time.
That's how you approach all my teaching as well.
Anyone who's watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire last night on ITV or UTV? Guy won $1 million who was a teacher running. And he was outrageously good. And he finished with 3 lifelines intact.
Outrageous.
Didn't even use them. Just said, yeah, that's what it is. I'm going for it. Final answer. Bang.
guy.
Million. Teacher. Says he's going to do it for another year and then sack it off and go travel the world with his wife.
Legend. Niamh McCorry, though, here from Annalee AC in the green and yellow of that club. That is a serious throw there. Very impressive. The under 18 girl. Massive throw there. Let's see how the throws I've seen so far. That is without doubt the longest. She looks relatively happy at it. Smile on her face from McCorry. Good effort. Let's get an idea of her personal best there now.
Yeah, of course. The world of Northern Irish athletics reeling in the best possible way from the news of that Northern Irish record by Stephen Scullion at the Larne Half Marathon. Or sorry, Antrim Coast Half Marathon has been now renamed in Larne. 61:08, of course, for Scullion. I'm sure everyone's aware of it at this stage who might be watching here. Mo Farrell won in 60:27. The evergreen legend that is Tommy Hughes with a 71:26 for an over 60s Welt record.
Yeah, the
It's
legend
not a word,
Tommy
is it?
Hughes. I don't know, not 100%
World
sure.
record anyway, over 60 for Tommy Hughes.
Yeah, he won the over 60s title last week down in Dublin, and last year's champion you just saw throwing there, Damien Crawford of Lifford Saran. He won the Northern Irish and Ulster Championship here last year with 30. He's thrown 35.89 in the past. Last year's champ from Lifford Saran, he was in the shot put earlier on, and that should be Johnny McGonigal, but I don't think it is, because that is not the Tyrconnell AC vest. That is Ryan Meek, who won the F44 category here last year, the Paralympian. 32.92. He's thrown with a 1.5 kg discus. And this is Aaron Bradshaw, I think, 301 from Tyrconnell in the red vest. Up next.
And if you're wondering what's up next on track, it was due to be the women's steeplechase, but our entrant there did not take her place in the lineup, so it's going to be the 200-meter heats, which are coming up in about 5 minutes' time. And it's going to be the men up first in that. Or sorry, women up first at 11:40, men at noon. So those women are over at the start of the back straight at the moment. You'll probably see them bouncing around there behind the hammer cage or discus cage, and they'll be on track in about 5 minutes' time for the start of those 200-meter heats. And we see here a motorbike ripping up past possibly the owner of that mansion on the walk in, just showing off his affluence once again and making us all feel a little bit worse about ourselves. And what is an otherwise blissful day where you
I
should
can't
feel
feel
good
any
about
worse,
life.
Carl. You know?
I'm numb to it at this point. So a 30-meter throw there.
That was from Aaron Bradshaw of Tyrconnell. I see it's an impressive throw from him, 301. He's an under 20 boy, or man, in fact, I suppose you'd call him, depending on his age. He's certainly over 18, but under 20.
Big fan of Boys to Men, who have a wonderful array of dazzling love hits in the 90s.
Yeah, look, strange reference from Cahill there, but nonetheless, we'll move on.
Well, we haven't come to the end of this road yet, Ronan.
Excellent stuff.
That's number 250 there in the circle, Ross Henderson of Lifford Strabane.
Yeah, he finished second in the shot put earlier on, under 18, so you can already give the under 18 title to him, Ross Henderson. He's the only entrant under 18, and Bradshaw was the only under 20 entrant, so they should almost have to throw with their medals on them.
Yeah, I'm doing the important work you need. Googling Boys to Men songs to look for puns.
25.
End of the Road is one of the only ones I really know.
Yeah, water runs dry. Perhaps as well will be thrown in there later on. Look forward to that. There is a prize if you suggest a Boys to Men song now, and we can get it in later on. If you ring in to our number here, we'll dish out our prizes.
We can't give out our number. We're too popular. We'd be inundated with all of our 87 viewers that we're on right now.
We don't have any prizes either.
I tell you, we've granola bars. We complained about the lack of music. Not complained, but we highlighted it a while ago. There's no getting away from it now, because Sam Smith feels like he's on our commentary team here.
He's blasting in
a speaker
excessively
above our
loud.
head. He's very much coming at us, is Sam. An under 18 champion in the men's English schools discus back in the day. This information also may have just been made up on the spot and not be factual.
Yeah, put on the spot there. Steve Drennan, 49. He threw it about 25 metres. He's athletics Northern Ireland. He's an unattached athlete throwing at the moment. Very unhelpful from Stephen Drennan not to be wearing a club singlet, so we can just wildly guess at his club. Come on,
Yeah,
Stephen.
come on,
Start it
Stephen. Get it together.
Yeah, number 47 though, up next.
That's
147,
Ian
Ian McClung. He was in the shot put earlier on as well. He is part of the Masters Athletics Association.
Fine jig there. Bit of a... who's the Dallas Cowboys quarterback? Is it Dak Prescott, perhaps? Anyway, made famous a warm-up drill last year. It was quite impressive stuff.
Yeah, incredibly famous.
Very similar to that.
Name.
Very similar to what he just did there with the pivoting hips. It's quite a similar motion, really, the discus versus a quarterback sling. You know, you put the hips forward and then you let the upper body follow through after it, Ronan. As you belittle my comparisons. Ronan, a man who can't get into American football, no matter how much I may try to make him.
Yeah, just don't understand it. Like, it's excessively long. Sort of like Ian McClung's throw there, about 29 metres. Impressive from the Masters athlete, so he's going to be in the mix in there in that one. But Damien Crawford will be up momentarily, and he was last year's champion and the class of this field so far. Impressive throws competition here with lots of different age groups, and a 35.89. Crawford's best throw, last year's champ. He'll be the one to beat in that one.
Yeah, it's all to play for here. We'll have lots more going on. Women's shot put, women's pole vault. And we have some horizontal jumpers still knocking around on the backstraight. I think that's all wrapped up, but...
Yeah, look, to be honest, that women's long jump with the 3 pools, it was too confusing for me. I haven't got the brains for it.
It became a bit much, for sure. Men's triple jump are going to be on the runway, though, in about 20 minutes' time. That'll be the next on the horizontal jumps. And then men's long jump at 2 p.m.
I'm just going to stop you there. This man's name is Colin Clear, Cahill. Okay.
Well, let's be clear.
Yes, I know. There's an absolute multitude, a plethora of puns coming this man's way.
He's not muddy in the waters here.
No, it's away and clear there from Colin.
Yeah, that's a crystal clarity how long that was. That was over 30 metres.
Yeah, it's clear to me, Colin. That was a good throw from Colin. See you, Lisburn man.
Yeah, he might need a drink of water there. We'll have to investigate the opacity of the water.
Obviously,
I suspect it would be quite clear.
that was a suspiciously long throw. He could be, a user of the clear, the designer
Famous
drug
steroid.
from the
Victor
steroid
Conte?
made famous by
Perhaps.
Victor Conte. Was it the bass player from Tower of Power? I don't know if you knew that.
I didn't know that. I knew he was into his music.
Yeah, he was a bass player, and he mainly sold keyboard toys, and then decided to become a designer drug salesman.
Here's Harry Edwards, and by Harry Edwards I mean not Harry Edwards. I mean Harry Edwards' Caucasian counterpart.
Yeah, this is. I've lost who this
But
is.
Ronan, seriously,
This is our man. Is it Dougie Durant?
Ronan,
Don't think it is.
like
Number 86. He's not on our program, but he was in the shop earlier on, so I will retrieve that for you, Colin. Yes, he is an absolute spitting image of Harry Edwards.
I've just pulled up a Google shot of Harry Edwards, the famed activist, and
Yeah,
it's
it could be related.
something's on its marks, Ronan. This is the first heat of the women's 200 as we lollygag,
That came out of out of
googling
nowhere
activists
there. Out of
and
nowhere.
heroic figures in the civil rights movement. Oh, here we go.
We're nothing but professional. Molly Carmen, though, on the green of Carmen AC. Molly Curran just there on the inside. Then we've got Tanis Merrin of Lockview AC in the black in lane 2. Christina Logue of Olympian Youth.
I think that might be Orla Lear, though. Is that a Monaghan Phoenix singlet?
Out there is Orla
Oh,
Lear,
yes, that's Orla Lear
4 in this one, Cathal.
of Monaghan Phoenix, and it's quite close at the moment. Perhaps on the inside, though, Molly Curran looks to have the lead. Also going well is Orla Lear of Monaghan Phoenix, and inside her, Christina Logue looks to have third place at the moment, but they will come off the bend and on the inside lane, Molly Curran. Well, this is Molly's game at the moment to lose because she is coming clear, but facing a challenge now from Orla Lear, and it's going to be Lear. She's not the king, she's the queen of that heat. Queen Lear, 26:34, FTW for the win. Just ahead of Molly Curran.
Yeah, an impressive performance there from Lear. We didn't give her full, I suppose, justice pre-race there as we were engrossed in the shop. But
Discus.
Discus, in fact. Sorry, yes, you're correct. Discus, I know my events. Molly Curran, though, getting out very strongly there. We're going to see a quick replay. They come into the home straight. Curran got out so strongly there from Carmen AC. Looked like she was in the lead coming into the home straight. And Orla Lear there on the outside as the stagger unwinds. They were locked in a titanic battle here in Belfast. Up the home straight, 50 metres left to run. And Lear, over that last 50 metres, driving strongly towards the line and got it by a nose in the end. Very, very close. 26:34 for Lear, and Curran just behind her. We have 4 heats in this, so I'm assuming we're going first in each heat, and then maybe 4 fastest
time
qualifiers.
Yeah. Back. It's another Lagan Valley singlet. It's actually available to be seen from space because of those stripes.
That's
So
not
identifiable in the women's shot put. Another factually inaccurate statement. We're a few minutes away from the next heat in the women's 200 metres. They're just standing about 20 metres or so behind the start line at the moment. And I think that's what serves as a call room, I suppose, over there. As you can see, we've no indoor call room here. So it basically, athletes have been told to show up for your event, and that is where the registration process takes place. So I think it's a good system, COVID conscious and all that. You don't have to keep athletes locked together in close proximity unless it's absolutely necessary. So that's where you show up, you check in, the officials register you there, and then you can go to your marks and set up your blocks. So the new normal.
Yeah, that was
As I say, as Ronan gets a cold shiver
it's very
running
cold
up
in
through
there.
his body, and he regrets, I may have also have underdressed here today.
Yeah, it's
Certainly underdressed if you're going to go to that mansion afterwards for tea and try and become squatters in that house.
underdressed and underprepared. Kira Gilloway was the athlete there from Lagan Valley, by the way, in that last one. And now we're on now to the women's 200-metre heats.
Oh, it comes at you thick and fast.
It's wild, incredible stuff going on
7
here.
hours of action, and we're only in the second one. We're about to enter our 3rd hour, so we're only strapping in here for a long day of action.
Sit in, get tight.
We're still
Niamh
in triple
Malone.
figure viewing figures.
Outrageous. These people have just forgotten to log off. Niamh Malone, Monaghan Phoenix, is in lane 2 in the green of Monaghan Phoenix. Jenna Breen, we know, is not in lane 3. She's still not here yet. Jenna, we've got to call some races here whenever you're ready. Amy Stitt from North Down AC is in lane 4. I think she is not going to be present though, 'cause she ran that 200 meters earlier on, and I don't see her out on track. So Stitt is gone, cut from this 200 meters. She's in that 400 later on. She was last year's under 19 champion from North Down. Said Jenna Breen is gone. Kate Dunhu of Anley AC, I don't see down there either. Okay, and then, in fact, we've had wild changes here. A lot of these athletes are not present, so we've got huge changes on the start list, Carl. And
it's time to face the change.
We're gonna look at like absolute mugs in this one. I'm gonna try and figure this out, Carl.
Changes.
As you,
yeah, we'll try and get a. We'll try and ID a lot of these athletes, given our start lists are a little erroneous. That is number 18 something.
That is 106. That is Niamh.
187.
So that's known as Alice Rogers.
Alice Rogers, Ballymena Antrim.
Yes,
that looks
she
like
is
it makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, lane 3.
That is she turned away. 161.
Devon Sprake. So maybe the heats are changed. There doesn't seem to be too many athletes from that heat.
Yeah,
so lane 2, Devon Sprake. Lane 3, Alice Rogers. That's City of Lisburn. That's Eva Jenkins.
273 is on the outside. She's not in that heat.
This is outrageously quick from us. Yeah, we're doing well here. 273 is Olympian youth. That's Laura Fall, who was in the 400 earlier on. She was in Heat 2. She's now in Heat 3, which is in fact Heat 2. Laura Fall in there in lane 7. So lots going on here, Carl. Like we're really like we're.
They make us earn it, don't they? Jenna Breen sits there at home, thinks this is all easy.
Grand.
Comes easy. Yeah, I'll be over. I'll rock it, lads.
You know these people from City of Lisburn. We don't. We don't. You're like,
come on, Jenna.
And then look, you're
not
even shut up yet.
Help us out, Jenna.
Nothing but abuse on
It's
Twitter.
cold here. Bring a jacket. It's cold. Probably a
good friend
scarf.
Jenna Breen.
Perhaps gloves. Dig them out. The winter collection needs to arrive here.
Anyway,
it's
Carl.
Wind 3.
It is. We're closer to the Arctic Circle up here in Belfast. Devon Sprake, though, taking closer order in this one. She's right in lane 2 there. Alice Rogers in lane 3. Eva Jenkins in lane 4. And out there in lane 7, it looks like Laura Fall in the blue of Olympian Youth.
I thought you said Laura Frader for a moment. I was
no,
dear Lord, has she gone straight up to the 200 metres after her 400 metres and shot put?
I think even just from a health and safety point of view, I don't think you could allow her into it. She's doing too much.
And from a health and safety point of view, Ronan Duggan has begun to shiver. I should point. His body is beginning to shut down.
Belfast Harriers
trying to keep itself warm.
Getting out very strongly there. Devon Sprake from Lockview AC there on the inside, but going really well. Alice Rogers, Ballymena and Antrim AC in the green. Their centre of your shot, and she looks like she's going to run away with this one coming into the home straight. Sprake working strongly there in the black of Lockview Harriers. She's in second, but no doubt about the leader at the moment, Rogers. Oh, some doubt, because Sprake is flying up the home straight, and Rogers struggling, but Sprake flying up with 20 metres left to run. She is the early leader, and in second, it is Jenkins who gets up for that silver medal, and run out of it is Rogers with a good start.
Yeah, Rogers definitely felt some pain there, I would assume. I think she held her left leg briefly there because, she just definitely something not right. So let's hope it's nothing too serious. But she just kind of coasted it in after that initial. You saw her flying around the bend, but
Colin, she's around 25.54, so we'd have expected her to be in the mix in that one. So certainly some issue there with 50 metres left to go for Rogers. You can see there she comes into the home straight looking like she's going to run really strong and run away from Sprake, and almost as if Sprake has put on some sort of turbo power up that home straight, flying by Rogers, and definitely some issue there for Rogers. But Jenkins getting up there for second place, Eva Jenkins of City of Lisburn.
That
strong
was
running.
Heat 2
or 3.
Or 3. It was more at least from Heat 3, so there was some sort of combination effort going on. And we will have the final heat, we think, coming up next. Assuming there are athletes over there.
It looks like it's men's, so I think that's
I don't see.
So nobody in that final heat. Lauren Roy was in the 100 earlier
lots of no-shows running.
Particularly from ourselves in terms of our ability to commentate on this. We're no shows from us. We have shown up. We're here, but are we present?
Exactly. Something you probably say to your students a lot in Belvedere College at fine institutions.
Absolutely.
In North Dublin.
North Dublin, yeah. Dublin 1.
Yeah. North Inner City, I should say. The leafy North Inner City.
We've got men in our blocks on the back straight there. Or women in our blocks.
Oh, we do.
So we may have a final heat. If we look over there to the right
there are women out there preparing behind the blocks. So we do have a final women's heat of the 200 metres.
I scribbled it all wildly out.
We'll have to get on the ID train soon. Yeah, nice one, Ronan.
We're spending too much time together, Carl.
We are. This is the 4th weekend in a row. Need to remind you that we have commentated on something.
You think we'd be getting better, but we haven't. Abby O'Neill, though, at the under 18, hoping to improve on her best of 3:35. This is the early rounds here. Looks to be just over
Excellent
280.
technique there.
Superb from the Ballymena and Antrim athletes. 3 athletes in that one. Erin Fisher was in the long jump last year's champion. Abby O'Neill from Ballymena and Antrim, and Ella McCarthy from City of Lisburn are in that one.
Now,
Back over here, Cathal, to the 200 metres.
yeah, this will be problematic, to say the least.
Does it look like that? Looks like Rachel McCann, by the way.
Just two, yeah, Rachel McCann is on her start list. Is that
She's
Lauren
gone from
Roy?
heat 3. That does look like Lauren Roy.
Back
there.
from the 100.
And a Letterkenny
Is
athlete
she
there as
listed
well.
at all? No.
She is listed, yeah. She was in this final heat, which is in fact the 3rd heat.
Yeah, the heat essentially needs to be torn up relative to Ronan has helpfully squiggled out all the names and now
Okay.
obscuring some of the
Right.
numbers with Biro. So
Okay,
whatever
let's
chance
just
we
start
had of
again.
IDing.
We'll start again. Rachel McCann is in lane 2. Okay, she is in the yellow of Northdown. That may not be Rachel McCann, but I think it is. Okay, she's the only Northdown. It could be Megan Briggs, the athlete. She's also in lane 2, wearing 260. So we'll figure that out as we go, Carl. Right, no panic. All right. Letterkenny ACs, Catherine McDevitt. She's a senior athlete. She's there in lane 3, and on the outside is either Lauren Roy or another athlete from City Lisburn. But I'm going to say it's Lauren Roy. She's around 24-32. She is in lane 6
Or 7. 6.
or 5.
Yeah, she's out there anyway. You won't miss her.
She's wearing the
She's
red.
a very, very, very fast starter.
Look, if she's in the lead, it's Lauren Roy. Okay, but that may be Niamh Briggs, and it's definitely, without any doubt in my mind.
We're at least 80% sure.
Yeah, 60% of the time we're right every time. Catherine McDevitt, though, is in lane 3 in the black and yellow of Letterkenny AC. So, Carl, I'm going to let you take those on. You seem quite confident in who's who as you throw your microphone over the stand and onto the
I think that
infield.
was a 35-metre discus throw. I just slung that microphone, so I'll sit here and share your mic and
the
indeed
winner of
your
the discus.
information.
So I'm going to be made a fool of here as we get this horribly wrong.
If you want to avoid criticism, do nothing, say nothing, be nothing, Ronan.
And I had nothing I am.
It's
Carl,
worked
nothing I
for
do.
me most of my life.
Yes, that is true. Into their blocks now. Megan Briggs or Rachel McCann of Northdown AC.
That is Lauren Roy.
It
on
is.
the outside for
We've
sure.
confirmed. Rapid
And
start.
you can see her technique and her speed and her power all too evident over her rivals there. Comes off the bend, probably got about a 10-metre advantage already over these athletes. She can choose to shut it down if she wants to, but the breeze gusts, maybe she'll want a fast time. And no, you can see the relaxation there just setting in. She has hit it into cruise control, and she will saunter into this women's 200-metre final. And she'll be back to go much quicker later on than the 26:46 that she ran to take victory here. And it was McCann comes through for second. And no, it was not.
It was not. It was Megan Briggs. Sorry, I thought you were going to leave me throw that in there. But it was Megan Briggs, second place, 260. We couldn't get the...
It was McDevitt, though, was it?
And was
Fair.
100% McDevitt. She's the only Letterkenny AC athlete in this one.
So there, Jenna Breen is back. We didn't even notice the comments when we needed them. Megan Briggs and Lauren Roy.
Cheers there, Jenna. Look, you just weren't quick enough with it, were you? And we weren't quick enough to look because we were too confused with this
Yeah.
4 heat start list. And we've had our lunch provided. Outrageous.
Excellent. Wonderful.
This is more than we deserve.
Expected, certainly more than we deserved. That's unmistakable.
Thank you very much to Athletics Northern Ireland.
Yeah. Wonderful job being done by all.
Well, except for us. We're
struggling badly.
Miserable effort
They don't know what job we're doing here on this.
Yeah.
Jenna Breen is carrying.
We seem to have lost all the audio from the commentary for the next 5 hours.
And more importantly, what's in the lunch bag?
Yeah, look, we'll bring you through this. As I'll
Sandwich.
get an idea of the that is our man from Tyrconnell there in the
Cheese
discus.
sandwich, bottle of water. Great.
Strong
off
start. Strong start. Men's discus though. We're back to our early days of commentary here. We're going to eat on stream because there is no natural break, but there may be some nature breaks at some point, but no natural break.
Certainly no natural break. A synthetic break is all we'll get here.
Yeah, men's discus so-called. We'll get flick back.
Yeah,
to
men's
that.
discus, is that a...
That was the Tyrconnell man just throwing there.
Yes.
I
Indeed.
have him written down here. The Tyrconnell man was
Is
Aaron
this
Bradshaw.
Lifford Strabane, 2-5 something?
Ross Henderson.
Ross Henderson, of course.
Aaron Bradshaw there from Tyrconnell, the under-20 champ. This is the under-18 champion, Ross Henderson. Silver medal in the shot put earlier.
Hendomania sends it off the upright.
He does. Hits the woodwork there and flies back towards him. But Bradshaw, the under-20 man in the previous round you saw, and then that was Henderson there.
Not happy
Throwing
with that,
no.
needless to say. But alas, there looked to be great power in that release and speed of discus. but not
Sure
quite
is.
online at the moment. It's a
We're up
hard
next.
thing to get right.
In the 200 meter men's call, all go here at the the Northern Irish and Ulster Championships here. Huge movement. 200 meters.
Yeah, we're back. We're back, and we're about to get a bang. It's lanes 2 to 7. Running Bloomer should be on the inside here. Ballymena
You'd
and
expect
Antrim.
so, but he
Ah,
ran the
look.
100 earlier on, so is he back
Things-
again?
We have, I don't see the Ballymena and Antrim vest out there.
On the left-hand side of our shot, we have a green vest that could be Ballymena and Antrim. There's
Oh, I don't
a
see
City
that.
Lisburn man in there, so I'm going to say that's Alex Seifert. And on the outside, Olympian Youth, yes, we have both of those. John Bangura wasn't in the race earlier on in the 100 metres. Will he be in this from Ross's AC?
They
that is
turned the
Olympian
wrong
Youth.
way. Why would you turn the wrong
That
way?
looks that is Bloomer there. He's back, isn't he? In the inside, the
Must-
muscled
yeah, it looks
individual
him.
there.
Yeah. Has to be.
Lane 2.
Has to be.
Certainly, and then we had the orange go ACL.
If we say it has to be enough, it'll be him.
It's almost certainly him.
Yeah, that's Adam Sykes. And fluorescent yellowish greenish spikes and orange singlet.
I think
Shining
we're pretty happy
bright
with this field.
like
I
a
think we're-
diamond here. The Mary
Yes.
Peters trek.
And that should be Glenn Scullion there. If we just pull out slightly on our shot there, we'll see Glenn Scullion on mid-Ulster. So we have a fairly... We're not under as much pressure in this one, Carl. Okay.
It's still pressure.
Jenna Breen, though, any insight?
Jenna Bream, no,
No,
yet
not
to
from
comment.
our- not from our,
Still time.
Our lady in the studio here in the background.
Yeah.
Jenna Breen. No word from her.
Yeah.
Bloomer.
Sure, though, that we do have a City Lisburn athlete, though, so, you know,
Yeah,
if we
Alex
can have
Seifert.
some insight on Alex Seifert's life, his hobbies, etc., his personality type. You know, all the interesting stuff. We don't really care about PBs and stuff.
Nah, 24.87 is his PB, but mainly, what's he like?
Yeah, what's he like?
his story,
How is he
Jenna?
within himself?
Yes, yeah.
The key questions.
Life
But,
questions.
So these men are, the wind, as we said, is gusting. It's swirling around a bit around this bowl-shaped arena.
Yeah, Sykes is the fastest in this heat, 22.62 he's ran, but Bloomer looking really good in that 100 metres earlier on, and a good finish from him, so he'll be hoping that it'll be a similar finish for him. But Adam Sykes, obviously second in the 400 metre heats earlier on as well, so plenty of work from him so
And
far.
we have 4 heats on paper listed, so we'll see if they stick to that as we go. So we'd imagine just the winner to go through, plus the 4 fastest times, if indeed they're picking. If there's only 3 heats, it'll be the top 2 in each, and then the 2 fastest times thereafter.
So 5 in this, Bloomer, Scullion, hoping to be as good as his namesake earlier on. Hopefully not run a half marathon time here over 200 metres, but still a good time. Sykes in 4. Bangura is not there from Ross's AC. Seifert from City Lisburn. And Martin O'Donnell then on the outside in the blue of Olympian. We hope, we think.
We think, maybe.
Shot in the dark
Possibly.
for the lads. But Bloomer and Sykes, and in fact Seifert all having ran earlier today, so making their way back into this one.
Yeah, it's all go here. It's a lovely day for sprinting out in that sun anyway. It'll be a blissful temperature, especially after you've warmed up to sprint around.
I think it's meant to be 17, 18 degrees today. I checked the weather earlier on, hence the lack of jackets, etc.
Yes, certainly. Beautiful day. Here
Yeah, it's a
in a
cracking day up
beautiful
here.
setting. There's some great trees here. Look at a tree on the bend there. We could get a quick look there at that towards the left. That big giant tree there in the middle of the
Yeah.
bend. That is a wonderfully
Monstrous,
shaped
yeah.
tree in full of Justin Bloomer.
You'd have to think, yeah, great call. You'd have some people there.
That's
quite
the
underneath.
tree.
There's a
Like there
dog
might be,
there as
there
well,
could be
yeah.
families living in that tree.
It looks
It's
like is it a cockapoo?
picnic time.
Crossing a cocker spaniel and a poodle. Can we get a confirmation on that from those two people if they're listening?
Jen and Breen, perhaps, if you know.
Yeah.
Breed of dog.
Great tree though.
There's a bit of the
Absolutely.
autumnal
Yeah.
hues there coming out.
It could
The
be
reds
Carl.
and the yellows.
It could be, or there is a. I think it may have as a fir tree, as you can see there, at the center of your shot. That fir tree. There is a bug or a kind of bacteria that is causing a lot of the orange issues there. It's heavily prevalent in British Columbia, where I was last summer. It's happened to a lot of trees. It dries them out. And
Really?
leads to wildfires. I'll find out the exact issue with it, but I don't think
Perhaps
that's
we
an
could
issue there.
utilise that bottle of water we got for our lunch and go up and splash the middle of that
Possibly,
tree.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I'll-
hydrate it, perhaps.
I'll look it up there. You take this.
A bit of the Morton Sport
You take the lead here.
carbohydrate drink.
But yeah, very
Um,
common problem and led to massive wildfires in Canada. And
Yeah.
what kills it off is the low temperatures, which obviously they're not having these days. They're having higher temperatures. It's not killing off the bacteria that causes that orange
Yeah.
hue.
And the double issue, I suppose, the high temperatures is they start to kick off the wildfires or help them spread even further,
Yeah, all
as indeed winds do. It's all, yeah, it's a mess. Some great skies over San Francisco, though, on the plus side recently. Made for some very creepy pictures, as you'll have seen online during the week, but
Not sure what kind of
not
creepy
that.
pictures you're looking at online, Cahill, but back to the 200. Bloomer, Scullion, Sykes, and Seaford, and O'Donnell in this. So we're looking really at Orange Grove AC's Adam Sykes, the fastest in the field. Bloomer running well in that 100 earlier on as well, so we'll see how he goes. It's freezing up here, Cahill.
Yeah, it's freezing.
And they're frozen in time at the moment on their marks. They'll go into the set position. It's been a long hold here for these athletes in the set earlier today in the 100. Sykes out well there, centre of his shot. The Orange Grove AC athlete is powering out. Bloomer came late in that 100 metres, but Sykes looking absolutely glorious here in the Orange Grove AC vest, entering into the home straight. He's got a couple of metres to go. Bloomer running strongly there in lane 2. Bloomer from Ballymena and Antrim AC, but it looks like Sykes is going to run away with this one. Clear and dry and home. 23 seconds almost on the dot, and Bloomer in second place. Scullion in third.
Yeah, Adam Sykes, well clear there. Ronan Bloomer. Busy day for all these lads. And they'll be back in action later. 23:02 there, officially, or unofficially, I should say. It is at the moment. Adam Sykes was psyched. And we have results from last heat. 27:50 for our runner-up behind Lauren Roy.
That was in the end, I think, Carl, that was Megan Briggs from Northdown AC.
Yes, Megan Briggs got a 27:50, so we'll see if that was quick enough to advance. I think it is.
Yeah, and up next in the second heat, we should have Joseph Addo of Letterkenny AC, Darren Donoghue of Anley AC, Callum Baird of Ballymena and Antrim, Jordan Cunningham back from that shot put earlier on from City of Lisburn, Sam Boot from Ballymena and Antrim AC, and Addie Joy from City of Lisburn. So we should have 6. We'll probably have 2, and they'll probably have like heats from the 1980s. People that ran in the 1980s are going to be in heat 3.
Perhaps Alan Wells might be in there.
Dimension or something.
But just to confirm from that final heat of the women's 200 metres that Megan Briggs, Catherine McDevitt, and indeed Lauren Roy all go through to the 200 metre final. McDevitt and Briggs ran quick enough in defeat to ensure their place. So they'll all be back later on.
And what's worrying me here, Carl, is that later on we will not have the start list for the final, I don't think. And there's going to be quite a lot of chaos. So if Jenna Breen doesn't get up here and help us, we could be in trouble.
We're good. We've got this. However, we still welcome the input of Jenna Breen if she so chooses to pay us a visit.
Less of the online bullying, though.
Yeah, it's a bit much. We're very fragile.
Particularly Cahill.
Yeah. Cry myself to sleep at night, most nights.
Women's pole vault here as well, Cahill. There's only 3 athletes in this.
Here's
City of
Aving
Lisburn
McMahon,
AC.
I think,
That was
in the shot put.
yeah. Centre on the right-hand side of your shot.
Another City of Lisburn athlete there in the pole vault, though.
That
Can
is
we get
Ella
both of them?
McCarthy. She is a regular
We can.
competitor at the National Senior Championships down in Dublin. The City of Lisburn
Yes.
AC, 4:01.
Great speed on the runway from Ella McCarthy. This is 360, I think that is.
Yeah, well
And
cleared
it
out.
stays on.
She should be the only athlete left in this field at the moment. Erin Fisher and Abby O'Neill jumping 3:35 at their best. So you'd expect McCarthy to be the only athlete still left in the mix, the senior champion. Erin Fisher was
As you
last
see
year's
there,
champ.
First attempt. And
Yellow flag, not sure 100% sure what that
no,
means.
and there's a black and white ribbon there as well. Well, I'm sure that's for the wind purposes of.
Yeah, highly confusing flag work here.
Yeah, not sure about the flag. Is the flag probably for wind as well?
It could be, yeah, or
Although
oil on the track maybe, or safety car. We're not 100% sure. But Ella McCarthy, though, surely in the clear there at 380. Will be going up towards that
outstanding
390
jumping
then.
from her. Well on her way to the title. Back in the pole vault circle. Oh, we've our next heat of the men's 200 metres is also coming up, Ronan. And we'll try and frantically scramble here. So that's the 100 metres. Where is the 200 metres? So, yeah, from lane 2 here. And indeed, so far so good. Lane 2 is Joseph Idu of Letterkenny. Lane 3 is Dara Donoghue of Annalee. Yeah. Lane 4 is Callum Baird of Ballymena and Antrim. Lane 5 should be Jordan Cunningham, but I think he's missing. Yeah. Lane 6 is Sam Booth of Ballymena and Antrim. And lane 7 should be, yes, indeed, he is there. That's Ajith Joy of City of Lisburn AC. 6 men to the line from the inside. Adu, Donoghue, Baird, Booth, and Joy. 5 men, I should say. Jordan Cunningham is missing.
Well, he is here. He threw the shot put earlier.
He is here, but he's
Won the
missing from this
under-20
lineup. Maybe he's hiding in that giant tree on the bend.
Perhaps, yeah, climbing it.
And up away they go. It's a very even start here, and going well there is Dara Donoghue of Annalee, perhaps leading around the bend, but not much to choose between him and Callum Baird at the moment at Ballymena and Antrim. They come off the bend in unison pretty much, and if anything, it's Baird who's got the lead, a 1 metre lead though. But now coming through from Annalee, it's Dara Donoghue. They're pulling well clear here of the others, with Joseph Idu in third and Sam Booth in fourth. But it is the Annalee man to the line. Dara Donoghue, 23-15, takes victory over Callum Baird.
Yeah, an impressive run from those two athletes battling up the home straight. Donoghue, the Annalee man there, looked, as you said, metre or so behind coming off that bend, but then as the stagger unwinds, those two athletes locked together here, Baird and Donoghue, with Donoghue striding away. A lovely high knee lift from him over that last 50 metres or so, and just about a metre to the good. But you'd expect Baird from Ballymena and Antrim to be qualifying for that final. You would expect, just judged off how close he was to the winner of that, Donoghue. 23.95 was Baird's best time, so it should be okay in that, I'd say. You'd have Bloomer and Sykes perhaps from the first heat, and from that one, Donoghue with the win, and second Baird. Next heat should have Daniel Coulter. We better do it now, Carl, because we get distracted by trees or birds, or you'll start interviewing a stick insect or something. Daniel Coulter.
And so what if I do?
Yeah, very wooden performance here from the stick insect. Daniel Coulter.
Stiff.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Not bad, it's
for
great.
you.
It's okay.
For you.
City of Lisburn AC's Daniel Coulter should be in lane 2. And then we should have Najibullah from Hamidi from Lagan Valley, David Merrin from Lockview AC, Donald Hughes from Olympian Youth, Jonathan Carlton from Ballymena and Antrim, and Patrick Crossan from St. Anne's AC.
Yeah, we certainly have men missing here. I think Donald Hughes of Olympian and Youth might be missing. Don't see him there on the start line. Our inner 3
singlet.
men are there. Anyway, Daniel Coulter, Hamidi, and Merrin are all there.
Yeah, Donald Hughes then should be wearing a blue singlet from Olympian Youth, and he is. I'm just going to scratch him off the list here. He's gone.
Put a line through. You're gone. You're done, Donald. Out of there.
And then we should have Jonathan Carlton of Ballymena and Antrim, but who we've seen
yet
earlier
to
on.
ID him on the track.
Don't see him there. Do you want to cut? We'll just cut him up from the list.
I think we can.
He's gone.
Johnny,
Okay.
you're gone. You're
Right,
out of there.
He's gone.
You're out, Johnny.
Cut.
Sorry.
And then
Cut.
Patrick.
22.35 is your result.
Yeah,
So
that's
he's a
disappointing,
disappointing cut.
yeah.
It's a big blow for the race.
Sorry,
Patrick
Jonathan.
Crossan of St. Anne's on the outside. We think he is there in that blue singlet.
Yeah, it looks to be. Yeah.
Oh wait,
Oh.
what singlet is that?
That
Yellow.
That
must be St. Anne's.
St. Anne's, 100%. Yeah, that is guaranteed to be St.
That's
Anne's.
Patrick Crossan. He'll be on the outside. So yeah, we've cut 2 men here with perhaps misplaced confidence, but so far so good.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident that we're good here. We should be okay.
Yeah, we good.
4 athletes in this one. Definitely only 4. No more than that. Coulter, Hamidi, Merrin, and Crossan. 4 athletes. And is that Jonathan? No, I'm just kidding. He's coming out of the bushes. Jonathan Carlton.
Good. The giant tree. We've a pole vault. Ella McCartney's back on the run. Will we get there? We get there just in time. Excellent camera
flies
work,
over
and
it.
she sails over 380.
The camera work only surpassed by the pole vault work here from Ella McCartney. And what has she jumped? They still have it down as 380, but she jumped that in the
No,
last
she jumped
round.
360 in the last round, so that
was
was their first attempt at 380, and it was a successful attempt. Outstanding jumping by her. And again, we apologise for the lateness that we arrived there, but we were trying to work out our 200 metre start line. It built up tension, yeah. Well, we didn't build up any tension, we just kind of abruptly cut to it. But
that's our game. 4:01. She's jumped in the past. She'll certainly be working up towards that.
These men will try to avoid all the tension here as they advance to the 200 metre final. And they are lane 2, Daniel Coulter. Lane 3, Nabijullah Hamidi. Lane 4, David Merrin. And lane 7, Patrick Crossan. Four men, heat 3, top 1 only to go through. Away they go, and it's a pretty even start at the moment, but coming well there in City of Lisburn is Daniel Coulter up the inside. He really is taking it to his rivals on the outside. He's taking many metres out of them at the moment. David Merrin of Lockview there going well in second. Good gap then back to Hamidi and indeed Crossan in third and fourth. But it's going to be very close here for this first automatic spot. And indeed it is Merrin coming through with a flying finish. Takes victory ahead of Daniel Coulter in 24.56. Coulter is an under 18. Merrin is an under 20.
Yeah, maybe experience telling their Cold Road extremely strongly over that first 100 metres and leading well into the home straight. We almost, like we normally would do, just saying that he'd won it, and we were giving him the title there as he entered the home straight. He looked like he was going to storm away from Merrin, from Lockview. But Merrin coming back really strongly there in the outside lanes, and a clear winner in the end. Merrin, fantastic last 50 metres.
Yeah, outstanding stuff.
Yeah, impressive performance from Merrin. And second, obviously, Coulter in that one. So 1 and 2 there. Merrin, the heat winner. Coulter will have to wait, we think, on our fastest spots if we end up with 4 heats.
We do appear to have 4 heats because the other lads are setting their blocks up over there on the back stretch. And
so
we have
we'll
6.
play our investigation game.
Yeah.
Who done it here?
Yeah,
Shercock, I see. We have
is.
Sean Harding there in the outside lanes.
I think we have a missing man on the inside there. Oma Harrier, Oh no, I think he's appeared. There he is in the
From the mist.
black kit on the inside. He's setting his blocks up. So
is that
our
the sun or is it Orange Grove AC?
Shercock man is definitely there. That is Sean Harding. Our City of Lisburn man on the outside is also definitely there. That's Samuel Duncan.
Slam dunk the funk.
Put it up. Tom Poulter of Ballymena and Antrim. I think that's him inside the Shercock man. That is, yeah, it should be. That's one lane inside. That's Stagger. So that will be Tom Poulter of Ballymena and Antrim. He's currently wearing a hoodie trying to deceive us.
Yes, Orange Grove AC's Aaron McCord there is also warming up there. He's just outside of your shot there in the orange. It's great. The Orange Grove AC have really helped us out here because it's a very obvious singlet.
They don't hide.
No, there's no hiding in that orange singlet. And then the Omar Harriers, I'm not seeing them there. Did you say you saw Colin Harkin? Hark, hear the angels sing? No.
There was someone setting up blocks, I think, on the inside, perhaps. No?
I think we only have 4 here, Colin.
3. You might be right. That's probably the Orange Grove man.
Harkin, are we going to cut Harkin? Harkin's cut.
Cut Harkin. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he's cut.
And once I scribble you out, you can't enter the race.
No, you can't. You're done. Harkin, so you're out of there.
We have McCord and Poulter and Harding. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oisin Teep of Olympian Youth. I'm also cutting you. Okay, you're cut. You're gone. Out. Get out. So 4 in this one. McCord, Poulter, Harding, and Duncan. 3, 4, 5, and 7. So we have City of Lisburn out in the outside lanes. He's under 19. Sean Harding and Poulter are under 18s, and McCord, of Orange Grove AC, he's an under 19. He's around 23-36 in the past. He's our likely heat winner there in the orange. They're just settling into their blocks. We might we'll have a look around, see what else is happening. Carl, Ella McCarthy looks like she's gearing up here in the pole vault. See, this is the question. This is the problem here. We've got a man in a hoodie. He looks like he's dilly-dallying, lazily getting ready in these blocks here. But Ellen McCarthy's on her own way. We'll have to
cut him?
He can't be cut. He's on the.
No, we're going to give Ellen McCartney the proper build-up she deserves here for this. Her first attempt at 3:95. This is really outstanding jumping.
Very close to her personal best of 4:01.
Yeah, she's certainly climbing up through these heights rapidly. Muy rapido.
And she's getting some chalk onto her hands there, getting herself ready, steadying herself. Getting the visualization technique going. Thinking about picking up that pace, optimum pace, working on the shoulders. Really psyching herself up here in an Adam Sykes Orange Grove AC style effort.
Certainly, her best indoors this year was 4 meters. 4:01 dates back to last year's when she won the Irish Under-23 title with a record down in Tullamore. Really is the preeminent jumper. It's so great to have a vaulter over 4 meters. 3-time Irish champion.
Yeah, don't think she could be there this year at the National Senior Championships in Dublin.
No, she was second in the indoor champs, 385 down there.
On the runway here now.
And this would be wonderful. 395. This would be the best she's jumped outdoors this year. Can she get it? It's pretty good conditions. The wind is not really kicking up too much. Up she comes, and now aborts mission there. 3/4 away through that vault. Just knew perhaps the speed in the takeoff. It wasn't quite there, so she'll go again. And the wind is kicked up, and it's right into her face there as she runs down that runway at the moment. So perhaps just the speed not quite there on that one. Maybe the wind will kick back around and beat her back next time, and she'll get the necessary speed and correct planting to get herself over that lofty height of 395. But we're on their marks for the fourth and final heat of the men's 200 metres from the inside. Lane 3, Aaron McCord of Orange Grove. Lane 4, Tom Poulter of Ballymena and Antrim. Lane 5, Sean Harding of Shercock. And Lane 7, Samuel Duncan of City of Lisburn.
Yeah, last and final heat here. 4 heats, so winners of each, and then 4 fastest qualifiers. We actually don't know that for certain. We've just decided that's the qualifying procedure. So out very strongly there, Aaron McCord of Orange Grove AC in the orange, just on the right hand side of your shot, and the Shercock AC man Sean Harding. Is going to be a serious battle between these two. Harding looked like he's leading coming into the home straight from Shercock, the Cavan man. He's got 2 metres to the good on McCord, but McCord will be coming back at him over the last 50 metres. But Harding doing this the hard way. 50 metres to run, storming away from McCord, and they've reached McCord 1 and 2. They've decided on 22.93 for Sean Harding. 22.93 the win in that one. McCord in second.
Yeah, outstanding piece of commentary there, you'd have to say. Even an impartial judge would have to say. Impressive stuff there by the Shercock man, Sean Harding. Off the bend with flying form. It looked to be a bit of a tailwind there, I think. But it would have been a headwind as he came around that bend for sure. So fingers crossed we can get some favourable winds here later on in the day. A few athletes doing some wonderful hill reps there over the back, top of the back straight. It's great to see.
Yeah. And
working hard. So our long jump is ongoing on the back straight now at the 200 metres. Next up on track though, now that those 200 metres are finished, it's the mixed 3K walk.
yeah, it's going to be 6 minutes time.
But Ella McCartney, no rest for the wicked. And 3.95, her second attempt. Fortunately, there is still a headwind as she'll come down that runway, but it is gusting a bit. In fact, it's dying down now, that flag. So she'll have her 60 seconds and she'll be studying that flag, I'm sure, and wondering, right, maybe now is a good time to set off. Give it a crack. This will be a brilliant clearance if she can get it. She's jumped 3.83 already this year. That was just here last week. So off she sets. Great speed again on the runway. Plants. She goes for it this time, but perhaps just a little too close to the bar. Looked like perhaps the height was there, but perhaps that arc just a bit far forward, I suppose. Well, who are we to judge? But that's what it looked like to this extremely amateur eye, Ella McCartney. And she'll have one more crack at that, but either way, she's going to leave here with a goal today. Mission accomplished on that front, but will it be mission accomplished when it comes to the height? Because I'm sure she would much rather leave here with a 3.95 rather than a 3.80 clearance. And perhaps she can even put that bar up towards the 4 metre barrier if she gets it. And we're back over on the long jump runway. Amid the confusion of athletes, 1, 2, 6. And I'm looking at the men's long jump, as if that even helps. Men's long jump. We have sorry, this is the men's triple jump. Hence my lack of information and absolute uselessness. As the music blares, it's really affecting concentration levels here. Yeah, the men's triple jump indeed it is that's getting going over there. Men's long jump is not until 3 p.m, so quite a bit to wait until that. And I'll pull up this start list, wherever it is exactly. Ah yes, triple jump. An Irish champion, Jay Benson, be back in action here. There was Mark Burton we saw a while ago there of Queen's University. And 156 is Daniel Scott of City of Lisburn, but that is definitely not a City of Lisburn vest. That's a Tier Connell vest. And that is Mark Connell Mahan of Tier Connell. So we have the double, I think we have the double runway in use again here, do we? Yeah, Daniel Scott of City of Lisburn was last in action there, and the other one he jumped 13.48. That effort looks like it was 13.29 by Connell Mahan. So the defending champion here is Mark Burton, 15.24 at his best, the Queen's University Belfast, but sure he'll have company in the form of Jay Benson We'll be going towards that 15-meter barrier. And we'll try and keep as best an eye as we can on this as it proceeds. This looks like our other Tyrconnell vest, which would be Quailán O'Callaghan. It is indeed Quailán O'Callaghan. Just runs through there. And then back up the runway. And our next up on track, it is a race walk. We're about 5 minutes away from that. And checking out what else is happening after that. So it's going to be mixed 3K race walk at 12:20, which should be now. But I don't see them over there. Oh yeah, they're just getting ready there behind the start. And then it's 5,000 meters women at 12:45, and then we're into the 800s for about 45 minutes then from 1:15 or so. So it's all distance action on the track for the next while as we see our City of Lisburn man. That is that is Joshua Knox, I think. Is that Joshua Knox? 2:08 is, sorry, Samuel Duncan, that is. He's an under 19 athlete. 13 something, and a big cheer goes up from Mr. Duncan. He's delighted with that. And yes, that's 11 something from, we'll see there. The officials are lightning quick as they put up those scores.
Almost too quick, Cathal.
11:71 from Samuel Duncan, and a big cheer went up when he saw that, heard that called out. And thankfully our cameraman is watching, because we reverted back over to the third and final attempt for Ellen McCartney at 3:95. The day has already been golden for her. Will it be even greater? This would be a brilliant clearance if she could get it.
Yeah, you'd imagine that she'll give it a serious crack here. Obviously, the third and final attempt being a serious clutch attempt as the adrenaline is at its peak for these athletes. It'll be close to her personal best of 4:01. It's only 6 centimeters short, so it's at the upper end of her ability at the moment. It'll be a great performance here. I think we'll hear quite the shriek here if she goes over this.
She has nailed it. A perfect jump. And we can see, I'm sure that's her family members there to beyond, and they're delighted with that.
It was incredibly
As she
impressive.
takes it in her stride, and well, we said she looked like she got a bit close to the bar last time. She was perfect there. Absolutely perfect as she went over that. Jay Benson went out to 13, I think it's 70 something in the triple jump. That may have taken the early lead, but I'm sure he'll be going much longer than that. We'll see a replay of that from Ellen McCartney, because this is a jump worth savouring again. The wind died down a bit. You can see the photographers there ready to capture the moment as she takes off to look into their lenses, because this is one of the moments of the day here, the Mary Peters track. Certainly the moment of the day so far. Ellen McCartney soars over plenty to spare there. Definitely the bones of a 4-meter jump there or higher. And we're away and gone in the 3K race walk running. And there's going to be 7.5 laps to cover here. And we'll try and keep tabs on the triple jump at the same time, which has just got underway there in the back straight a while ago. And we'll update what's happening here in this 3,000 meter race walk. And it is a Finn Valley man out front. As we see Jay Benson here on the runway. And he aborts mission there midway through that jump.
He does. The 3 athletes in this one. We got Brian O'Donnell from Finn Valley AC out the front of this. Number 150 there. He's a senior athlete from Finn Valley. In second place
Siobhan Doherty.
It certainly is. And in third place then the Letterkenny man, Danny Sharkey. There. 151 is Danny Sharkey. So good competition here. They've 2 senior men, and the under-20 title can already be given out to Siobhan Doherty of Tyrconnell AC.
Barring disqualification running.
Very true, yes. Commentator's curse hopefully will not come into play there. The wind has kicked up here. Colin's timetable has flown. Not unlike Ellen McCarthy over the pole vault there. It's flown clear, but he's managed to get it back together. 4:05 Ellen McCarthy's going to be going for in a moment. She's taking her time, resting up, so it still is.
A lifetime best, 4:06 I think it is it?
Could be 4:06. Yeah, we're kind of
maybe she has jumped 4:05 somewhere. Yeah, it's an optical illusion.
Brian O'Donnell here at the moment, though, still leading this one out. No illusion here. He is number 1. He's in the lead. The man from Finn Valley going through there in 1 minute and 48 seconds through the first 400 meters. So No record's going to be broken here by Brian O'Donnell, but he's hoping to get the win anyway, for sure, and bring it back to Finn Valley.
Absolutely, and it looks like he's well on his way at the moment. He is powering around that bend there. I don't see the timeout station, you know.
Oh, the pen.
The pen,
oh,
the
hurdles,
sin
yeah.
bin, as they say in the race walking game.
Maybe they've gone traditional here and they're just going to can them all together. Yellow cards, out, get out.
Yeah.
Unsure as to the current situation on the sin binning. Hopefully there will be no sin binning. Who knows? Who can tell? We do know that O'Donnell is in the lead here from Finn Valley. Second place is our
O'Donnell is out dominating. Sue Mulholland says, "Good job, Ellen McCartney," and so say all of us.
Absolutely. Here is Sinead Siobhan Doherty of Tier Connell AC, the under 20 women's athlete here. She's going to win the senior title as well. Double gold for that athlete at the moment, leading this, barring disqualification. You see in the background of your shot there, that is Danny Sharkey of Letterkenny AC, and looks like Ellen McCartney is getting ready here on the runway. So we will cut to the champion here, the pole vaulter, 4:06. She's going at here at the moment. Well, that's behind our. I still think it's at 4:06.
Yeah, we do believe it's 4:06. We can just about see the score there. That's it, unless they're adjusting it.
No, it's been left at 4:06.
They're having a good think about it anyway.
Yeah.
They're like, how are we thinking about this presentation here, lads?
Yeah.
Are we happy with this?
Is
a
this
bit
the
off
pole
centre. A little bit off centre.
Red? Do we like to colour red? Should that be used? I'm not 100% sure.
Too negative connotation.
Yeah.
Red.
Lots of conversations
associated with failure.
Although most teams that wear red tend to win.
Yeah.
That's also been proven. So
but I was reading a thing about it in Facebook. Notifications are red for addictive reasons that make you click on them. Because red is programmed as a human condition, as a danger signal. Red, fire alarm.
Yes, okay, yeah.
It triggers a feeling of panic, which is why the notifications on most apps are red, whereby you feel the need, not just a want, to click and open to see them.
And David Shea has pointed out that the Entry logo is a red logo.
Yeah,
possibly for the same reason.
Exactly.
Or mainly because he's a Dunedin AC athlete and went, I like red, yeah, we'll pick that.
Yeah. Absolutely, but
will Ellen McCartney be seeing red here after this? Hopefully not.
Who knows? Well, she will be seeing red if she looks at her vest or if she looks at that
gold.
board, because she sees red on that board. But 4:05 would be outstanding jumping, as we see. And in the triple jump, just keeping tabs on that, because obviously we don't have the live results system.
Yeah, McCartney here on the runway.
We'll focus our attention on the pole vault runway for the time being. And those three photographers there will have snapped a good view there. I'm sure there's clear sky behind as they looked upwards at that bar.
Yeah, an impressive performance from Ellen so far.
It's as it was in the race walk from the beginning, with the gaps merely growing, but we see the first attempt, not quite there that time for Ellie McCartney.
Now we're back to the race walk at the moment. It is O'Donnell still in the lead from Finn Valley.
Yeah, our leader is just coming around there by the hammer cage, or behind the hammer cage, and he's about to lap the first athlete, the Letterkenny man. And he motors on by there with pristine technique.
So O'Donnell, Brian O'Donnell going by Danny Sharkey of Letterkenny, the Battle of the Donegal men. And Siobhan Doherty is in second in that. So over on the triple jump runway, so we don't have an idea of exactly who is leading that one. That's O'Donnell there at the lead of this walks field. A quick look over to our triple jump runway, the Silly Lisburn man here. On the runway, there's three.
Yeah, I think this is Samuel Duncan. I think 208. It is indeed 208. Is up on the screen there. 1350. Unless that was the last person, but I think that is Samuel Duncan. It is indeed 208. His number on his vest.
Yes, he's an under 19 there, and that one. And up next in that, we're going to have Daniel Scott of City Lisburn as well.
Oh yes, he was the man who jumped 11 something last time, and he is quite content there. I think it must have been a personal best or close to it last time, because he was delighted with his
So our leader in the
His
Okay.
efforts, yeah.
11.94 there. It appears.
Yeah, Daniel Scott now from City Lisburn up next in this one. So 3 City Lisburn men in this. Joshua Knox, last year's champ, under 18 champ, went earlier on. And Joy Benson also in this one as well, the Lagan Valley man. So 2 pools in this one, the confusing pool gate. Daniel Scott, though, no confusion there, powering down the runway into the pit. Successful jump. It's Brian O'Donnell there from Finn Valley going by in the walk. It's definitely an 11 call from Daniel
Certainly.
Scott. Joy Benson now powering down the runway, the Lagan Valley man. Last year's under 20 boys champion. Huge jump from him.
As he told me at the Nationals, it's actually Jay Benson,
Jay Benson.
despite the spelling. It's confusing.
Very confusing.
But
He
yeah,
was-
we'd expect him to very much be in contention for this title, so we'll see what he can manage with 13.79 already. Can he go further, or farther, to be more precise about it? 14, always good to see on the board, but how far up the 14s is Jay Benson going today? That official knows, and the people over there know.
14.69 is PB. 14.06, good effort from him. Probably his best effort of the day so far.
Yeah, great stuff.
But back here to the race walk, there's Brian O'Donnell there out the lead of this one. And in second place, it is our man from Letterkenny. We've got a female athlete in there as well in this. So that's Danny Sharkey in second place. For Brian O'Donnell leading this way out in front. 3 laps to go for him in this 3,000 metre race walk. And we have second place then is Siobhan Doherty. She's just there in the back straight in the red of Tyrconnell. She's the leader here in the women's event. 3 athletes entered in this one. So that is
As we
Siobhan
see
Doherty.
on the triple jump runway though, in the back there, we'll catch him before he jumps. I think that is that Sam Burton? Or sorry, not Sam Burton. Mark Burton, Queen's University Belfast.
I don't
He
think
took
it
a
is. That's a blue singlet from Queen's University, so that could be one of the Ballymena men. 1-8.
Ah, you're right.
So it's either
But I
Cameron
think-
Layton or Johnny Cochrane.
But Mark Burton's Mark Burton's number is on the screen, so he'll be next up. Yeah, indeed he will. Queen's University.
Yeah.
He's down the.
Last year's champion. It's on the
Yeah, he
runway.
is further down the runway there.
I think it's
No,
just
I think
to
it's
the
to the
left.
left. Yeah, he's in the black there. Further left.
Your
There
other
we
left.
are.
Yeah.
There
That-
he is, ready to roll.
That is the Ballymena and Antrim man.
yes,
so
it
Mark
is.
Burton is not up yet.
Mark
That
Burton,
looks like-
perhaps. Oh, we're not sure
He's
where
on
Mark
our
Burton
list.
is, but the
Mark Burton, where are you?
yes,
This is Kaelan O'Callaghan in the triple jump
the double runways is giving
and
us.
the double pulls. There's too much action here. Too much action.
Okay, now the numbers are changing.
Tyrconnell AC. up
Next, it's Connell Mahan of Tyrconnell.
Sorry, that was Johnny Cochrane, the last one.
This is Connell Mahan.
And Ella McCartney certainly is her in the.
Yeah, a little
Second
doubt there
effort.
in the pole vault. This is most definitely Ellie McCartney, and she is lining up here for her second attempt at 4:06. The wind is pretty much a tailwind at the moment, but it's kind of dropping that flag. But if anything, it's behind her, so that will do her the world of good. Generating speed, obviously, a hugely important part of all this. All that kinetic energy goes somewhere once it's put into the bar. Pops you back up. As Mondo Duplantis' dad described, he's like a pea on the end of a spoon when it came to describing physics of how it all worked. And that was close. That was a much better attempt by Ella McCartney. And certainly it looks like that height is possible for her today. And she'll have one more chance at it.
Yeah, and she's shown already that she is a clutch jumper with that third attempt at 3.95, getting over that at her ease in the end. So potentially gonna get over it in the last and final round. There's Brian O'Donnell there from Finn Valley. He's coming up with 600 meters left to walk, and I think that is
And it's lap time again. And this time, Siobhan
Siobhan
Doherty
Doherty.
is being usurped. And 600 meters now to go for him. There'll be a K to go for Siobhan Doherty.
Starting new Siobhan Doherty there, the winning athlete here in this women's race walk. She's an under 18 athlete, and Brian O'Donnell, the senior champion in waiting here. Flying around, very impressive walk from him. 500 metres left to walk, and he's lapped the field of 2 athletes. Danny Sharkey then from Letterkenny AC, he's going to get a silver medal there in those championships. But it is the main man, Brian O'Donnell. Impressive style from him here, in the blue and white of Finn Valley.
Yeah, he's going to be lapping
Danny Sharkey.
Danny Sharkey for the second time, I would say, on this final lap as he comes through. Sharkey comes through now with 2 laps to walk, but the sweet sound of the bell will await Brian O'Donnell. Brian O'Donnell, I should say.
Yeah, Ní O'Donnell would indicate he was a lady.
Ah, of course.
You're Irish. Obviously, North School Reach wasn't a priority, was it?
It was not, no. we didn't think too much on the Irish.
I like calling him Brian. He could be Brian. I'm going to say Brian. Let's give him his...
Brian, yeah. It's clearly an Irish Gael goer, so Brian O'Donnell is heading up the back straight, or about to turn into the back straight for the final time. And he leaves Paddy Sharkey eating his dust in the slipstream, about 20 metres behind. And
I guess that's what he said to Danny Sharkey.
Yeah, he said,
eat my dust.
Eat my dust.
Eat my shorts, Sharkey. O'Donnell going well.
And great matching shoes there as well. With the singlet, he gets a close look there from the judge as he walks by, but the judge says, you're all right, mate.
I think he was just going like, that is a wonderful ensemble you've arrived in today, with the blue and white.
Coordination.
Yeah, O'Donnell's thought about this, let's be honest. Like 200 metres left to go. He's thinking, I'm going to look great now when I come across the line in my blue and white setup. Finn Valley AC, sunglasses and all.
Is there a bit of blue in those sunglasses, or am I imagining that? Certainly a bit of white.
Possibly. You'd expect O'Donnell to bring that kind of classy effort, blue and white all over. Except for the black shorts, of course, and the black socks. His socks are almost... matching.
The shorts.
The shorts, yeah. But also, you'd expect ankle socks here, wouldn't you? They look like... Do you know when you
they're
sometimes
the in-between ones. You don't know if they're ankle or tube.
Hard to know.
But I tell you what, he'll be well on his way here into about a 14:30, 14:40 kind of time for 3K. Very good race walking. And the Finn Valley man is on his way to success. And a gold medal. He will be the champion of Ulster in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, the champ's champ, Brian O'Donnell.
14:37 on the clock. Oh, I got you there with my Brian O'Donnell. It's force of habit.
Yeah. Can't get it out of the system now. But
to the line, brilliantly done, and a wide smile on his face. He's delighted with that. Great Adidas shoes as well, loving them.
Yeah.
No Vaporfly cheating here, Ronan.
No, certainly not. Cheats out. Ella McCartney, we'll have about a minute or two before she looks like she's going to get onto the line. Siobhan Doherty here with a lap to go from Tyrconnell. She's going to be the women's champion.
You will not miss a jot of that final attempt by Ella McCartney. Will be straight back in once she does grab that pole and head to the runway. But right now she's milling around, taking her time. So we'll herald our champion of the women's race walk before she becomes the champion, assuming she gets through this final lap unscathed. There is a judge over in that back straight who casts a close eye. There's not much judging on up the home straight though, Ronan.
No, I feel this could be a good.
I feel this could be a good place for them to run.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be a little bit of running, or maybe already has been some running up that home straight, because the judges are interested in the cheese sandwiches that we were dished out earlier on. Perhaps.
Yeah, but Siobhan Doherty here of Tyrconnell. She's going to pass the judge here for the final time. You'll see the judge just in the background in about 5 to 10 seconds. And he will be studying that technique. And now she says, I better walk properly past this chap. He takes a long look down at those feet and says, are you locking out? Yes. Is your foot hitting the ground and staying straight until it passes under your hip? Yes.
Also, the lack
are your feet not leaving the ground, at least to my visual eye? Yes. Siobhan Doherty is going to be on her way to goal, but we better look back to the pole vault, because this is an attempt we do not want to miss from Ella McCartney. It is her third and final attempt, and barring an Angelica Bankston type situation where she breaks a pole and is given another few minutes like she was in the world final in Doha last year to have a fourth attempt, the unusual fourth attempt, this will be Ella McCartney's last try at this, unless she goes clear. So can she go clear?
You'll see Siobhan Doherty walking by now in a moment from Tyrconnell AC.
This would be a lifetime best. And as the dance tunes pump out here, you can see her bobbing her head there. She is telling herself in her head she's going to get over this bar before she does it with her body. A psychological battle is one that needs to be won for all these vertical jumpers. Positions her feet towards her mark. As you can see, all positive thoughts. Ellen McCartney is going to be telling her before she sets off. Siobhan Doherty is coming down towards the finish. 50 metres to walk for her. She's going to be the race walk champion, but we'll stick with this because this could be history for Ellen McCartney. Her third and final attempt at 4:06. It will be a lifetime best. And what's been a forgettable year for so many, she could give this 2020 reason to remember for all the right reasons. Up she comes, great speed. It's close, but not quite there.
Just shy of that, hitting that almost with her knee there on the way down, but an impressive attempt. She's definitely got that
height in
height
her.
in her, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Winner there of the women's race walk, that is Siobhan Doherty, the champ.
Yeah, just gathering her breath.
Hard
Well done
walk.
to her.
Lap to go here for Danny
Fraternising
Sharkey.
with the men's champion.
Yeah,
Brian
wonderful
O'Donnell.
stuff.
And yes, Paddy Sharkey comes up here with one lap to walk. He'll get the sweet, sweet sound of the bell. After this, if you're wondering what's coming up on track, it's going to be the women's 5,000 metres. That's at 12:45, so about 5 minutes. They're already, I think, are they over in the back straight? Yeah, they're over doing a few strides over there. I see the Olympian, Kerry O'Flaherty, is there. We'll see, we'll get a proper look at that field soon enough. But that'll be very much one to look forward to. 12.5 laps. It's pretty good conditions here at the Mary Peters Arena. A bit breezy, but lovely temperatures. Bit of sun in the sky, but not too much. It's just as what you'd pick if you were looking to run a 5k, really, in terms of temperature. As we saw this morning in Larne, with that Northern Irish record, brilliant performance by Stephen Scullin, 61:08.
Yeah.
It is a morning to run fast.
Let's just get a look at the triple jump there, as we have quite a few athletes getting themselves psyched.
Yeah, we see Jay Benson's 14:50 something there. 14:55, I think it is.
He jumped 14.69 past year and 14.06 there in the third round.
Yeah, it appears to be 14:56. I think it's up on the board there alongside his number. Jay Benson, so the City of Lisburn, or sorry, he's not City of Lisburn.
No, he's Lagan Valley.
Yeah.
I see, I think with the
Here
City
he
of
is.
Lisburn athletes.
This could be long, Jay Benson.
Under 200 meters left.
Yeah, the St. Malachy's a schoolboy. Getting
Yeah,
the
it was 14:56 flashed up already there for him, so we'll see if that is an improvement. And that official, helpfully. Is it a 5? Are we going up or are we going down? It's certainly staying on 14 anyway. 14:19, no improvement for him. So 14:56 still leads Jay Benson, and he goes over, rests his head on the concrete slab and says, I need to find more. As he was, what did I think it was? His magic dust or something he referred to at the Irish Senior Championships. With that clutch 6th round jump, he said, I didn't want to be depressed going home back to Belfast and stopping in the, I think it was the Burger King. He said, I didn't want to be depressed in Burger King. So he said, I need to do something here and cop on and win this title. And he did. And he's well on his way to winning the Northern Irish title to add to the Irish title, as we see Paddy Sharkey up to the finish. And there is a race walk judge here. He gets a close look from the race walk judge.
He was in fact in front of us the whole time.
Yes.
Well,
There are two here in the home straight.
And
There's no escaping.
Danny Sharkey has made it. I can confirm as well that Mark Burton is actually in that competition over there in the blue of Queen's University. We haven't caught him so far on our cameras, but he's just had a run through. Okay, but he is there, and he was last year's champion. He's jumped 15:24 in the past, so not out there at the moment. But he is knocking around. There he is behind Jay Benson.
12 something goes up there on the board. I think that'll probably be what his best was, 12:69. But perhaps something a little amiss with Mark Burton. But yes, he is indeed there. We see a few parents and coaches behind there, keeping sketch, as it were.
Yeah, here's
so our race walkers are done and dusted. Officials just tallying all the news there.
Yeah, here is, I think, Conal Mahon of Tyrconnell AC down the runway.
Great speed there. Great final phase there. You can see after that step or skip, whatever you want to call it, he really does elevate well on that third phase.
So next on track we have
He looks to have gone well there.
This field we have Grace Carson of Minnesota,
10:69, I think. That official is currently
Newcastle,
13. Sorry, I was wondering. 13:69 there from Conal Mahan. So good attempt.
Peter Ward
In fact, it's been improved to 13:99, so 1 centimetre short of the 40 metres. A very good triple jump competition going on here. Some top quality stuff, particularly in the outer pit.
Yeah, our women's 5k field is just going to the line here, and this should be a cracker of a race. In this, we've got Grace Carson, the Northern Irish 3,000 metre record holder. We've also got Kerry O'Flaherty, of course, the Olympian in Rio in the steeplechase, stepping up the 5k. And I'm sure we'll have Olympic ambitions here as well.
Yeah, and that's Lifford Strabane there, Claire McGuigan. Del Monaghan is not present from Dublin City Harriers. And then on the outside, we've got Nikita Burke and Niamh Kelly of Letterkenny AC. So your full field in this one. Emer Nicol, Kerry O'Flaherty, Grace Carson, Claire McGuigan, Nikita Burke and Niamh Kelly.
12.5 laps to negotiate.
So the taller of the two Letterkenny athletes is Nikita Burke. Just there on the right hand side of your shot. So up to the line, Nicol, O'Flaherty, Carson, McGuigan, Burke and Kelly. Straight to the front is O'Flaherty and Carson.
Yeah, no surprises here, I guess. Carson certainly showing an interest. Carson's only 20 years old, of course. 9:31 her best for 3k. Outdoors she's run 16:33. At least that's the best we can find for her at the moment, but Kerry O'Flaherty will certainly be taking close order and marking her danger woman in the hunt for this Northern Irish title. But Carson is setting out at a good solid tempo. Kerry O'Flaherty right on her tail, just going to try and use that advantage of sitting in her slipstream through these opening laps and try and save a bit of energy.
Absolutely.
Kerry O'Flaherty is a sub-16 performer, of course, at her best. 15:58 is her best. She's already run 16:39 for this distance this year. At the Nationals, she was 10th in the Irish Championships over 5k. So she won't have been too pleased with that, but if she can bag herself a Northern Irish title, or perhaps even a silver medal, it'll be putting a good shine on a summer for her.
Yeah, certainly, and the field is very much together there. You've Nikita Burke then in third place in this one, and then Lifford Strabane's Claire McGuigan then in fourth. Just behind that then Armagh AC's Emer Nicol then in the blue, and at the very back of the field Niamh Kelly. Field all very much together.
Yeah, 84 seconds for the first 400 metres, so nothing really to write home about in terms of pace. It's something Grace Carson and Kerry O'Flaherty have run much quicker than this kind of pace, and as you can see, that is the reason they're all grouped together, really. Grace Carson's led this, but she's not decided to really go for it yet anyway. She's 20 years old only, is Grace Carson. So she's a full 19 years now younger than Kerry O'Flaherty, but as we see, Kerry O'Flaherty is only really getting better with time. Her best runs have all come in recent years in her 30s. And she'll certainly be trying to again launch an Olympic bid next year. All these athletes a lot of them are wearing racing flats. I think Grace Carson might be in a pair of spikes there out front, perhaps. But Kerry O'Flaherty, certainly anyway in those new ASICS runners, which obviously comply with the new regulations, 25mm maximum.
Yeah, it's impressive front running performance here from Carson at the moment, and she's trying to put pressure on the rest of the field. It's nothing too exciting at the moment in terms of the pace, but it's starting to open up a little bit there, as you can see at the back of the field. Niamh Kelly there from Letterkenny and Armagh SC's Emer Nicol there, maybe touching a little bit of ground, but for them kind of edging away at this moment in time. McGuigan, Burke, Kerry O'Flaherty and Grace Carson at the front.
And we're in the 6th and final round now of the men's triple jump. So we're just getting the running order sorted, and we'll try and bring you that final action. The athletes just patrol on their gear. Maybe it's actually concluded, is it?
I was going to say,
athletes look like they're pretty much rounded up and properly putting on all their gear, so I think we might be done and dusted there, but we'll stick with the 5k. If there is action to come in that triple jump, we'll bring it to you, as it's been from the outset. Here's the K, 3:25 for Grace Carson, so it's a steady enough old tempo. Again, nothing too Nothing too extreme at the moment. 17:30 is 3:30 pace, of course. So this is about 17:05 pace they've gone through the first kilometre. So nothing too extreme for Grace Carson or indeed Kerry O'Flaherty. The other athletes will certainly be approaching their limit at this point, but I'd say Grace Carson and Kerry O'Flaherty might have another gear or two in the locker.
Yeah, you can see there with at the back of the field, Emer Nicol and Niamh Kelly. This is starting to put them to the pin of their collar there. Nicol trying to hold on to McGuigan, 3-hour marathoner from Lifford Strabane, but at the moment, a little bit of a gap growing there from 4th back to 5th and 6th, with Carson looking like she's full of running here at the front of Flaherty in 2nd, and Burke there, Nikita Burke, the tall athlete from Letterkenny, taking a little bit closer order. I would suspect these three are going to try and move away from McGuigan over this 5k distance. Carson, though, without doubt, in the lead. Kerry O'Flaherty sitting there in 2nd. Burke gone around onto the shoulder of O'Flaherty and could probably do with just sitting in at the moment, because there is not much happening at the front of this field, with Carson just churning out the pace. A very, very much an even pace at the moment from Carson at the front. O'Flaherty in 2nd, Burke 3rd, McGuigan 4th, and a bit of a gap then growing back to Emer Nicol and Niamh Kelly.
Yeah, Carson finished 3rd indoors at the British University Championships over 3k. 9:51 there, good running for 3k, although she ran much quicker than that last year. 5th last year here in Belfast, last August. I think that must have been the Belfast International. It was indeed, over 3k, 9:31. At the ripe old age, not so old age, of 19. So that was great running by her last year, while still a junior, or an under 20 as we call it now. But Grace Carson is a big, big talent, and if she passes through here, well, another lap or so, that'll be the 2k marker. So we'll give you that split when we have it, but it looks like it's still around that low 17-minute pace that Grace Carson is churning out. But each lap that goes by running, Kerry O'Flaherty will be starting to feel more and more confident as she can launch something.
Yeah, last year's champion Kerry O'Flaherty from Newcastle and District. That 5:28 first mile or 1600 or so wouldn't have put too much pressure on her there, or Nikita Burke behind her. McGuigan then is working a little bit harder to hang on to these front three, who are very much running within themselves, and then a big gap growing back to Nicol and Kelly. But certainly at the front of this field, that gap is now growing back to McGuigan. It is O'Flaherty in 2nd, Burke in 3rd, and Carson leading as she has done from the start. O'Flaherty is sitting in there in 2nd place, running a little bit extra distance, just holding court there on the outside of that first lane. Those three athletes still together. McGuigan trying gamely to hang on and has closed that gap as they enter into the back straight. Carson leading into the wind. It's going to be a tough way to win it here. Kerry O'Flaherty, last year's champion, she'll have to wrestle that title from her. It'll be difficult, and Carson's going about it in the most difficult manner possible, leading from the front.
Yeah, this is the 2k marker they're passing now, and I think its pace is picking up here. It's about 6:48, so that was about a 3:23 kilometre after the 3:25 that open proceedings, but it's pretty consistent, as we said, so it's in and around that very low. It's pretty much bang on 17-minute pace they're running at the moment. That'll be good running, and I'm sure a couple of our leaders will pick this up from here, but Nikita Burke is taking very close order there, and the inside in 3rd, and Kerry O'Flaherty obviously in 2nd, and Claire McGuigan as well in 4th. She looks like perhaps just hanging off the back a little. You'd imagine if there's any further injections, just visually, I suppose, Claire McGuigan you'd think will be first to drop, and indeed as we pass through now with 7 laps to run, it looks like our big three are showing out front: Carson, O'Flaherty and Burke. Probably about 7 or 8 metres back to McGuigan. Then our other two athletes are just passing down now, and they have about 50 to 60 metres in arrears, and fortunately for them that'll only be getting wider. Emer Nicol and indeed
that's Niamh Kelly there at the back, yeah, of Letterkenny AC. But that gap has now grown, Cathal. McGuigan has been dropped by those front three. The 3-hour marathoner, she should have the endurance to come back and to maybe hold that gap and hope for some break from Burke perhaps, or Flaherty or Carson over that last couple of laps. But these three now have broken away from McGuigan. Carson still in the lead as she has been from the start. O'Flaherty there in 2nd and Burke in 3rd place. These three athletes working together here. Carson leading away. She has done from the very, very start. Good arm carriage there. She moves at the front of that field, so it's a very difficult way for her to try and burn off O'Flaherty here. O'Flaherty has ran quicker, So it's going to be up to who can throw in and who can throw in that last couple of laps. You'd expect Flaherty, last year's champion, to have the experience and the ability over those last couple of laps to duke this out with Carson. But Carson, the younger athlete, is running very well here. And Burke from Letterkenny, all the way from Donegal, hoping to win this title here.
Yeah, there's very little to choose here as they pass through with 6 laps to run. Nikita Burke, 33-year-old. She's well, officially a best of 16:34. But also accomplished up towards the half marathon, 81 minutes for the half marathon. She ran that 16:34 earlier this year and finished 6th at the Irish Senior Championships indoors over 5,000 metres. Or sorry, that was outdoors, of course, 3,000 metres indoors. She finished 6th just, what's that, 2 weeks ago now or so, 3 weeks ago at the Irish Nationals. Nikita Burke. And so she beat Kerry O'Flaherty there, where Kerry O'Flaherty finished 10th. Can she beat her here when I suppose there is truly a title on the line for them? No Michelle Finn to worry about here today. It's just Grace Carson, Kerry O'Flaherty and Nikita Burke. 3 athletes, 3 medals, but who's going to get what colour? They're going to be coming up to 3K here. So we give you that split as they cross the line. An important one, but it's very respectable running if below the best of all these athletes. Obviously all these athletes have run in around 16 minutes. 16 something. And this might just creep into the 16s here depending on how they close over these final 5 laps. But with 2K to run, it's going to be about 10-15 or so just outside that as they pass through. They've slowed up a little through this 3rd kilometre. And indeed it is 10-17, 10-16 on the clock as they pass through 3,000 metres. So we are looked to be headed for something in the low 17 minutes. But there might be a big kick launched, and Grace Carson Ronan is doing it the hard way.
She certainly is, and she definitely slowed down now over that last 300 metres or so, and you could see O'Flaherty and Burke almost running into the back of her there as they enter to come up the home straight. So she could be steadying herself for a little bit of a move here that she might throw down maybe with a mile to go. We'll see how that runs out, but she seems to be surging and picking it up and trying to put pressure on O'Flaherty and Burke. But certainly these 3 locked together here. There's nothing between them, and Burke has had the easiest of the lot, flanked by both athletes. Carson in the lead, having to do all the work. O'Flaherty just sitting on her shoulder, ready to pounce. But coming up now, we're 150 metres short of that mile to go point, and that will be, you'd expect one of these athletes will have to throw down a long surge to the finish. And Carson, having led from the start, has she got anything left to throw at the other athletes over the last 4 laps here? O'Flaherty looking very relaxed and Burke just in behind.
Yeah, I mean, based on, I suppose, track pedigree, you'd have to assume O'Flaherty becomes the favourite if it goes on. She is a 4:12 1500 metre runner at the best. That dates back about 5 years ago now. It was 2015 when she ran that. Kerry O'Flaherty, and of course we all know about her accomplishments when it comes to steeplechase. She's run at European indoor championships, outdoor championships, cross country. She really has spanned across so many championships, has Kerry O'Flaherty, internationally for Ireland and indeed Northern Ireland. And we're seeing her here on her way to what could be another Northern Irish title. Defend the title she won last year, but can she do it? It's not going to be easy to get past these 2 athletes. The athlete behind her, Nikita Burke, is 6 years her junior. The athlete in front of her, Grace Carson, is 19 years her junior. But Grace Carson has gone out hard to try and burn them off one by one, and she's done that for all but 2 athletes. And with 3.5 laps to run, she is yet to, I suppose, land a truly remarkable blow on Nikita Burke or indeed Kerry O'Flaherty. They're getting a nice time of it now in 2nd and 3rd and look like poised to strike. But maybe Grace Carson is just running at a pace where she will have something left for the last lap when it all starts to be thrown down.
Yeah, O'Flaherty just took a look over her shoulder there at Nikita Burke, checking out the competition. Burke has taken closer order and has got onto the back of O'Flaherty. But O'Flaherty looks like the most comfortable, and she looks like she's about to pounce. Carson hanging on here at the front, but it's starting to feel almost inevitable now that O'Flaherty will throw down our last couple of laps and try and power away from these athletes. Carson's still running well at the front, and Burke still looking very relaxed in 3rd, so it's incredibly hard to tell exactly how this will play out over the next couple of laps. McGuigan back and forth, and Nicol and Kelly then battling it out for 5th and 6th place. But these 3 athletes locked together here.
Yeah, it's all about to boil down to a great conclusion here as we come up towards 4 kilometres. And Nikita Burke, remember, she gave Kerry O'Flaherty a pretty convincing beating during those Irish Senior Championships about 3 weeks ago now in Santry. Finished a good 4 places, and I think it was about 20 seconds ahead of her. So can she do the same to O'Flaherty here, or will O'Flaherty get revenge, or will both of them have to concede to the much younger athlete, the athlete just coming out of the junior ranks, as we hit 4K in 13:48 as they hit 4K. So again, it's probably going to be in and around the 17:10 marker, depending on how hard they close, but they won't be too much worried about times. This is all about the gold, silver and bronze. And right now, as it's been from the very start, Grace Carson is in the gold medal position, Kerry O'Flaherty in silver, and Nikita Burke in the bronze, but all could change here over this final 900 metres.
Yeah, coming up now towards the 2 laps to go mark, 800 metres, the 2-lap tango. And Carson here has led this field on a merry dance. She's moved away from the rest of the field, but she's failed to drop O'Flaherty or Burke. And Burke steps out into the lane of high hopes there in lane 2 because she sensed the move from O'Flaherty. And Carson is back in third. Burke and O'Flaherty side by side here as we go in with 2 laps left to run. Carson, though, has not been dropped. She's in third, but she did not respond to that move. Burke got into the lead. O'Flaherty in second, and there's already a metre growing.
Yeah, this looks pretty decisive by Nikita Burke. As we mentioned, that form from the Irish Championships looks to be being repeated here in Mary Peters at the Northern Ireland Championships and Ulster Championships. Nikita Burke has shot to the front. For the first 10 laps, she did essentially nothing apart from what she had to do, which is run the slipstream of the leader. Grace Carson and Kerry O'Flaherty are 2 chief rivals, but now she has struck out on her own in this penultimate lap. And unless something happens, unless she falls apart, or unless Grace Carson or Kerry O'Flaherty can produce a miracle comeback over this final 600 metres, this looks to be Nikita Burke's to lose. Grace Carson has held on strongly there. They've picked up the pace as well. Don't be deceived just because that gap is open. They have both kicked it into gear, Grace Carson and Kerry O'Flaherty, but the truth is neither of them can go with this surge. This surge from Nikita Burke looks decisive with 500 metres to run. She is full of running as she comes down this home straight for the penultimate time.
Yeah, the tall, long-striding athlete from Letterkenny has put 30-40 metres as Carson goes around to O'Flaherty. Has put 30 metres on the other 2 over a lap. So she's powering away from them with a 15:45 on the clock. She'll be hoping to just sneak under that 17-minute barrier, and a serious battle on for second place. But Burke, no doubt about it, in the lead, 20-30 metres to the good as he come around with 300 metres left to run. Who will win in that second group, though, with Carson and O'Flaherty?
And Nikita Burke has never been running quicker than she is right now. She's about a 40-metre advantage she'd open. That's happened in the space of 400 metres over Grace Carson and Kerry O'Flaherty. This could still be a sub-17 clock, which would be brilliant running by Nikita Burke as she did at the Irish Championships, and this would be running in a very different fashion. Only the last 2 laps, all of her running with 200 metres to run. There is 16:22 on the clock, so if she can get a 5-minute mile pace, she has covered that last 200 metres just under 5-minute mile, and if she can keep this up to the finish, she's going to get a sub-17 clock, which will be brilliant running. But she won't be too much worried about the time, Nikita Burke. It's all about the gold, and she has handed Grace Carson and Kerry O'Flaherty a decisive beating here with 100 to run off the bend. Tall athlete, long stride, and she is absolutely striding to victory here. She's got about 50-metre lead over Grace Carson, who in turn is about 15 metres over Kerry O'Flaherty. But Nikita Burke up to the finish. This is an outstanding performance, and up to the line she's going to just dip under 17. She'll be delighted with that. 16:58 stops the watch for the Strava. Grace Carson with another strong return comes back strongly there over that last lap. She'll be just outside 16 for second, and then Kerry O'Flaherty, another well-deserved bronze. Gold last year, bronze this year. She's well on her way back and stops the watch. Great performance from those 3 athletes. Really interesting race to watch play out, but Ronan, really, when Nikita Burke went, there was no answering that.
No, yeah, with 2 laps to go to put that kind of pressure on the other 2 athletes.
Claire McGuigan just coming up to the finish there as well, just a note.
Yeah, Burke, impressive last 2 laps. That blew the doors off the other 2 athletes. To have a 40-metre lead on one of your chief rivals and have a 70-metre lead on the other that you've got over 2 laps is an impressive performance over 800 metres there over that last 2 laps of this 5K. O'Flaherty had no real response to Burke's move, and then Carson, who didn't really change pace hugely over those last 2 laps until the last 300 metres, and then she put paid to O'Flaherty's chances, as we see the athlete from Armagh AC. This is Emer Nicol coming up the home straight now with 50 metres left to run. It's Nicol who's going to finish 5th in this behind McGuigan from Liver Strabane, and 6th place will go to Niamh Kelly of Letterkenny, who is coming up the home straight now. The other Letterkenny AC athlete, 6th in this. She'll join her training partner and clubmate Nikita Burke of Letterkenny AC. She is this year's champion. Second is Grace Carson, and third is Kerry O'Flaherty. Up next on track, we have
800 time, the 2-lap tango, your favourite, Ronan.
absolutely
Your specialist event.
quarter specialist. Sounds like I have expertise in it. Quarter past.
Ronan is a 152 man. He's too modest to bring it up.
I bring it up all the time. I wear that T-shirt that has my
You're
PB in the back of it.
You're faster than any woman there's ever been, Ronan.
Yeah, take
Drugged
that.
up or not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thanks very much, Carl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
You're
Oh.
the greatest of all time, except you're a different gender.
absolutely.
But
I'm not even in the.
you're a very respectable
Top.
800 meter runner.
I'm not even in the top 5,000 men.
Once upon a time, at a
Think of
tender
that.
age of, what were you, 20?
20, yeah. 30
20,
now.
yeah.
10 years, a decade ago, Cathal. This
I
summer,
know,
I
should
was
stop.
any use.
It all went
My life's been
pear-shaped from-
downhill since.
It all went pear-shaped for me at 19. Went pear-shaped for you after 20, 21.
Yeah, there you go. Let's give up now. That's the advice
Give
we're
up.
giving you.
Do as we say, not as we do. In fact, don't do as we do either.
So,
Or-
quarter
or
past
as-
one.
Or as we say.
Competing in her
So yeah, 800 meter heats are going to be coming up at 1:15. So we're about 10 minutes away from them. But we have, we don't have any
We have
field
absolutely
action.
nothing, Cathal.
We have absolutely,
Nothing.
we have a bit of hammer.
We might
Hammer
take-
time.
Oh, yes, sorry, we did.
Yeah, we'll
yes,
take
sorry.
a quick break though and try and get a cup of tea. The women's hammer has just got underway, so we'll bring you updates on that, and we'll take you through the 800 meter heats. But next action on track, we'll quick a quick break to grab a cuppa and a visit to the bathroom and whatnot. But we're about 10 minutes away from the next action on track, and it's going to be the 800 meter heats. So we'll join you back on commentary. We'll keep the stream running in the meantime. We'll be back in less than 10 minutes.
the most exciting young
We're back, Ronan. And you know what? In the time we were away, the viewing figures went up by about 30.
That's
Coincidence?
that says a lot.
It must be a coincidence. It's all I can think of. But it's the women's 800. We've come back early. We've interrupted our lunch break. Ronan had to put away his vegan falafel salad
It's lovely.
to get back in time. Outstanding, which he assembled together and was quite proud of, dumping it into a carton and pretending that he is some sort of chef. The first heat of the women's 800 metres
And
on
they're off.
paper has 8 athletes. Go on.
No, they're not off. I'm just kidding. Go on.
Go on anyway. Oh no. We have an athlete who fell there. What happened? What? We're not sure what happened there. The athlete in yellow. Did she collide with someone? I just caught the end of it and saw her completely...
Strewn on the ground, yeah.
Is she alright? She's alright. She's got a
Yeah,
few scratches. I think she might have run into someone.
Sometimes as well you can catch your spikes on the track when you're stopping and perhaps
Yeah,
fall
there are
slightly.
high jumpers over there as well, jig-jogging around. That was 281 or 271. Is that
It's Murphy
Murphy
Miller.
Miller?
Would be
So
one
here
of the
we are. We'll
favourites
see
for
it
this.
here. You see her striding around the bend there. Is it the top one or the bottom one? In the yellow singlet anyway. It's near side. Oh, she was
Oh,
just
she's-
just
ouch.
eating up, I think, there, and
Yeah.
the spike
Catching
caught the
spike.
track.
It's happened to the best of us.
It's happened, and the worst of us
Yes.
over here.
Everything in between.
So she's all right, thankfully. Murph, or was that
I think that was
Bryony Catney?
possibly Bryony Catney, yes, I think. Anyway, in this one
Yeah.
we have, moving on from that, we'll
Lane
enter
2
into you being framed.
Is Kirsten Agnew of Ballymena and Antrim, under 18. Then Daniela Jensen of Finn Valley is missing. Then it's our two North Down athletes. They are Brianny Catney, and the inside to the right of that pole in the yellow singlet is Murphy Miller of North Down. Then the Lagan Valley Stripes of Rebecca Wallace is in lane 6. Cara Laverty is in the white of City of Derry Spartans in lane 7. And then Lagan Valley is Eve Young on the outside.
Yeah, Laverty in the white vest there, which is not normally the
So we'd
singlet of City and Derry AC, but she may she's competing anyway.
We'd expect Murphy Miller to the 4 here. These are...
Miller, Rebecca Wallace,
This is under 18, and we don't have any further 800 meters scheduled, so these must be all finals in
Yeah, it's
separate
wonderful
age groups.
Deduction there from Carl.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. We have 220s in the next race, but this will be the under 18 and under 19 age group. So yeah, this is a final. I got a bit confused.
Much
But
like the
perhaps I
Masters
wonder
Championships
if
last
they
week.
run a fast enough time, perhaps they can contend for the senior title as well. But Murphy Miller, we'd certainly expect to feature here. 2:13, her best. She's on the right of the two yellow singlets there. The Lagan Valley.
Yeah,
Or,
she was,
sorry, North Down athlete.
she was last
There she
year's
is.
under 18 champion.
Great
Um,
spikes.
Wonderful spikes,
Little
yeah.
spikes. Little
Yeah.
spikes. Clemson Tigers-esque.
Yeah, they're great.
They're
What's his
wonderful.
head, yeah.
I've never seen those spikes before.
No.
They're high-heeled at kind of at the back as well, aren't they? Well, that's their socks. Forget that.
That's
Sorry.
confusing. Yeah, nice one, Carl.
But
Just-
great spikes. Fair play, Murphy Miller. Wonderful spikes.
Yeah, second and third from last year's under 18 and under 18 title. Silver and bronze medalists are not present either. So Murphy Miller, you'd expect to win the under 19 title here. She's up against Brianny Catney in this one, and Rebecca Wallace, who's around 220. So Murphy Miller, no doubt about it, is the class of the field here. But it could be a tactical battle.
And there's a collection of photographers here. I just have to draw attention to this towards the left there. They're down to photograph Summer Leckie, and it's look at him. He's moving now. You know, watch him, but look at their positioning. They all get the same shot. No creativity among them. One of them's given up. He said, "I want my own picture. I want my own angles." But we're about to get underway in the first of the women's 800 meters, the under 18s and under 19s, and away they go. The favourite Murphy Miller is in the centre of your shot there in the yellow, and she is headed for the lead at the moment, running with Cara Laverty on the outside in that white vest, looking to put it up to her. And of the two Lagan Valley athletes, it looks like Rebecca Wallace, who is showing the most interest in the lead as we pass through the first 100 metres, and we're heading for the inside lanes.
Yeah, the three athletes with the fastest personal best in this one are out the front, and Murphy Miller, by far the class of the field, 2:13. She has ran. It's going through 200 at a fairly swift pace, 31 seconds, 32 low through that. That's a 2:08 pace for Murphy Miller, so well inside her personal best. And in second place, Cara Laverty is taking closer order there. She's back about a metre or two behind her, and then Rebecca Wallace of Lagan Valley. And the other Lagan Valley AC athlete, Eve Young, then is trying to hold on to those first three. But these three are moving away from the field. Murphy Miller leads into the home straight.
Yeah, it's a quick turnaround for her. She won bronze over 1500 last night, and now back at 800 meters. She is using her strength to great effect, but she's more of a speedy running Murphy Miller, and she has flown through the first 400 here in about 67 seconds. So she is on about PB pace here, and can she bring this home? But she's doing it all on her own. But leads has about an 8-meter lead, maybe even 10 meters now over Cara Laverty, who in turn is 10 meters clear of Rebecca Wallace, and again about 10 meters back to her clubmate Eve Young of Lagan Valley. But out front, the race for gold, it looks virtually sewn up now, Ronan, unless Cara Laverty can find something extra over this final 250.
Yeah, you'd expect Murphy Miller to bring it home from here, but Laverty is chasing as much as she possibly can at 250 metres left to run for her, but there's a 30-40 metre gap. It would take a serious falling apart here from Murphy Miller over this last 200 metres, but it may happen. Murphy Miller with 150 metres left to run, she goes round by the steeplechase water jump, and she looks over her left hand shoulder and is away and clear here from Laverty of City and Dairy AC Spartans. Third place is Rebecca Wallace, who's clear as well, and a battle on then for fourth place, but Miller leads into the home straight. A clear winner is Miller. 50 metres left, she's going to win herself the under 19 title here, to go with her under 18 title from last year. So coming back, doubling back to be the champ. Third bronze medalist from last night's 1500 metres, 2:17.59. Laverty in second place, couple of seconds off, and Rebecca Wallace getting up here for third place, winning the battle of the Lagan Valley athletes. Lagan Valley's
Eve Young coming across the line in fourth, and then it is Kirsten Agnew of Ballymena and Antrim in fifth, and our final finisher there is Brianna Catney of North Down, who had an unfortunate fall just before the start, but came home well and looks none the worse for that little mishap. But yeah, well done to all the athletes, and especially to Murphy Miller, our champion, the under 19 category, the women's 800 metres. Best spikes, and now she's got a gold medal to go with them.
Yeah, won herself 2:17.59 on her own there, and as I said, in windy enough conditions here at the Mary Peters track in Belfast. So up next is going to be our women's under 20 and senior women's race. So in this one, on the start list anyway, for sure, we have Denise Toner of Clones AC, who made the national senior final down in Dublin, as well as competing in the Masters last week as well. So she will have plenty of running on her legs. Katie Kirk from University of Ulster Jordanstown is down on our stat list here. I haven't seen her. I don't think she's going to be present, but in fact Cahill has completely thrown me a bone there and said yes, she is in fact right there. She's right in front of you. Have you not seen her? Amy Hamill is in this one as well. Rebecca Rossiter, Niamh Carr, Brianna Smith, Megan McGeevney, Kelly Neely, Robin McKee and Rachel Gibson. As we see an Annalee AC athlete here in the high jump. We'll get the idea of who that is for you.
Yeah, we'll try and catch up on the high jump. It's coming at us so fast here.
It's all action. That was Roisin Kelleher there, the under 19 athlete from Annalee. In fact, I've thrown that out there and I looked up and seen that there's another Annalee athlete in there as well, so I may be hard incorrect. But this is Celia Lisburn AC. It's, I think, it is, no it is not, it is Anna McElmoyle of City Lisburn, so there's two on that. She's jumped to 170 there, the City Lisburn AC athlete. So in this competition, you've got Anna McCauley, Clodagh Friel, as you see, going clear at 160 there on her first attempt. That is Anna McElmoyle. Niamh McCurry of Annalee AC is in this one as well. That was Roisin Kelleher. Summer Leckie is in it. She's the champion from last year with 190 is her personal best. Shannon Craig then from Lifford Strabane should be up next, and Rose McGreevy of Northdown. So there is Shannon Craig, the Lifford Strabane athlete.
Yeah, we're a few minutes away from our next heat of the women's 800 metres as Ronan shivers and then huddles himself and gives himself a little hug to try and contain his warmth. Shannon McGreevy up to the line, 160, first attempt. Easy peasy.
Yeah, Lifford Strabane, Shannon Craig there. She's got a PB of 170. Got over 160 there, first attempt. And Northdown AC's Rose McGreevy is up next.
And our women's 800 metres are just doing their final few strides around the bend.
Yeah, so really good field in that women's 800. So in fact,
yeah, it's going to be probably the race of the day so far, I would say.
Niamh McCurry, I think, here from Annalee AC up next. check there. Number 73, 173 is Roisin Keller, apologies. We had this height of 160. So Roisin Keller from Annalee, high stepping athlete over at 160. Good clearance. Back to the women's 800.
Yeah, this should be a cracking race. The full lineup, as we have it for the time being, before we realise who may or may not be here. From the inside, Denise Toner will be on the inside, the far left. That's her of Clonus AC. Then Katie Kirk, who's just on the crown of the bend there, up around the bend in the Navy singlet of Ulster U18, Jordanstown. And I believe she is now indeed Katie Foster, having married her now husband, Johnny Foster, about a few weeks ago in Italy. She had to miss the Irish Championships for that. Well, the preview does state that she's now Foster. But she's still listed as Katie Kirk, perhaps hasn't been changed yet, but will we call her Foster?
I think we go with what's on the entry list.
Katie Kirk. We'll call her Katie Kirk for now. I
Katie
suppose
Kirk,
as
yeah.
everyone knows her, will slowly adjust if indeed she has adjusted and taken the name. But the preview says, and I'm sure Shauna Batten, who wrote the preview, would know. But she is in lane 2. Lane 3, Amy Hamill of Glasslock Harriers. She indeed is here. Lane 4 is shared by Rebecca Rossiter of Lockview. Should be. And North Downs. No, that's a North Down athlete, I think.
So that looks like
Yellow
Rachel
singlet.
Gibson.
Rachel Gibson, indeed, is in lane 4 there. Out into lane 5, that's Annalee AC's. Brianna no, it's not. It's Ballymean Antrim, Niamh Carr, indeed. And then 2 Annalee athletes are Brianna Smith and Megan McGivney. They're in... They're 2 Annalee athletes?
They are just the same club, but 2 slightly different singlets.
Yeah, different singlets were throwing
Not
me
on,
off
that's
there.
not
on
on.
Annalee,
Yeah.
sorted out. So that's Brianna Smith and Megan McGivney. And then on the very outside, that should be Robin McKee of Dromore AC in the black. So Katie Kirk, of course, will be the athlete to watch here. She's in lane 2. Outstanding athlete, 26 years old now. Unfortunately, had to miss the Irish Championships, but fresh off, well, I don't think she's had her honeymoon, I'm not sure yet, but she's certainly off that wedding recently over on the continent. I think it was in Italy, and she is here 202.98 already this year in August. Really been in outstanding form. That's not far off her lifetime best, which dates back a few years, 202. Katie Kirk will be the big favourite for this one, but it'll be very interesting to see who'll put it up best to her. Denise Toner is obviously coming off very good performances as well, making that Irish senior championship final over 1500 metres. She finished 8th there. And she's also in action with a Masters medal last week. But Katie Kirk, as we'd expected, running straight to the front. But she has company, and I think that's Rachel Gibson, who's trying to go with her right now, along with Denise Toner in that blue and yellow singlet on the outside. But Katie Kirk, coming up to 200 metres, has set the stall out fast here, and as a 202 athlete this year, you'd certainly expect that. May not be a day for fast times, but she hits 200 metres in about 30.5 or so. So she is moving quickly.
Yeah, she got by far the most superior PB in this race, and in fact seasonal best as well. So Kirk leading out through in 30 seconds. She comes through now 300 metres in about 46, 47 seconds. So a good pace being set here. Denise Toner in second, and last year's champion Niamh Carr there in 3rd from Ballymean and Antrim. So good running from her.
Robin McKee of Dromore there, moving up into 4th as well. She's running well and going after this, but it's strung out fast, 63.22. Katie Kirk will have seen on the clock. She's gone out hard. If she can bring that home as well, we see Summer Leckie there giving her a shout as she runs past. Katie Kirk with 3:50 to run has about a 7, 8, 9 metre advantage maybe now over Denise Toner, and she is only going away to Katie Kirk, the class of this field, the 26-year-old. There's 16 years between her and Denise Toner, who's back in second at the moment, the 42-year-old, running brilliantly and looks to be on her way to silver. But Robin McKee now up to 3rd as well, well on her way to bronze, maybe even silver. But in the battle for gold, Ronan, Katie Kirk, who's past 600 at 1:35, this looks to be wrapped up.
Yeah, just like in Highlander, there can be only one, and that one is Katie Kirk. 150 metres left to run. She is looking superb here as coming into the home straight. She'll be just outside that 2-minute barrier, but flying into the home straight. 1:53 on the clock here as we come up the home straight. Second is Denise Toner, and a savage battle on for 3rd place there. At the moment, Toner might even get caught for second, but no doubt about the winner. It is Katie Kirk, 205, 206, and 207 for the win. Denise Toner just hanging on for that silver medal, and 3rd Was there
Or
any
on
from
the outside, was it? Or no, it was. Sorry,
Rebecca Rossiter, I think, of
Yes.
Lockview Harriers there.
it was 158. Rebecca Rossiter. You're bang on, Ronan. Oh, Katie Kirk. Delighted with that.
Yeah, 207 without hard there. 63 to the first lap. It's a little bit windy, and Kirk running well there without
The elbows
too
are
much
flying,
competition.
Ronan.
They are at post race though, all positive. Toner in second.
Yeah, it
And
was Robin McGee there who came through brilliantly, just elbowing Katie Kirk in the nicest possible way. We'll tee up a bit of a replay there, and we'll see Katie Kirk really the class of that field. Took it on from the outset.
flying
Brother, I think, is in action later on as well, Connell. Her dad, I'm sure, is somewhere around the arena. Mark.
Yeah, and
True athletics powerhouse family.
Rossiter there with
Her-
third.
Her husband, Johnny, is a decent 800-metre runner as well. I'm sure he's been roped into a lot of pacing duties, perhaps the morning of the wedding. Are you going to run the morning of your wedding, Ronan, next year?
Probably yes, Thursday. I get the threshold in. Yeah, why not?
Thursday, yeah.
Yeah,
Classic.
I know Owen Everard.
Is it is it Thursday wedding?
It's Thursday. Yeah, we got shafted
Is
by
it?
the coronavirus, mate. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, you'll have to take a day off, will you? It's
Yeah,
it's
I
actually
will.
the night of the Morton Games. It's the night before the Morton
Once
Games.
again, you chose brilliantly.
Anyway, Anna McAmoyle here from City of Lisburn AC in the high jump. It's a force call to look through the start list here.
That's troubling.
This is at
difficult.
165, I think.
Yeah, second attempt for her. Where's the high jump when you need it? Where is it? There it is. We have the start list.
Anna McAmoy, 170 is her personal best. This is our second. That was our second attempt at 165, and we're on track here at the 800 meters for men. So your senior champion was Katie Kirk, and this is the boys under 18. So in this one, we've got quite a few athletes down there. 6 of them. We've got Lagan Valley ACs, Peter Terrick. We have Mana and Phoenix in there as well. That's Liam Conway. Shercock AC, Colin Gargan. Okay, I've seen him run over the mile and 1500 meters in the past. Well capable. And we have Northdown AC's Ben Jenkins in there.
Shannon McGreevy, I think that was, at 165 there. Brilliant clearance from her.
Yeah, I think that is Shannon McGreevy. Yeah. In that women's high
Yeah,
jump.
well done to her. 165 over, no
Sorry,
issues.
apologies. Shannon Craig. We're getting over 165.
Apologies, Shannon. Wouldn't be our first mistake.
Certainly not. Roisin Kelleher here of Annalene now up next. This is her third attempt at 165. Got a lead from Annalene.
Yeah, she's an
AC.
under 19 athlete, just to clarify. High stepping up to the bar and high jumps over it, but yeah, brings it down. 165. That was her third attempt, so she'll unfortunately be out.
She is the champion, though, of the under 19 category, which she can contend herself with.
Yeah. And next up on track, it's going to be the boys 800 meters for under 18s and 19s. And there's an under 20 in there as well, Ronan. Hiding out. Masquerading. Like Mr. Schnrub in The Simpsons.
Yes, perhaps.
No, he may not be there. We're still trying to work out who has showed up as that. Ronan is frantically searching along. No, sorry, this is all under 18 boys.
Yeah, I think that is.
What am I on about? It was
Yeah, you have the
next
clue.
heat I was looking at.
Yeah, notion this fella.
Yeah,
I
exactly. Anna McElmoyle is back on the high jump runway. Is it a runway? I suppose it is.
I suppose it is.
an
Yeah.
open landscape,
There's a
I
word
suppose.
for it. I can't remember what it is. It's like a.
Yeah, but
I-
this is
I'll
Anna
come up with it.
McElmoyle of City of Lisburn. She's in the senior competition. And this is her third and final attempt at 165. Anna McElmoyle.
Certainly out of City of Lisburn AC
See
athlete.
Summer Leckie there in the background, just lacing up her Adidas spikes, ready to jump.
Oh.
Anna McElmoyle close there. Ghostbusters too. That's her Father Ted quote. Anyway, close but no cigar, as they say.
Certainly not.
Unfortunately, so she bows out with the best. I think it was 160 was her best. Well done to Anna McElmoyle, and we'll soon be seeing, I'm sure, Summer Leckie enter the fray. She is up, and she is thrown off the final bits of kit, so she will be, the Finn Valley star will be jumping soon at what the new height, which will be 170.
And just to note there, Ryan Kingy, who I'd crossed out as he was not on the start there, has arrived. He's the St. Malachy's man there in the green. So we have Ultan O'Callaghan from Three Ways AC. We have Ryan Kingy from St. Malachy's. We have Peter Terrick of Lagan Valley. We have North Down AC's Ben Jenkins. We have Monaghan Phoenix's Liam Conway. Outside that we have Colin Garrigan. And on the outside we have Matthew Beveridge of Athletics Northern Ireland. Colin's favourite athlete of all time.
Are you thirsty? I'm thirsty. I'm going to take a drink as I prepare for this first under 18 boys 800 metres finale.
Apologies, Matthew.
Matthew, look, we're 7 hours to film, Matthew. But Summer Leckie, it's not the summer anymore. It's very much autumnal here at Mary Peters Track, but she is ready to jump, or is she? Is that Shannon Craig? No, it is indeed Summer Leckie. It's her first attempt at 170. Easy as you like for the world under 20 silver medalist 2 years ago. Up into the senior ranks here.
Yeah,
away they go.
Champ. So out strongly here in this race is Colin Gargan out in the outside lanes. He's going well, but on the inside it is Ultan O'Callaghan of Three Ways AC. He is striding out there on the inside.
No two ways about it, Ronan. He's heading to the front.
Good work, Col. Matthew Beveridge there has just come across, and Colin Gargan is holding that inside line, the man from Cavan. So it is Gargan, it is Beveridge, and it is O'Callaghan 1, 2 and 3, and the Monaghan Phoenix man then out in 4th place. That is
they're passing through 200 metres there in about 29 seconds, so it's a good healthy pace been laid down here, but we have a 2-minute man in here in the shape of Matthew Beveridge just sitting on the outside there, so he'll very much be looking to use that kick of his and head for the front as he comes down on the outside here of Liam Carrigan. But Beveridge looks like he wants the lead, Ronan, and he now forges to lead. These two are pulling clear of Ultan O'Callaghan back in third. 400 metres is reached in 59.37. They'll see the split, and Matthew Beveridge will know sub 2 is on the cards here today, but more importantly, a gold medal is on the cards if he can repel the challenge from the men around him.
Yeah, Beveridge is leading Gargan at the moment, and Gargan then has about a 2 metre lead back to O'Callaghan, and Callaghan well ahead of Conway from Monaghan Phoenix. But down the back straight, it is Beveridge holding off Gargan at the moment. Gargan is powerfully striding down the back straight, trying to hold on to Beveridge, but Beveridge, the 2-minute man, looks like he's got the legs with 200 to go. Can Gargan get in his shoulder? Beveridge, as we come around with 180 metres left to run, is still full of running, but Gargan is not being left aside.
Look at the man in third.
And Ultan O'Callaghan could potentially have a massive finish here, but it doesn't look likely at the moment. Gargan's getting onto his shoulder.
It looks very likely from Ultan O'Callaghan, because I think the 2 men in front have nothing left. And Ultan O'Callaghan, from the clouds, comes up for victory, swoops on by. What a win by Ultan O'Callaghan. We said there was no two ways about it. The Three Ways AC man wins gold, 201.38. Few roars going on down below. I'm not sure why exactly. It's been urged to kick to the finish, but that was quite the finish. Look at this, unbelievable. We'll tee up a replay of that last 150 or so. Look, Ultan O'Callaghan.
Yeah,
Matthew Beveridge got to the front, and then
eating my words there.
You are, yeah. Eat them, gorge on them. Colin Galligan there thought he was going to be the man, and then bang over the top. Ultan O'Callaghan says, "No, I am the man."
Yeah, O'Callaghan from nowhere there with 150 metres left to run gets up for the win. Beveridge and Gargan with nothing left over that last 80 metres, and O'Callaghan, superb finish, well called by Cathal Dennehy.
Thanks, bud. I'm always here for you. That's why people tweet me and not you. Matthew Quine is watching from
Stephen
across
Orr,
the
by
water.
Is the name of that man from last
Do
week.
you know who Matthew Quine is, Ronan?
I don't know who Matthew Quine is, but
Well, you should know.
Yes, Cathal. Why should I know him?
Because he's the head of Vinco Sport, who runs many broadcasts and streams. He got into streaming funerals there during COVID, like, diversified very much, but he's back streaming sport with Vinco, and he also does a mountain of work for the Diamond League outlets, photographs. If you see stuff on Diamond League Instagram and whatnot, or interviews, it's very likely as Matthew Quine is behind it, and indeed basically any event
Matthew,
across Britain.
Don't judge us on today, alright? We'll
Matthew,
send
Ronan,
you. We'll
Ronan,
speak to you.
Ronan,
Our people will call
Ronan
your people.
Ronan is available for all commentaries. across the UK at any time. His wife
Yes.
won't mind. He's only she hasn't seen him in 6 weeks anyway. He'll do the next 6 weeks of commentating too if you need be. Shannon Craig is on the high jump. We didn't know what to call it earlier. Is runway correct?
No, it's not. There's a word for it. I
High
haven't
jump
yet.
area.
No, it's not even that.
She's on the expansive track in front of the high jump mat. And anyway, now she's on the high jump mat, and unfortunately the bar comes on down. So that's a third attempt for Shannon Craig. No joy today at 170. And we're moving on up the heights, and Summer Leckie. It's the autumn of this competition for Summer.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you can expect, Matthew Coyne.
No, Matthew knows. Matthew had me over for the Manchester International last year.
Yeah, Matthew, I meant to talk to you about that.
See, Ronan Matthew has a bit of a grudge about not being appreciated. His name is Ronan J. Duggan. He's
Yeah.
available at @RunDougieRun on Twitter. He tweets people when they don't acknowledge his input.
My
in the streams.
entire involvement on Twitter is to abuse people who refuse to recognise me and only give Cahill credit. Mainly, I just go around retweeting Cahill and bigging him up, you know.
Yeah,
But
thanks, bud.
no worries with your average rating that you put on.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Matthew Quine says he's going to start a petition to have us on every World Athletics commentary from now on. There you go, Ronan.
Don't give the people that. Don't give them that hope.
Give them all kinds of hope. We're live. We're live to the world, Ronan. 148 rabid viewers.
Citizens of the world.
Citizens of the state are watching. They're nothing better to do with their Saturdays. And Lord knows we don't.
Certainly not. Certainly not. You
People have been
couldn't-
encouraged to watch from home, be COVID conscious, take it all in here. We're getting some phalanx of comments here, a torrent of comments flowing into the inbox. Larkin Burns says he's supporting my good friend Larkin McGurk. Larkin, I heard he doesn't actually like you. Don't know. You think you're his good friend. He doesn't actually like you. Ross Murray says, let's go, Gurk. Is that the same Ross Murray who's run 3:34 for 1500? Questionable. Could be, though. Patrick McGowan, I tell you what, the Larkin McGurk fan club
There's a lot of fan
showed
club
up
for the
here.
201
This
man.
is wow. The 201 man he's put serious outsourcing into. It could all be the same person under different accounts to give the illusion that Larkin McGurk is extremely popular. He's a City Lisburn man, though, and we know those City Lisburn people have, quite the rabid fan base.
They certainly do.
They're raucous. They're believers when it comes to their club mates on track. Full lineup. This is the under 19 and under 20 men's Northern Irish 800 metre final. From the far left of your shot, Larkin McGurk of City of Lisburn.
People's champ.
In lane 2, the People's Champ. Lane 3, in the Lagan Valley Tiger Stripes, it's Matthew Willis, 158 man at his best. Lane 4 is Mark Carberry of North Down, 204. Aaron Bradshaw of Tyrconnell is outside him in that red singlet. And on the outside, perhaps the favourite, the Annandale Strider, Niall McKnight. And as sure as day follows night, he'll be trying to follow his way to the podium, and that analogy made little to no sense.
It did not, yeah.
He's really not towing the line there too strongly as Niall McKnight on the outside. He's casual.
Approach
He's
there.
really just,
The St. Malachy
it's
schoolboy, yeah.
a lazy start there, you'd have to say, from Niall McKnight.
Yeah, controlled.
Teenagers these days, Generation Z, you can't trust them.
McGurk, Willis, Carberry, Bradshaw and McKnight. McKnight is last year's under-18 champion. You'd expect him to be in the mix here with that 157, but it's going to be a battle between him, Willis and McGurk, the people's champ. But it is McGurk playing to the crowd here and playing to the fans online and gone straight to the front. McKnight there, the Annandale Strider man, just on his shoulder. Behind him then the man from North Down, Mark Carberry, but on the inside, lurking on the inside is Matthew Willis, the 158 man. At the moment, still McGurk in the lead, Carl.
Yeah, McGurk is taking this on. The People's Champ. His fan base are going wild there in the comment section. X-rated stuff going on. I'll have to block a few. But number 169, Niall McKnight, is absolutely positioned here nicely. They hit 200 metres in 29 seconds. And it looks like the sub-2 man, Niall McKnight, hits the front, 58.32 on the clock, and he leans in on Lorcan McGurk. That will not go down well with Lorcan McGurk's online fan base. They may abuse him in the comment section later on, but Niall McKnight looks to be poised here. He's got control of this. Him and McGurk are pulling clear of the Lagan Valley man, Matthew Willis, with 300 metres to run, and it looks like all McKnight from here on.
Yeah, it looks like a really good performance from McGurk, though, well inside. He's personal best standard at the moment, but will it be a dawn of a new age for him, or will it be all good night from McKnight with 200 metres to run? He has a metre to the good on McGurk, but McGurk is getting onto his shoulder here. McKnight has to be careful as he comes around into the bend. McGurk trying hard there as he come around into the straight. It is still McKnight who pulls out the outside of lane 1, making it harder for McGurk to get by. McGurk is trying gamely. He's doing the skeleton dance out there on the outside of lane 1, but McKnight is away and clear here. There's clear daylight between Knight and McGurk, and McKnight with the win, 157.83. McGurk well under 2 minutes for the first time ever, and North Down AC's Mark Carberry, massive personal best for him as well. Tyrconnell AC.
Aaron Bradshaw coming in there in 4th. But yeah, great race there.
I think we lost Matthew Willis there on the way around. He didn't finish that race.
He didn't know the route.
Run straight, turn left, but Willis was
turn
in
left,
the race.
Run straight though in an 800, you have to say.
Yes.
Reverse that. Reverse
from the start,
it.
yeah.
From the start. Keep turning, then straighten up and then turn again.
Yeah, look.
2-lap tango. It's your specialist event, Ronan. You should have known.
Yeah.
Ronan Duggan is a 152 man, so.
As mentioned earlier on, yes.
Ronan Duggan. We hear the effort coming through here. The comment section has exploded simply here.
Wild.
We see pints. Lads, you better be over age or it's illegal. Substantial meals
McGurk
may be
is
required.
under 19.
We don't really know the rules up here relative to the Republic. Larkin Burns says Gurk would love to go for a pint after this. How old is he?
He is under 19, I think.
He is under 19.
Should be in the clear there in that one.
He should be, yeah.
We'll
Did he get sub 2? We think so.
We suspect sub 2 for the first time ever.
I believe he's been called King of FIFA. Half bottle to celebrate.
There's only one king today, and that's Niall McKnight.
The real Paul Carty says, did Larkin get sub 90 seconds? David Rudisha, eat your heart out. Sub 90.
So McKnight...
No, he didn't, just to clarify.
Yeah, absolutely not. No chance.
Far away.
Knight, though, with #1 position on the podium. Second was our man McGurk, second in the under 19 title, and third, of course, was North Down AC's Mark Carberry, and the winner of the under 20 competition was Aaron Bradshaw. So great performance there by Niall McKnight, and of course the People's Champ, Lorcan McGurk. In this senior race, Cathal, we've got 5 athletes on the line. We have Annandale Striders. We have 2 men from Annandale Striders in this on our start list. I only see 1 down there, and it doesn't look like Conal Quirk. So I see on Bruce athlete down there. That's Mark Carmody. We have the City of Lisburn AC man down there as well. That's one of those. That's number 27. That's Sean Terrick. David Levy from City of Lisburn is not there. We have the Mid-Ulster man, Justin Bloomer. 201 at his best. We have Finn Valley AC's Shane Gallagher in there. And just getting an idea down there, we have the North Belfast Harriers, Andrew Milligan, who was so impressive, over 1,500 in the Irish Championships in Dublin a couple weeks back. North Belfast Harriers have a massive following on Twitter. Big fan.
They're big. They're huge. They're pretty much a big deal. Pretty much all that matters on Twitter.
We're really just playing to them these days, to be honest.
We need the likes. Like us. Love us if you want.
Send me the love. Don't send Carl. His head is too big as is.
Oh, Ronan, I've news for you.
Adam McAuley is not in the sun, by the way.
I've devastating news for you. I've devastating news for you, which is that Vinco Sport has tweeted out the stream off their account. They said, we particularly recommend tuning in to hear the hilarious commentary from Cathal Dennehy and at Run Dougie Run, and they've tagged
a different at
the
Run
wrong
Dougie Run.
spelling of at Run Dougie Run. They have tagged
Doug
Eggero, a 5-time marathoner, 4 half marathons, countless other 5k and 10k races, an active hiker, rock climber, snowboard, wakeboard, mountain biker.
The
never
New Jersey
slowing
native.
down. He is based in New Jersey. Matthew Quine, hang your head in shame.
Do your job, Quine. Do your job. Vinco Sports. Joke shop.
The Run Dougie Run we speak of can be found at RUNDUGGIE.
It's over, Cathal.
RUN.
There's no coming back from this.
Yeah, Vinco will employ you eventually.
They nearly have to after this debacle.
It is a debacle.
Me and you are done.
He's particularly good at funeral commentary, is our Ronan Duggan.
Don't know if I agree with that. Simon Doyle, though, from Annandale Striders, he's in this one as well. To give you that full field, Simon Doyle of Annandale Striders, Mark Carmody of Anbrew AC, Shane Gallagher of Finn Valley AC, Andrew Milligan from North Belfast Harriers, Conal Cork, last year's champion, the 149 athlete, is not on our line at the moment. And then Justin Bloomer from Mid Ulster AC, 201 at his best. Sean Terrick, City of Lisburn AC on the outside lanes. David Levy is
Conal
not
Kirk was too upstaged by his sister's win earlier, Katie, that he said, I can't top that.
No chance.
I'm going to get no love in the Kirk household later on, even if I come home with the gold.
And Conal,
older sis constantly continues to outshine me.
in the end, Conal, someone will just tweet you and they'll use the wrong username. So, like, what's the point? And even
or they'll not mention you at all, as happened last week to at Run Dougie Run, where the commentary was praised without mention of the man who was there for the entirety of it.
Yeah, I actually commented in all the races. Cahill interviewed a seagull.
Well, look, I gave the people what they wanted. I went to try to get the interview. I didn't get it, but they have to try, Ronan. I didn't just stay in my ivory tower.
I'm a big fan of ivory towers. Lovely, well built. Simon Doyle, Mark Carmody, Shane Geller, Andrew Milligan, Justin Bloomer, and Sean Terrick in this one.
Never actually seen an ivory tower.
I don't know if it's...
Are they actually a thing?
I'd say, well, the animal rights activists would be appalled by a large ivory tower.
it'd be extreme.
So I don't actually think that is
not just the animal rights activists, everyone.
Elephants themselves also very upset.
They'd rightfully be aggrieved.
Well, are rhinos, are they ivory as well? Elephants, they're all ivory, aren't they?
It's been confirmed.
You were the David Attenborough earlier on. Come on, start it out. Ivory. Senior champion Conal Kirk from last year, not here. This one, meters. Doyle, Carmody, Gallagher, Milligan, Bloomer and Terrick.
For the senior men's 800 metre
favourite for this has to be Andrew Milligan of North Belfast Harriers.
Agreed.
And they're off. And
they are indeed off. And they're little to choose between them as we run around the bend. We saw a North Belfast Harrier, who we saw in action last week. Or he was action in the Irish Senior Championships.
Over
and he is rocketing indeed for over 1500 to the lead, and he is well clear at the moment, and he has thrown the cat, the feline, amongst said pigeons and passed 200 metres in 27.5 seconds, Ronan. You know what that means?
Yeah,
that means it's 150 pace.
It is. He's absolutely flying it here. The North Belfast Harriers are 151.92, so he's attempting to try and run a personal best here on his own in the wind. It's a brave start from him. Just behind him is Mark Carmody of Anbrew AC, and then the City of Lisburn AC athlete Sean Terrick there in third. Gallagher behind that. Bloomer, and out the back is Simon Doyle, but no issues here with the lead as Milligan as he comes up 56 seconds, so he'll be outside 150 you would suspect. 56.80, he'll be trying to run 152, 153. Milligan here from the front, he's going well with 300 metres left to run. He's got a 20 metre lead back to Carmody and Terrick.
Yeah, Carmody is a long way from Limerick up to Belfast, but he's doing well there in a second at the moment. But our leader out front, Andrew Milligan, is Milliganing this field into dust at the moment. He's coming up the 600 metres. It's going to be a quick split here, 125, 126 on the clock. So we're probably looking at something in and around 120 or 155, given the usual lactic sniper who will come out to pick him off and hand this man a refrigerator to carry for the last 100 metres. But he's run very strongly here for the first 700 of this, and he is coming home strong as Andrew Milligan. Given what he's been doing over recent weeks, this will feel like a relative sprint to him. Carmody is holding on for second. In third then is Sean Terrick, but Andrew Milligan, King Andrew, 155.44, holds up that index finger and says, yes, I am number one, people. Don't you forget it.
Carmody getting up there for second place, Terrick in third, and mid-Ulster they see is Justin Bloomer in fourth, Gallagher in fifth, and in sixth place Simon Doyle appears to have left the track. I don't think he finished that one.
Matthew Quine has heard the commentary and has said, haha, that's the Doug I wanted.
I think to
tag. So there you go. There's only one Doug. There's not
there can be only one Quine. Quine, you're mine.
Quine also has a black Labrador, and he looks remarkably similar to your black Labrador.
Oh,
I think it is a black Labrador. Matt, you might be able to confirm.
Quine, you have one chance here. You can send some dog photos to Cahill, and maybe that can.
He's a better photographer, though. than you. So
Than me?
his black lab is much better publicised on his Instagram.
Well, yeah, my Instagram is heavy with photographs of my dog, or in fact, no photographs at all. As I
Yeah.
just lurk weirdly on it. That's
Ronan
my
Duggan.
truth. We all have our truths.
You would
That's
never
mine.
know that Ronan Duggan is on Instagram, but he's.
Well, not-
then
yeah.
you'll reference something from 6 months ago. Oh, I saw this nice falafel recipe on Instagram. And you'll be like, oh yeah, that one, yeah, saw that.
Yeah.
But it's tomatoes. Quite good.
Sun dried. The sun, unfortunately, though,
sees-
has left the building.
Sun is dried up.
Yeah, no
There is
more
no
sun.
building. The Ivory Tower.
The
Our
Ivory
Ivory Tower
Tower,
here in our commentary booth.
We're very much falling over ourselves here.
We're
Next
starting
up,
to shiver, and just a three
hypothermia has set in.
and a bit hours or so.
I will go and
Go.
try and retrieve some 100-meter start
Outdoor
list.
heating vents.
I can go back to the car. See you later.
Yeah, you go running. I'll hold down the fort here and censor the comment section. See what's come in. Oh, good. There's been messages deleted. Thank God for that. Donald Bradley says, what a performance from Larkin McGurk. Well done. 3 flame emojis. Man got sauce. Sauce is in performance enhancing drugs. It's one of the common terms, you know, on the sauce, on the gear. Sauce could also mean on the pints. It's quite likely. Charlene Bradshaw says, well done, Aaron Bradshaw, TC. What does TC mean? Charlene, would you like to clarify? Charlene, you're surely related to Aaron. Sending the congrats. Fergus Donnelly says Larkin McGurk would beat Usain Bolt easily. Fergus, I'm sure if it was an 800, he'd certainly beat Usain Bolt. I'm not sure about Bolt breaking 2 minutes for 800. I think that's quite unlikely. Particularly nowadays. He is fond of a Guinness, is Usain. He never did follow through on that promise to visit the northern, I suppose, part of Ireland, given his association with Ricky Sims. Association. What am I saying? Association. He was his manager. Great program on. Don't know if you saw it, lads, on RTE the other night about that lad in, I think it was in Buncrana, building a animal thing from scratch. Animal park he was building. It was basically Donegal's answer to Tiger King. It was interesting stuff. The madness of Tiger King doesn't hold a candle to the madness of most Donegal men, women, children. You're a mad bunch in Donegal. Here, they come down. They come down.
Wild.
They
The
come down.
mountains.
They come down to Dublin and they're kind of unhinged. You would say it's a
I-
necessary trait of a Donegal
Clare
person.
people are
in
by
a good
far
way.
the most unhinged people.
Clare people are
generally.
kind of unhinged, all right.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about them, but they're all unhinged. Nothing wrong with that, though. It's a bit of crack.
Yeah, of course, Cork and Limerick people are the only
Legends.
two perfect kinds of people in the world.
I did get locked out of the. I went to get the start list for the 100 meters, and
Did you lock yourself
I
into the
locked
bathroom
myself-
cubicle?
No, I locked myself in between 2 parts of the building. I had to run around, hence my breathless nature. Now,
Yes. Your breathless
Cathal-
nature has nothing to do with the Instagram lurking.
no, or my lack
The
of
real
fitness.
Paul Carty says history has just been made. Really though, Paul, everything is history. You know? Even the most terrible performance is still history. It still happened. So, is that an empty statement? Donald Bradley said, history has been made, but Larkin McGurk, shout his name to the sky. Ronan, would you like to shout Larkin McGurk's name to the sky?
No, I'm just currently trying to work out the start list here for the.
Full Court Press has called him the People's Champ. I think that's
The people's champ is Finlay
Undeniable.
Stewart. There's no denying that. No man will ever be as prevalent in the people's champ.
bit distressed the way you said prevalent.
Why prevalent?
Mm.
I like prevalent. I like to say words incorrectly. They're more enjoyable that way.
Incorrectly.
I always used to think it was placate or placate. No, placate.
Placate.
Yeah, no, I used to say placate. I used to say it for years.
Well,
It's
famously, I always said things went awry when I meant things went awry, because I used to see the word awry and go, yeah, that's how that's said.
Albeit was my one. I'll be like
Maniacal.
albeit.
Maniacal. Maniacal is another one. Maniacal.
Yeah, very difficult.
I used to say maniacal. Look in his eyes that Ronan Duggan has when he's lurking on Instagram. But a correct term is maniacal. The correct term is actually creepy. We're back in the long jump. They're warming up at the moment. We jest, of course. Do we? Yeah, Ronan Duggan is Ronan Duggan still smarting from his incorrect tagging by Vinco Sport. That was his moment to have his commentary and his Twitter exposed to the world, and specifically British athletics. But alas, a bit of incorrect tagging, and Ronan Duggan continues to exist in the shadows. There's a bit of, is this Lou Reed?
It's Lou Reed walking the wild side.
Yes,
sometimes our commentary does. But
comes across. I see Lauren Roy is down there warming up for the women's 100-meter final, which is 5 minutes away, Ronan. A mere 5 minutes away as Ronan fills in his start list.
It's
wonderfully
really
done.
The numbers of the start list, but
yeah,
not the actual.
It's better than nothing. Look,
it is, but
we'll call them 145. So as you can see there in lane 4, that's going to be 104. It's like prison.
Yeah.
Lauren Roy, you are now 104.
You're just numbers to us.
Hell Week Camp. We have 200-meter women's start list and 400-meter start list as well. Great stuff.
Outstanding.
Now, Ronan, you've got yourself a job because you're doing such a good job of all this.
Thank you very much, Carl.
It wasn't Lou Reed. It was that one that has Walk on the Wild Side sampled. Now it's turned into some sort of young person rap song.
Not happy.
Outdates, post dates, I suppose. The knowledge of me and Ronan, my knowledge and Ronan's knowledge when it comes to music.
Limited.
Serious love coming in from Mike. We'll move quickly on there. The full lineup for women's 100-meter final.
It's very confusing.
Narrow escape.
Christina Logue, Bevan McCaffrey, Alice Rogers, Lauren Roy, Katie Monteith, Kate Donoghue, Rose McGreevy, and Charlotte.
Rose McGreevy, Charlotte
I've lost her. Where is she?
Leyburn.
Yes, sorry, Charlotte.
Armagh AC. She goes in lane 8.
Wonderful. Now I only have another 4 of those to go through. Yeah, wonderful stuff.
Yep, great stuff. Loving all the comments, lads and lasses, and it is 98% lads, as tends to exist in any comment section in any corner of the internet. Jenna Breen has abandoned it. Perhaps she's come down to watch these 100-meter finals. Jenna, if you're willing to come on commentary and add some sprints expertise, you will be fully welcomed.
But not reimbursed. You won't even get any looks. They'll probably send the wrong Twitter handle, so maybe to another City Lisbon I see at least.
Yeah, maybe she'll get hired.
On Vinco Sports.
Oh, good news. Matt Coyne has just informed me that Athletics NI retweeted the tweet where you're incorrectly tagged.
Right, I'm off.
So,
see you later.
The other Run Dougie Run continues to go from strength to strength. He'll be way above.
New Jersey bound. I'm going to have to go to New Jersey and end this.
Start over. Take out the other Run Dougie Run. At least take his Twitter handle. So our women's 100-meter finalists. Final bits of kit have been thrown off, and our 8 athletes are ready to go to the line. And it's great to have a bit of music pumping out. Adds to the atmosphere. Creates an atmosphere, you might say. The full lineup from the inside here. It's going to be. Wait,
Charles not going to be able to read my
writing.
No,
your handwriting is a disgrace, Ron, and you just take that.
Is the handwriting of a teacher.
A pharmacist.
Or
an old man doctor.
Yeah. Anyway, we have a few minutes. But Christina Logue there on the right hand side of your shot. Then you have Bevan McCaffrey, Alice Rogers, Lauren Roy, Katie Monteith, Kate Donoghue, Rose McGreevy, and Charlotte Leyburn.
So we're getting ready.
As you can see, the favourite there would be Lauren Roy, 104, centre of your shot.
Line up in the women's event in lane 1.
You see lane 1 there, Christina Logue of Olympian Youth, Bevan McCaffrey of Annandale AC, Alice Rogers of Ballymena and Antrim, Lauren Roy of City Lisbon, Katie Monteith also of City Lisbon, Kate Donoghue of Annalay, and then in lane 7 is Rose McGreevy, and lane 8 Charlotte Logue. So there are your 8 finalists.
Yeah, I would expect Lauren Roy here in the centre.
11.92, the fastest in the field.
Yeah, she's around 11.92. She's the fastest in the field. Senior champion in 2018.
You're just repeating what the other commentator says, Ronan.
Allegedly.
Yeah, Lauren Roy. She ran 7:52 or 7:39 indoors 2019. She made the, of course, European indoors that year. And 6th in the Irish 100-meter final a few weeks ago. And 3rd over 200 meters a week later. So coming in here in great form is Lauren Roy in that red singlet 104 towards the right of your shot.
Yeah, Monteith then just on her outside, and then just outside that is Kate Donoghue. So they were the 3 heat winners. They'll be in the mix in this one. 3 middle lanes there. Alice Rogers then 187. Had that little bit of an injury there earlier on, so let's see how she goes in this. On to their marks. 8 athletes here in the final. All running in different age groups and seniors, etc. Roy out very well there in City Lisburn, centre of your shot, trying to hold off Katie Monteith. These 2 athletes working strongly here. 50 metres left to run. Lauren Roy has about a metre of a gap on Monteith, and it looks like it's going to be Roy with the win. Monteith in 2nd, and Alice Rogers up for 3rd. 12:09 from Lauren Roy. Impressive performance. What a start. And Monteith, though, running very well there in 2nd.
Yeah, it all happened a bit too quick, so we'll tee up a replay so you can enjoy that once again. But Lauren Roy, like lightning, coming out of the blocks. I'm sure her coach Adam McMullen will be dissecting that technically. A bit of a shake from the athlete in lane 1 there, Christina. And but Lauren Roy flying up the home straight there. Katie Monteith certainly put it up to her, gave her a good run. It looked like more of a headwind, I'd say there. We'll try and figure out what it was, but it was quite breezy. The flags looked to be blown towards them before that. And Lauren Roy, the queen of Northern Irish sprinting. She is the champ, senior women's 100-meter champ.
Yeah, Katie
despite
Monteith.
being just 19 years old.
Monteith getting up for 2nd there, Carl, and 3rd was Alice Rogers. So the middle lanes certainly producing the medals.
Yeah, and we have news there, Ronan. Key news. Just to, no, I'll let you finish your
I
job
doubt
first.
it's key news.
No, it's definitely key news. The dog we spoke about is part lab, part Springer.
Oh yeah,
Matthew
ours is
Coyne's dog.
part lab. Oh yeah, very similar to my dog.
Yeah, very similar to Jet.
Yeah. You can send some
I'll
back some
send
Jet
some-
photos there.
I'll
Yeah,
send back some
great
Jet
time.
photos. I
What
have
a
some
great
Jet
time.
photos. Matt will be waiting with bated breath. Perhaps, is that a man or a woman, Matt? Because Ronan's is a female, and perhaps we could create a part lab, part Springer
Part collie, yeah.
love child
Yeah.
that I could bring up.
Look, the world is our oyster, Carl. Lane 1 in this one, Aaron McCord. Lane 2, Connor Potts. Lane 3, Kristen Robinson. Lane 4, Dean Adams. Lane 5, Oliver Swinney. Lane 6, Adam Sykes. Lane 7, Ronan Bloomer. And Lane 8, Jonathan Cochran. So last year's champion, Dean Adams, back for another bite of the cherry. He ran 10.90 in the heats. He's ran 10.57 at his best, and he'll have to be at his best here against the likes of Adam Sykes, who's running so strongly today over 1 and 2. Oliver Swinney looking superb in that first heat as well. 10.78 is his personal best. He ran 10.82 in that first heat. So plenty of action to come in this one. Christian Robinson as well, 10.64 coming in that final heat. He is flying as well, looking really good in that last heat. So lots of action here. Your main lanes, you're looking at lane 3 there, Christian Robinson. Lane 4, Dean Adams. Lane 5, Oliver Swinney. And in lane 6, Adam Sykes. They were your 4 heat winners.
Outstanding stuff. We're very much looking forward to this one.
After this, we're going to have the men's steeplechase, followed by hurdles, 5Ks, and 200-meter finals. So plenty of action still to come here at the Northern Ireland and Ulster Championships. 12th of September must be the latest a championships has been held up here.
Actually, in 1948, they were held on the 17th of September due to...
I can't take it seriously anymore. Is this true? Or
It was made up from the outset.
no, I was thinking though, in Melbourne was in November, wasn't it, in 1956? So when were the national championships that year?
You're right.
So I'm just
Historian,
all the
where is
championships
Frances
related.
Mansfield when you need her? In the comment section.
Frances Manfield obviously doesn't travel well.
The comment
She's not come up
section.
here.
The comment section descended into Forest Air with Larkin McGurk's fan club.
Yeah, a
They
lot
have
of
since
message
flown.
deletion.
Tell you what, though, we're up to record viewers, higher than we've had at any point today. Charlene Bradshaw says, "Well done, Aaron Bradshaw, Tier Connell." TC stood for Tier Connell, of course. What else would it stand for?
TC, triple captain, fantasy football. Any results? Yeah,
What's
I was
fantasy football?
38,000 in the world last year out of 7.5 million people. Not bad. We're getting a little bit
not
of love
bad.
for that.
Yeah, you
Not
might
enough to
maybe,
get retweeted.
maybe
or anything,
change
but
your Twitter handle to Run Dougie
I
Run
actually
Fantasy
think I would
Football.
get more love in fantasy football than I do in this.
Finco Sport have tweeted again and they've tagged you correctly, Ronan. Part-time teacher, part-time athlete, full-time chancer. I love a bit of
Absolute
business
banter.
up the front, banter at the back. That's Ronan.
Yeah, haircuts all around. Yeah, lads. To be honest,
Lauren Roy
still
is
not
getting
good
her
enough.
medal. We'll catch this while we have a moment before that.
Yeah, let's be serious here for a moment. Lauren Roy with the win in this one. And in second place was Katie Monteith. She's getting her medal there now. Alice Rogers already has the medal in hand. I see we're going for a similar method here of medal self-assembly.
Yeah, IKEA style. Lauren Roy, the champ.
Impressively,
The ribbons are better than the Irish Championship ribbons. I'm not going to make a judgment on the medals. It's too far away, but the ribbons are definitely superior.
No, look,
Athletics NI, hats off, great work.
Yeah, they've pulled out all the stops there on the ribbon front. I think they've got a very good ribbon contact. And look, any ribbons supplies you need, please contact Athletics Northern Ireland.
I was only ribbing you about the other Twitter thing, Ronan.
Ribbon or ribbon?
I was ribbing you.
Oh yeah, I see what you've done there.
What did I do there?
You've used the word.
Shut up. The men's long jump are over on the back straight as well. We should really check in with them. And we'll keep a close eye on the men's 100-meter finalists, though, as they go through their final preparations. Over in the long jump, I see it's kind of.
Oh, we've got pool situations here again. It's going to be anarchy.
No, it's going to be.
It's all going Ori.
Are you an anarchist, Ronan? I am an anarchist.
I know you are, Cathal.
No, I'm not. I don't know what an anarchist really
I'm
is.
not 100% sure on what a lot
Absence
of
of
these
rules. Do you know the difference between anarchy and chaos?
Spelled differently.
No, anarchy is just the absence of rules. Doesn't mean there's disorder. Chaos means there's disorder. Anarchy could be perfectly working fine. It just means there are no rules. There you go. Life lessons for today.
Look, it's riveting stuff here on the commentary. So we've got two pools in this one. This is the City of Lisburn AC athlete. There are 4 of them in there. So I'm not going to even try and guess which one it is.
The numbers are up. 137? Or is that 024? 24.
24 is Jonathan Hill.
Yeah, we don't even need to guess. There
37
we
was the
go.
other City Lisburn AC athlete, Alex
They're
Seifert.
just messing with us now.
Really
They're messing with us.
making
the
life
City of
hard for us.
Lisburn.
We'll make it a quick zoom in there on a number, and then we can try and slowly but surely figure out who is whom. Oh, that's very helpful, Alex Seifert or Jonathan Hill. Turn away. Turn your back on me, why don't you?
There's Adam McMullen, though.
Yes, instantly is he recognisable there.
Coach
Adam
and
McMullen.
athlete.
He's in there. He is in Pool 1, Crusaders man.
I think that might be Tom Reynolds that he's talking to. A stalwart figure of Northern Irish athletics.
North Down AC, yeah. And Jay Benson, the Lagan Valley AC man, was last year's under-20 champion. And the senior champion was Keith Marks of Clonliffe Harriers. He is entered. I don't see him down there. I know he was injured for the National Senior Championships. That is Ben Fisher there in the centre of his shot. I recognise that young man from City of Lisburn.
Ben Fisher. And he's got sand all over his left leg. Distressing scenes
Disappointing.
for anyone
Should
who has
see
to do the laundry in the Fisher household later on.
Yeah.
Um,
That's over 7 metres from him in that previous round. 7.
Yeah, it's 7 something, so excellent jumping by 7:07 for Ben Fisher. Well done to him. McMullen, of course, is just under 8 metres at his best. 7:99, I think. Ronan?
Yeah, 7.99, yeah. Unfortunate to miss out on the 8 metres, but I'm sure you'll get there eventually. That is Caelan O'Callaghan there.
But the 100-metre men are behind their blocks, so we better go back to this. The full lineup running from lanes 1 to 8 for the senior men's 100-metre final.
So on the in lane 1 there, on the inside from Orange Grove AC, Aaron McCord, Connor Potts then, Christian Robinson, one to watch there in the red of City Lisburn, Dean Adams, last year's champion there in the Ballymena and Antrim singlet in lane 4. Lane 5 is Oliver Swinney. Lane 6, Adam Sykes from Orange Grove. Lane 7, Ronan Bloomer. One of his heat, he is from Ballymena and Antrim as well. And Jonathan Cochran there from Ballymena and Antrim on the outside.
Swinney, Sykes, Bloomer, and Cochrane, the final of the men's 100 metres.
Lots of tension here. Adams up against Robertson. Adams to the superior personal best. But who will it be to win this Northern Ireland and Ulster title? Adams out strongly as always. Robinson though fighting back at him, but Dean Adams looking really, really strong. It's Swinney. It's coming well as well, but it looks like it's going to be Adams. But does Swinney catch him on the line? He just might have. We'll have to see a replay of that call. It's
1080,
so tight.
10:87 on the clock. Swinney came home like an absolute jet train. A bullet train down the outside there. The fist bump, it's so hard to tell. I mean, Adams, as always, had it signed, sealed and delivered up to the first 50 metres, but again, the taller athlete to his right, Swinney, coming home. You see here, high stepping strides. They're eating into the lead of Dean Adams, and I think he may just have got there, but it's so hard to tell. We'll soon find out, though. That was a cracker of a 100-metre final, 10:87, a very, very decent time as well. In not ideal conditions at all here in Mario Peters, given it's quite cold now and Ronan continues to shiver.
Centre of your shot though, Swinney, you can see he's left behind a little bit by Adams, as most people are in the blocks. Robinson getting out well as well, and Sykes there in the orange of Orange Grove going well, but Adams in control here at this early stage, 20-30 metres into the race, and as he gets up into his running, Swinney is already starting to eat into his lead. Robinson looked like he was going to come back over the last 40 metres, but Swinney almost from nowhere here with 30 metres to go. As we turn on the camera, he turns on the speed.
Will we get a slow-mo perhaps?
Just of that last couple of metres, maybe. I don't know if it'll tell us anymore.
Last week we only slowed it down to watch James Sullivan's demise, to eat that Mondo track. Perhaps the more useful use of slow-mo this week could be employed to help us separate, because we've heard no announcements here and we don't have live results going in or anything, so we don't have access to the officials. Yeah, we're making it up. I cannot tell. I think you naturally kind of think Swinney, right, as the man coming from behind, but generally it tends to be the man holding on who actually gets it in these scenarios. But I mean, Swinney's definitely not behind, I think.
Yeah, and Adams is definitely also not behind.
He might be behind. No.
We don't know.
I mean, Swinney
Swinney
definitely looks like he hasn't lost. Selfie time here for Dean Adams, is it?
Yeah, Dean Adams is gone. Oh, look, I've won the race. I'm just going to take
selfies.
selfies.
Is that a black Labrador crossed with what? Oh, they're watching the replay. They're watching. They could be watching us.
They could be watching us.
Can you hear us?
Adam, Dean, can you hear us?
Speak to us. Dean?
Hello?
Selfie? Is this? No, they're watching it again here.
No, another selfie here. He may be able to hear us right now.
They're now watching himself. Here we go. Slow-mo time.
It's very disturbing here. That,
Adams has a meter there with 20 to go. Swinney, though.
Dean, that doesn't count as the official photograph.
So, that looks like Swinney on the line.
We have pictures. We have screenshots, I'd say.
We do. Let's zoom in on Dean Adams here, and we can maybe be able to talk to him through the commentary.
Yeah.
Dean, get that off mute.
Dean, turn up the volume, Dean. Dean, if you can hear us, raise your eyebrows.
Yes. Are you okay, Dean? Do you need us to come and get you? No, he still seems quite happy. Swinney here at the centre shot. He's not concerned with social media selfies like Dean Adams there.
Result.
100 metres.
He'll probably hear it before us.
First place in the time of 10.87. Dean Adams, Ballymena Antrim.
Dean,
wins
the
another
man.
title. Swinney
Hangs on. Once again, defends the title. Dean Adams was going to retire from athletics earlier this year, and then he kept at it, had a breakthrough run indoors, and said, why not? Why not keep going for those Irish championships? He's had quite a year as Dean Adams. Wins the Irish 60-metre title indoors, wins the Northern Irish 100-metre title outdoors. Dean Adams, 30 years old, Ballymena and Antrim. What was it he ran? 6:73 it was. He ran indoors this year down in Athlone. It was a fantastic year. And he ran 10:81 into a gale outdoors to finish third at the Irish Championships. And now he's got gold once again. Adams was very much on the cusp of walking away from the sport earlier this year and said he'd just stay going, and very limited training program he described as well when I was talking to him earlier in the year, you know, relative to what he used to do. More just smart as he's working full time these days. I think he works in coaching and athletics development and stuff, and I think he'd rest one day, he'd hit the track one day, and then he'd go to the gym another day. And that was a kind of 3-day cycle he repeated.
I did that over a couple of that's like my monthly cycle.
So yeah, that's what Dean Adams did, and it's, you know, when you're getting a little bit older, even though he's not old, but 30 for a sprinter is getting up there. You end up knowing your body a lot better, and he certainly knows his. But yeah, brilliant stuff. He's, of course, a 10.6 100-metre runner at his best. Dates back a whole length of time now, 12 years ago. 10.5 with a bit of wind at his back. But yeah, outstanding win by Dean Adams. And Swinney will have another day. Swinney will singy again.
Yeah, a bit of a stretch there, Colin.
Yeah,
and,
big stretch.
possibly-
Where it's steeplechase time.
It certainly is. The barriers are out, and it is in this race. we
Kasabian
should
is
have-
also out and
Yes.
blaring over the.
Almost excessively loud. Yeah. Stephen Connolly of Annandale Striders, Liam McKenna of Glasgow Harriers, Dermot Keogh is back. Surely not from that race earlier on over 3K. Dermot Keogh looks like he could be back. From Finn Valley, Ronan Kelly from Letterkenny, last year's champion Ethan Dunn of Lockview AC. He's back in action here. Donald Lynham of Inniskillen Running Club will be in lane 7. Joseph Haynes, who was third at the Irish Championships a couple of weeks back, last year's Irish Schools Intermediate Champion from Armagh AC. He's going to be in this one as well. So we're going to have a quick look on the back straight and see if we have anyone out there. As we'll come back to that, actually we'll stick with the javelin for the moment, and I will have a look and see what's happening over with the steeplechase.
Yeah, we've got javelin action and long jump action going on. Let's see, someone has gone out there, number in the long jump to 698.
We're looking for a couple of officials.
Yeah, so we got an idea there. In the javelin though, it's going well. And by going well, I mean I don't know any of the results, and I was just trying to buy time while I look for the start list. This is a behind where what do they call this? The fourth wall. We're breaking the fourth wall. We're letting people know what's happening behind the scenes. Women's javelin. It is a Tyrconnell vest, I think. It is, in fact. There are 2 Tyrconnell athletes in this, Niamh Carlin and Niamh Mohan. So here's
Short run
Niamh
up
on the
here.
runway. Could be Leisha McGonigal as well.
Yeah, it goes out to about 23, 24 meters, I would guess, just off the naked eye. Looking at where the 30-meter marker is. So next up on track, to give you an idea of the track action that we have to come, it's going to be the 3,000-meter steeplechase for men next up. I see 4 lads over there on the back straight, quivering with terror at the sight of these barriers. These 35 barriers that are going to have to haul themselves over here in the 7.5 laps of the track. They're going to have to suffer through. But after that, it's going to be from the long hurdlers to the short hurdlers. And it's going to be the sprint hurdles. Women will be up first, then the men. Then we're moving on to the 5K. We'll have 2 of those, men A and B races at 3:15, about an hour away. And then it's into the 200-meter and 400-meter finals from 4:10 during the final hour of action here in the Northern Ireland and Ulster under 18 to 20 and senior championships.
A lot going on there, Carl.
So much going on. I wonder what's going on up at that mansion up the road that we passed.
Yeah, it was glorious.
It was, I can't get it out of my head. Love
I'm
struck.
going to go there now. Back on the javelin here. This looks like a Tyrconnell AC athlete. I think it's Leisha McGonigal. Under 19. 302, I am correct. Leisha McGonigal. We've seen her already today in the long jump, I think. So we've had, before that we had Niamh Carlin. A couple athletes not in this javelin just yet. Looks to be about 6 athletes down there. Here's McGonigal now.
It's like a rock concert in here.
So it looks to be about 15 meters there from McGonigal.
Yeah, the steeplechase chaps are prepping. They're probably a couple minutes away from starting. The long jumpers are still over there. We'll try and get a look at them soon and update you on what's happening there as best we can from our ivory tower in the stands.
And here, our cold ivory tower. Here is
Yeah, marble and ivory, not good for walking around your bare feet on.
certainly not, but expensive, like gold, like the gold medal that Sarah Crawford from Liverpool won last year. Under 18 title she won. She threw 26.819 is her personal best. She has the best personal best possibly in this field. I haven't seen all the athletes yet as we look around, but it is Sarah Crawford. Seems to be all Crawford from Liverpool today.
We're hearing a bit of walk this way here.
Yeah, unfortunately not used.
Run
as you would
DMC.
obviously use it in
Run
during the
DMC and
race walk.
Aerosmith, I believe.
Yeah. 1986.
Effort there. You definitely
That
made
was
that up.
the year it was released, as opposed to the distance that was thrown. That's about 22 meters.
I find it quite unlikely that you know that offhand.
I really hope I'm right here. There was a wild...
You might be right. You might be
wild
right.
statement. It
If
could be
you're
88.
right, it'll be exceptional.
No, it's the 90s, isn't it?
It was
No, that
80s. It was
a-
late 80s. Run DMC and Aerosmith.
And there was a...
86.
outrageous.
Ronan Duggan, take a bow. Nails
Anyway.
it. 1986. Walk This Way. Great song, have to say.
Don't worry about it, guys.
Men's steeplechase. They'll jump no barriers for the first half lap, and they'll jump 5 a lap for the next 7. That makes 37 barriers in all. 28 of them dry land. 7 of them splashing into a hellish pit where 3 photographers are waiting in luminous vests, hoping that one of them face plants so they can get a photo on the back of the Belfast Telegraph on Monday morning.
There'll be plenty of Schadenfreude out there.
Oh, there'll be Schadenfreude out the gap.
In this one, Caldo, at the front, we've got Ethan Dunn. He's last year's champion from Lockview AC. He is in the lead there. Joseph Haynes, the diminutive athlete from Armagh AC, just on his outside. He's under 18. I think he was intermediate in school last year, so he's probably about 17 now at this stage. Annadale Strider's there, I think. Or is it Glasgow Harriers? I'll just check that for you. So that is either Liam McKenna or Stephen Connolly. And then in the 4th place there at the moment is the Letterkenny man, Ronan Kelly. Not sure if that's Glasgow Harriers or Annadale Striders there in 3rd place, so get an idea of that for you. But at the front, there's no confusion. It is Haynes in 2nd and Dunn in 1st. Will it be a done deal for Ethan Dunn, or will he have Joseph Haynes to contend with over the last couple of laps?
Yeah, Haynes takes it on there with a lap run in about 125 or so as they pass through, or it was less than that actually. It was about 122, but time's all a bit irrelevant here, really.
Yeah.
Look at here's their first water jump. Will someone face plant and delight the photographers? The photographers say, "Damn you for not falling. My photo could have been great." What we see here.
That is Liam McKenna of Glasgow Harriers there in 3rd place. So I took a shot and crossed out the wrong man. He's in 3rd. Haynes has the superior personal best according to our records here over Ethan Dunn, and he was 3rd at the National Championships down below in Dublin a couple of weeks back in a race that wasn't exactly hugely attended. There was 4 athletes in it, and Haynes was 3rd behind Hanrahan and Chesser, but at the moment he's 2nd behind Ethan Dunn. He's hoping to win himself a Northern Irish title here. Dunn in the lead. You see Ava McMahon there in the javelin. She'll be the likely champion in that one.
Catch that if we zoom out a bit. We'll catch that throw. Look at that, 2 events in one shot. Eat that, Diamond League.
Outrageous. Serious throw, well over 40 metres, and she's been throwing in around that 40-metre barrier there over the last couple of weeks. But that looks like one of our longest throws this summer.
Absolutely seamless transition from the landing straight up to our competitors as they go over that, what is it, the 6th barrier. Joseph Haynes takes the lead and says, "No thanks, I don't want to be in front. I will sit in behind." It's an awkward thing, Ron, and we've both run the steeplechase in our day.
Yeah,
not
certainly.
a great effect, but...
Well, you won the Ireland Schools Intermediate title. I was 4th, even though I ran faster than you ran, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I took it quite easy. I had 1,500 to come later that day. They're passing through here. They're going to come up towards the kilometre. You still a bit sore about that? Sore about your lack of schools medal, or sore about your incorrect tagging by
My
Matt
life has
Coyne?
been a disaster. Ethan Dunn here leading as it with 50 metres to go, and Haynes absolutely superior over
Haynes
the
can't
barriers.
stop himself here. He's bringing the House of Haynes. This is like, he's coming up. This is the K. It's going to be reached in about 3:27 or so, and the mood has shifted here with this
Ominous music.
somber film music that's playing here.
Yeah.
It's the magic. It's the music I imagine you play when you're lurking on Instagram. It's quite a sinister feel to it.
Yeah, well, when you've been through a lack of school, 3-4 places in the schools, you'll feel sinister. You know, Haynes has the title in his bag. Last year's intermediate schools champion, Joseph Haynes here, leading this out. He's got a far superior PB to Ethan Dunn, and it looks like he is going to take the lead here and stay in the lead. Dunn taking closer order. Haynes not exactly putting the pressure on, but Haynes and Dunn, Haynes far superior over the barriers. Dunn is struggling a little bit with those, and McKenna back in 3rd from Glasgow Harriers is trying to hold on to these 2 athletes. But Haynes, as you can see here, as we come up to the steeplechase water jump, every time we're hitting the jump here, Dunn is having to work so much harder than Haynes over every barrier and every jump. Haynes is making a yard or 2 every single time.
Yeah, the DJ appears to be spinning the record there. It's quite an interesting version of a remix, but Haynes is moving. He's just blown the snot rocket there out onto the infield, and he's coming up looking very comfortable here. And as jump around appropriately plays, Joseph Haynes which is by House of Pain, I think, who I
Yes.
just referenced a while ago with House of
Outrageous.
Haynes.
No,
So I
outrageous.
think someone's listening to us here in
Yeah.
Mary Pierce track, and you know what? Hats off to them if they are, because we just say a band and then they appear over the loudspeaker.
Impressive.
We didn't actually say them. We said House of Haynes, which is a very different band to House of Pain. Jump around, and it works on so many levels with the Steeplechase ongoing. They're halfway through at the moment.
Yeah. It is a House of
And
Pain
the
here.
whole crew are getting lacked up with a lactic acid here as Joseph Haynes leads out. He looks
Ethan
quite
Dunn.
comfortable running. Ethan Dunn, not to be confused with the Mission Impossible character Ethan Hunt.
Yes, and
However,
I'd
he's-
say, to be honest, against Joseph Haynes here, it may be a mission impossible for Ethan Dunn, but he is hanging on. He was last year.
But he looks to be Tom Cruising there in second. Rendered speechless.
Yes, yeah. I got kidnapped by a group of mimes the other day. They threatened to do unspeakable things. Thoughts on that?
I'll adopt the mime response and try to get out of this imaginary glass box.
Haynes though leading into the home straight.
Yeah, he's really bringing the pains.
Dunn though in second is trying to hold on to him as best he can. His race isn't done yet. There are two across here as they come up the home straight. It is coming up towards just under 2k, a mile gone, and it is some good running here from these two athletes. They are locked together here as they come up towards the barriers. It's good as well from Dunn. He's getting around them, making sure that he can sight the barrier. It's quite difficult to run directly behind someone. In the Munster schools in 2006, I ran behind John Francis, and John Francis ran right into the barrier, and I ran right into the back of John Francis. So it's good to be able to sight the barriers and know what's going on.
Any younger audience among us who can't appreciate old times the way us millennials can, look up Gunter Weidlinger steeplechase face smash. I think it was at the 2011 World Championships in Daegu, and he slipped just before it, and he took the full weight of that steeplechase barrier right to the face. It's quite epic. Thankfully he was alright. They passed 2k in 6:57 with Joseph Haynes out front from Ethan Hunt. This is going to be a barnstorming last 900 metres here. 9:50 to go as they hit the water barrier, and Ethan Dunn says, yoink, I'll steal a metre or two over you, Joseph Haynes. I want this lead and I want this gold medal. You can't have it, because I want it.
Yeah, Dunn's PB 10:41. It should be in and around that as a finish. So Haynes,
Look
you'd
at the
wonder
difference in relaxation there on their faces though.
Yeah, Dunn is working really, really hard here to move away from Haynes, and Haynes needs to take closer order here. Dunn, last year's champion.
Well, maybe I'm wrong here.
Had a
Maybe
superior.
Maybe Haynes is Dunzo here, but
Haynes
he's
could be done. Ethan Dunn could be away. And it looks like he is away. We were horribly incorrect. And
Ah.
Dunn has made 2 or 3 meters on Haynes, and Haynes seems to have lost the battle here between these two athletes. The senior athlete, Ethan Dunn, is finding resources and resolve from the deepest recesses of his mind, and he's moving away from Joseph Haynes. And in third place is Liam McKenna of Glasgow Harriers.
yeah.
And our fourth place athlete, Ronan Kelly of Letterkenny, is trying as best he can over these barriers, which are quite tough.
Adam McMullen is on the long jump runway. I see he's just putting his mark out there. We better pick up this, because this is a man worth watching in that white singlet.
Yeah, the Crusaders AC, man.
If anything major happens in the upcoming, no, is he teasing us?
He's
still a bit to
absolutely
go
teasing
yet
us,
to
yeah.
see. Right, we'll look back. We'll look back to the steeplechase, and we'll keep you updated if McMullen takes to the runway, because we don't want to miss his jumps. But out front, Ethan Hunt with 5:50 to go has a 20-metre advantage over Joseph Haynes, who we thought was cruising. And as soon as we said it, the commentators curse. We struck him down with our voodoo doll and our voodoo voices here from the ivory tower that we're inhabiting, as we slowly shiver to death from the stands. But Ethan Dunn over that barrier. He's only got 5 of these jumps left, and he'll be home as the senior steeplechase champion of Northern Ireland. 8:59 on the clock as he goes through.
For the defending champion.
Joseph Haynes looks like he's got nothing left.
Yeah, Ethan Dunn looking like he's going to retain his title here. Won it last year and is 50 metres to the good now on Joseph Haynes, who put up a plucky challenge early doors, but Dunn with a personal best of 10:41. He's definitely well capable of breaking that. Haynes, who's ran 10:09, not in the mix today, but Dunn down the back straight, 250 metres left to run. Everything
looks a done deal, Ronan.
It is a done deal for Ethan Dunn here with 200 metres to go, unless there's a major Mark Kerwin from Raheny Shamrock style effort in the water jump here. We should be okay. Haynes still in second place, but it is as we come up towards the steeplechase barrier. He's got 2 barriers to come over this final water jump. He's home and hosed, clear, and one last barrier to go. Unless there is a American steeplechase
Evan
record holder,
Yeager.
Evan Yeager style
Jaeger.
effort here. Surely not. Yeager bombs is a great headline.
No one used it.
Unfortunately not. Done though. Done and dusted. Done deal for Ethan Dunn. 50 metres to go.
Done.
He is our champion. 10:17, so massive personal best for Ethan Dunn.
But the man in second is finished jumping around, and the House of Haynes, it's foreclosed on with a silver medal. Probably 10:25 or so, as Joseph Haynes reaches the finish, drops to his haunches, I suppose, gathers his oxygen, which it's been proven is a quicker way to recover than actually walking, despite what your coaches may have told you. However, your lactate buffering may be improved by staying motion
Yeah,
in
active recovery, Carl. Loving it.
Tell me about it, Ronan.
Big fan.
I'm
big
all
fan.
about the active recovery, or indeed inactive recovery, or indeed just recovery from the many crippling addictions. Our third
afflictions,
place
in fact. Liam
athlete
McKenna.
is over the last barrier. Liam McKenna up to the finish. Bronze medal awaits the young man. He's
From
under
Glasgow
19
Harriers.
as well, so
He
well done to him. Will he win in under
He
19?
may not, as I think it's under 18 and 20, although there's lots of action here, but he certainly gets a bronze medal
And
overall here.
our talk about performance enhancing drugs, the Chemical Brothers are blaring around Mary Peters here.
They certainly are. Up after this, we're going to have 3 heats of the the women's hurdles. Now, I will
Wowzer.
say that
3 heats.
I'm going to wait and see how many we
Well,
actually
let's
get on the
reserve
line.
judgment because surely some no-shows will occur. But yeah, we've on paper we have under 19s and seniors mixed together, and then we've one separate
Yeah,
2
we
heats
see
of that, and then
Ronan
one
Kelly coming up here
under 18.
in the last competitor here. 4th place he was in the men's steeplechase here at the Northern Irish and Ulster Championships. 10:17 the win for Ethan Dunn. Joseph Haynes in 2nd place and Liam McKenna in 3rd. Back over in the javelin, women's javelin. So we saw Avi McMahon throw well outside 40 metres there. Impressive throw from her. Second in behind Kate O'Connor at the Irish Championships. The Blackrock AC athlete. And this looks to be Ballymena and Antrim AC's Katie McCullough.
Tell you what, the DJ is doing some job here.
Superb, yeah. I have to say. It's just a mix of all sorts of
It's wonderful.
blends,
Plenty old school. Hats off. If you can hear us, DJ, we'll give half of our wages to you today for the job you're doing.
Good
Half
throw
of
from-
nothing is nothing.
Good throw from Katie
Only
McCullough
miss.
there, 29 metres. Fine effort from her.
Yeah, the men's long jump is also ongoing. We'll keep an eye there if any of the big guns take to the runway. It's quite hard to keep up with 2 runways and a javelin and all these track events. The hurdles are being set up though. They'll be incoming in about, well, on paper it's 13 minutes time. I'd suspect they might get going before that.
Apron. It's called the high jump apron. That's what it's called.
Is it?
That whole area, yeah. Sorry, I just remembered that.
Apron.
Yeah. I could be wrong. That's what I... Yeah, high jump apron dimensions.
High jump apron.
Yeah. How to high jump? Short approach to the apron. The area in front of it is called the apron.
But to the apron.
Yeah. Short approach.
But you're
to-
already on the apron then. Why
Oh,
would it
maybe,
be
yeah.
high jump
Oh,
approach
no.
to the apron?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe the stanchions are an apron.
I know. It also you
No,
were.
because an apron is 2
Yeah,
handles and then the thing in the middle. That's why it's called an apron, because it's shaped
maybe,
that
yeah,
way.
Yeah.
So we still don't know the area before the high jump.
Drat.
Is it a runway? A runway
Well, here
denotes
it says
something long and
it says
narrow.
apron/runway. So
Oh, perhaps.
Yeah.
I want to reserve judgment. Number 166.
wouldn't be like you. 166 is Niamh Carlin of Tyrconnell AC. She's one of the few seniors in this competition, alongside her club mate and Niamh mate, Niamh Mohan. Good throw from her. Impressive throw. We got quite a lot of athletes in that one.
Under 19 senior women's 100 meter hurdles.
We'll have the hurdles up very shortly. So we'll flick down. Here is McMullen. Will he slow roll us again? It's just not.
Yeah,
He's
McMullen's.
Has there even been any jumps going on? McMullen's just been getting changed and wandering around there for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, well,
Come on,
look,
Adam.
he's a big deal. Up
People
in
are waiting
Lakeside
here.
High. He does what he wants, you know, and he deserves to do what he wants. Anyone who's jumped 7.99 for me can do what they want. Second longest high jumper in Irish history. Adam McMullen is an outstanding athlete. It's such a pity that the long jump standards for international championships are as cruel as they are up into the 810s and 820s. Because Adam McMullen is a truly international class performer, and you'll see it here with that great speed on the runway. Plants that left leg, extends, and he kind of gives a kind of look. Number 139, that's what's up so far on that right-hand board it'll be. So he's still in the 6s at the moment. That was his 5th round effort, 6:56 it looks like. And that, needless to say, will be why he looked at that mark and went, meh. He's not had his best year so far, needless to say, Adam McMullen, but there's still plenty of time.
It's grand though, he's not even on our start list, so we won't even bother
He's
talking
on
about
my
him
start
anymore.
list.
Yeah. He's on your start list? He's not on mine.
Late entry. Yeah, he
As I
was
said, he can do what he wants.
second at the national championships a few weeks ago. 7:31 there he jumped. 7:47 indoors this year though.
Yeah, Sasha
Sasha?
Ferris here from City of Lisburn, under 19 athlete from City of Lisburn. Good launch from her. I think we'll very shortly possibly have the hurdles. It's kind of,
The competitors in the women's triple jump, please report.
we're not 100% sure.
Far side.
And
As we are
our
with many
TJers have been told to.
Here's Leisha McGonigal now in from Tyrconnell in the javelin. Very soon we'll have the hurdles on track. So McGonigal of Tyrconnell, been involved in plenty of competitions today. Steadying herself. Not sure what grip she's using there, Carl. Was it the Finnish grip, the American grip? There are 3 grips. I don't know what the third one's called.
No, not a clue. Bit of presentations going on. Oh, so we've both 5k races we've got confirmation are going to be combined at 3:15, I would suspect. So the timetable moving ahead of schedule, it seems, or perhaps we'll have a few breaks in there. If not, but we had 2 5k races scheduled for 3:15 and 3:40. So spread the word for the men who were in the second one. They have been combined on a split start due to the numbers allowing it. We'll be racing through the program. We will not have the 5 heats of the 5,000 metres that we had last week at the Irish Masters Championship. Ronan Duggan still wakes up screaming in the night thinking about it.
We're actually going to show, we're going to re-commentate on those. We're going to show all 5 of those at the end of this program for anyone who's interested.
Is anyone interested?
No.
We'll be studying the
Hello?
feet
Anyone
of
out there?
everyone.
Leisha McGonigal is out there though on the javelin runway. She's been in a statuesque kind of pose here for quite some time.
Yeah, she's been waiting around. People have asked us what do we think about McGurk's performance, commentators.
Well, he went from 2:04, I think, was his personal best. Outside 2 minutes anyway. I'd say here on 1:58. We don't have an official time on it, but that was a great. He held on to Niall McKnight. He went with the pace, and McKnight acted like a pacemaker. When he came into the home straight, McGurk really went for it. Not at the class of McKnight, but still a great performance and a breakthrough performance. He broke like the dawn broke behind McKnight.
That's
Close enough? That didn't even make much sense, but
succinctly,
dawn and night in there.
succinctly
Not bad.
and sweetly summed up by you, Ronan Duggan.
Cheers, brother.
We have a bit of a presentation we could probably take in before, while nothing's happening in the javelin. We have ongoing delay in the javelin. Oh no, the javelin's actually going now, so we'll watch this.
This is Leisha McGonigal here from Tyrconnell AC. Very short run up and short throw on that time for McGonigal.
Yeah, it came down a lot sooner than she'd like there.
Yeah, and this is Crawford here of Liverstrabane is up next, but on the podium here we've 2 athletes from Orange Grove and an athlete from Ballymena and Antrim. So I think this is the under 19. I think that's Adam Sykes there up the top of that for the 100 meters. I'll get you back on that one. Yeah, Sykes winning that under 19 title.
And we're back over at the long jump.
McCord in second place in that. And that in the long jump is the Annalee AC man.
Is that? Anna Lee man is John Nolte, who has a best, I think, is that 6:56? 5:56? 6:56. John Nolte at the moment. We'll see how that's.
Yeah, see how that plays out for Nolte. He snuck into that top 8 at the Irish Championships a couple of weeks back.
That's Ronan's favourite artist, Vanilla Ice, blares over the loudspeaker here.
Yeah, big fan, Ice Baby.
feeling a little under pressure at the moment, given that 30-year mortgage he recently signed into.
33, Paul.
33 years.
We couldn't get 35 because of Leanne's advanced age. She luckily has no interest in athletics and will never ever listen to these streams.
Well, not if I send it to her.
Screen
She'll think
grab.
if she said that about me, what else is he saying about me? Leanne is only 34 years old, it should be pointed out.
In November, she's actually only 33.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, McMullen is contemplating
Life.
getting ready there again, possibly life. 7.99. He has jumped in the long jump.
Yeah, he'll be looking for something over 7 meters here anyway. He'll certainly not be pleased with any less than that. And the women's 100-meter hurdles are being basically told to assemble behind their blocks with their t-shirts off and their numbers on display and all that. So
They've actually just called Leisha McGonigal from the javelin, so she has obviously raced her 100 meters to get to the start list.
well, there we go. We see that movie I couldn't remember earlier that I was talking about. But we'll keep an eye there on Adam McMullen because he's milling around like a tiger prowling the savannah. Do tigers prowl the savannah? Is that a thing? I don't think they do. I don't think they do at all. A cheetah, perhaps? Anyway, Adam McMullen is on the long jump runway. Left foot planted. And soon he's changed his jumping feet, I think, in recent years after that Achilles rupture he underwent. But he tears down the runway. Plants that left foot. Great elevation off it. That looks better. At least from our distance. And he comes back to have a look at the board. Does he get the white flag? I think it's been measured, so didn't see a flag go up there. And he's having a very close look at that. I'm not sure, is that perhaps a foul if he is looking that closely. Adam McMullen is one of the, not just one of the brightest minds you'll find in athletics. He's not just a good athlete, he thinks about the whole process that goes into becoming a good athlete and helps so many other athletes under the auspices of Athletics Northern Ireland and his coaching and development to work. And he's also a lovely chap. Ronan, you're back.
I'm back. I got 4 of the 6 athletes in that field as in the hurdles. As it was quite far away. Dave Sweeney brought binoculars last week. I think we need to invest. So we might skip over once we've seen this result. If we may see it, it's over 7.
It looks, oh, it is over
Big
7.
reveal,
and
big
we see a
reveal.
green spot.
Green means go.
Green means go.
Going for gold is Adam McMullen.
It's there.
It's got a 5 in it. 7 something.
15
5.
I'm going with. 750. Oh, this is a perfect
765. Outrageous.
Adam McMullen. That's a season's best, surely.
Huge for McMullen, yeah.
That's a 2020 best for Adam McMullen. Yeah, we'll try and tee up a replay there while we have it before these sprinter. Or do we have time? No, we don't have time, I think. Yeah, we'll get it in.
We'll go for it now.
We've done it now. We've no
Go,
choice.
Adam, go.
We missed the hurdles. Come on, Adam. Get it on.
Come on, man. Stop messing around
we
here.
have time. They're not on their marks yet. But look at this. Brilliant stuff from Adam
Very
McMullen.
powerful.
765.
Huge hang time.
I mean,
there.
I did say in my expert judgment it looked like a bigger jump. And you can see the
definitely a
energy
big
with
jump.
which he came out of the pit there was your giveaway that Adam McMullen nailed. I think Ellen McCartney, has been deposed as our star performer here today. Adam McMullen takes the crown.
Yeah, very, very impressive from McMullen.
He's quite good at the old long jumping.
He's
Laura
decent.
Frey is back at it again.
She is. Laura Frey.
19 there, centre left of your
Laura
shot.
Frey, obviously, like, you know.
What's the name of that movie? I'm going to find it.
Laura, she's gone with the whole. In Cineworld on Parnell Street in Dublin, you can buy a monthly ticket where you can go see as many movies as you like. And maybe there was a monthly ticket or a day ticket here, and Laura Frey has entered every event.
Do you know what it's called? It's called The World's Greatest Athlete.
Yes, I have seen
Nanu.
it. 100%.
He makes history by winning every event at the NCAA Championships.
I have seen it. It's good and bad.
He was out on
Taken
safari.
measure.
Yeah, he's a Tarzan-like figure who could outrun a cheetah in full bound. And seeing this, the coaching staff whip out their recruitment pen and papers.
Yeah, incredible. So check that out if you're not interested in
The world's greatest
110
athlete,
hurdles.
1973, 13 years before Walk This Way was brought out by Run DMC and Aerosmith. The world's greatest athlete. It's an interesting production. It's quite strange. Quite strange indeed.
Yeah, just to give you an idea here, Cathal, in this one, because I think we're waiting on Leisha McGonigal, who was in the javelin. On the right-hand side of your shot, that is Anneli AC as Bevan McCaffrey there. And then in centre you have Laura Frey. And then just on the outside, so we've had a couple of late pullouts there. On the outside there, 165. We don't have it on our program, but I think that's Lucy McGlynn of Tyrconnell AC. So from the inside, Bevan McCaffrey, Laura Frey, and Lucy McGlynn. So quite a lot of pullouts in this one. These three athletes, 3 different age groups. Laura Frey is a senior, Bevan McCaffrey an under 19, and sorry, Lucy McGlynn also a senior. 165 there on left hand side of your shot. So these athletes will be running 100-meter hurdles here. McCaffrey from Manly, Frey from Lagan Valley, and from Tyrconnell AC, Lucy McGlynn. So settling into their blocks here. Taking their time, heads bowed, ready to get into that drive phase as they hit that first hurdle. They have to get up very quickly in the hurdles, quicker than they did in the sprint. Frey out very well there, Lagan Valley athlete, and straight over that first hurdle. She's in the lead at the moment. McGlynn holding on to her, the senior athlete outside. McCaffrey going to be going well in that under 19 race there, but it is Frey here ahead of McGlynn, and Frey coming off that last hurdle now, working well, 5 meters to the good in the end over McGlynn. Great finish there from Frey, another title in the bag.
Yeah, great win. 2 titles, busy day. World's greatest athlete. Playing out before our eyes here in terms of that movie that we often discussed. $22,583,370 it garnered at the box office back in 1973.
Huge.
93-minute
Is that adjusted
movie.
for inflation?
No, I don't believe it is.
Yeah, no, we can't. It's very hard to judge then. But there was no issues here in this one, Carl. Frey out so strongly there. McGlynn going well over those first couple of hurdles, but Frey, her experience and endurance showed over the last 50 meters. She's started to gain that ground away from McGlynn. McGlynn then struggling over those last couple of hurdles, but Frey over the last 2 flights of hurdles and that last couple of meters there, stealing a march on McGlynn.
Yeah, Debbie Paul has asked if we could show the pole vault award ceremony, but if that's taken place, we've definitely missed it. But I think that must have been ages ago, but we were probably caught up in showing some live action on the track. There's so much happening that obviously showing all the ceremonies, we'd probably miss a substantial amount of action on the field and perhaps even track. So apologies if we have missed some of them, but we'll be jumping around as best we can and trying to show you the key events, jumps, throws, walks, medal ceremonies, etc. as best we can. The javelin is ongoing at the moment. The women's long jumpers are all getting ready there over on the back straight. We'll be bringing you some of that once it gets going. Sorry, it's the women's triple jumpers. That's our final horizontal jump.
Yeah, Michaela Byrne was the champ there last year. She's back in this one. She won the under 18 title last year. Anna McKinty, Fola McFadden, Yana McQuillan, Kate Lenny, and Lauren Callahan all in that.
Patrick Monaghan has taken major issue with my awarding of Adam McMullen as the star performer and said, surprisingly, a novel input here that Larkin McGurk is the star performer. Thank you for that, Patrick. We don't disagree, however, it'd be a stretch to say we agree.
He wins most improved. And that was Rachel Carlin there of Olympian Youth throwing in that one.
And I hear the announcer call Laura Frey Laura Fry. So Laura, we apologise if we've mispronounced your name for the last 6 hours.
Sorry, yeah, apologies. Although, look, Frey doesn't work as well with...
Yeah, puns. Fry, well, she's fried her opposition.
Yeah, okay, look, there's a lot to work with there.
Yeah, there's a lot. Either way, we're
in the good
golden,
here.
yeah.
Speaking of good, Shauna Wykes here in the javelin from Glasgow Harriers. Very high throw from her, 25 metres or so from her. She'll be trying to catch up to Ava McMahon, who's the star attraction in that javelin. And here she is.
I'll try and put together some start lists for our sprint finals, which we've been handed once again a chaotic group of numbers.
Yes, it is a
I feel like I need to be
equation.
Rain Man here to work out who everyone is.
Yeah,
As Sam Smith, the one poor choice from the DJ all day, has continued to... Ava McMahon, though, with a monstrous throw there. That's up towards 40 metres. Outstanding throwing by her.
Looks to be around that 40-metre mark, all right, and not as good as their. I think her second round throw was well over 40 metres. Incredible throw from McMahon there, very impressive. And I would suspect the leader in that competition. We haven't got results for you, but judging by our
Brilliant
eye
throwing.
test, certainly.
Our eye test
reigning
is
champ.
normally right. But yeah, brilliant throwing. That one went way out there. And indeed, I'm sure there's much more there for her.
Yeah, that's the Ballymena and Antrim AC athlete. Katie McCullough, under 18. Launching that one out. A decent throw, well over 30 metres from the Ballymena lady. Impressive throw. Should have some men's hurdles as well coming up very shortly. Apologies, no men's hurdles. I lied.
What are the men's hurdlers up to?
Men's hurdles are not on track at all. They must have been on last night, Carl.
I must admit I didn't see all the programme last night. I watched the 1500s. At least some of the 1500s.
Belying your love of 1500s. We
Yeah,
may
exactly.
see some further hurdling here, though, as
Yeah.
athletes are back, looking possibly to run some of the shorter hurdles races. Oh, in fact, there are some men's hurdles. I was reading the programme incorrectly because I am a complete clown.
No disagreements here on it.
Final. In lane 3, representing City of Lisburn, Abby Tate, the bronze medalist from the Under-18 Indoor Championship.
My overzealous crossing out of names is going to come back to haunt me out again, as we have a different hurdles race with lots
You
of
really do
athletes in
commit
it.
to it once you commit as well. There's no going back.
Under-17 Indoor Champion goes into lane 4.
So we'll get an idea of who is in this hurdles race now, after, as I said, crossing their names out with glee.
Under-17 Indoor Championship.
The javelin women's here, City of Lisburn AC's Sasha Barrett Ferris there, throwing 25 metres or so. So in this hurdles race, so we've got a change in the program here for this one. In this last one, it's an under 18, so it's going to be lower heights. Should have thought that through before I scratched their names out.
Sure, look. If we thought everything through, we'd never do anything.
Nice one, Carl. Abby Tate, Kate Donoghue, Charlotte Leyburn, and Clodagh Friel in this one. City Lisburn AC, Annalee AC, Armagh AC, and Olympian Youth all represented. So it looks like we're missing one athlete. We'll wait and see when the hoodies are taken off. See who is who, and what is what.
Who am I?
So it's a more
After our
difficult
fourth
question.
consecutive weekend of commentating, question we begin to ask on occasion.
You don't need to ask it anymore, Carl. I think we've gone fully telepathic now.
I agree.
Let's make some wild assumptions here. The red hoodie could be Abby Tate from City of Lisburn, as that is the only club of those four that has a red vest. And then our athlete in the centre, I think that's Kate Donoghue of Annalee AC. And Charlotte Leyburn or Clodagh Friel on the outside. Hard to tell, both clubs have bluish singlets. So
Gets confusing.
wild assumptions being made here.
Look. When in doubt, wildly assume. That's my motto.
Yeah, it'll hardly come back to haunt you. It must be said.
At least not yet, but soon, perhaps.
Yeah, it gets closer with every day, every crushing day.
Especially with these nights drawing in.
Niall
It's quite
McKnight.
difficult.
One of
Niall
that,
McKnight drawing in
800
from
metres earlier on.
I know he's out my back. Yard. Someone's out there.
We may
Someone's drawing in.
cut away here and perhaps try and catch the...
Yeah,
oh
we
no,
do.
never mind.
We missed nothing. We were going to cut away, but
We were going to cut away. We cannot cut away no
they're
more.
about to get called to their marks.
172 is Kate Donoghue of Annalee AC, and I was correct with my City of Lisburn shout. Abby Tate there, just on the inside from City of Lisburn. And then it is Olympian Youth, Clodagh Friel, there in the outside lane. Charlotte Leyburn is not present. So 3 athletes, 3 medals. Everyone's a winner. But who will be the champ? So we have Tate, Donoghue, and Friel.
Kate Donoghue, Clodagh Friel, the final of the Under-18.
Tate just there on the right-hand side of your shot. City of Lisburn AC vest, just tying the laces. The red vest. Kate Donoghue of Annalee AC, centre of your shot. And then Clodagh Friel for Olympian Youth. So this is an under-18 race. Over 100 metres. Lower heights in this one than in the last race. So these athletes will be getting into their blocks very shortly.
Probably a benefit to be on delay on your own run.
Possibly you can run your own race a little bit.
Well, I suppose everyone's in a lane on their own, but to have a lane either side, a space.
True,
You don't get any Omar McLeod style
Somebody kicking your
stray
hurdle.
legs, kicking your hurdle and leaning in with their arms, blocking you
Ain't no
and
time
stuff.
for that. Yeah, for sure. Tate though. Will it be Tate Modern? Will it be
Golden
Waterford?
Tate.
Golden Tate.
Golden Tate is a very good American footballer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Great name.
very
Like
good.
the city of
Golden
Golden
Tate.
in
So it
British
might
Columbia.
be Golden Tate here.
I have a photo on my phone of the Welcome to Golden sign.
Yeah, tell
in
us all
British
about your
Columbia. It's
holidays
pretty good.
again.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah, why not?
You're well travelled. Any more
Tate,
knowledge
Donoghue,
about Fenway Park?
Friel. Tate getting out well, but it is Donoghue sent over a shot there from Annalee AC. These two are battling it out. Friel looks done and dusted there in third place, but it is Donoghue leading it from Tate here. A couple of flights left, and Donoghue is striding away strongly here, but he's struggling over that last hurdle, and it just holds on to Tate.
Well,
We have to see a replay of that.
We will see. Yeah, definitely have a look at that again. But she didn't cost her, crucially. She just
17:22.
couldn't quite get that 3 steps. The wind, as we said, is swirling here. And you can say there, she's kind of reaching for those, I think, a little. You can see her just reaching, and just that one, or after this one there, she just realised it wasn't there for her. Thankfully, it didn't cost her. That could have been calamitous if she had. There's Ava McMahon here in the javelin, and we've seen big throws from her already, and that is even bigger. That is out over 40 metres. Excellent throwing by her. But yeah, that was almost calamitous, but thankfully not, and didn't cost her the gold in that hurdle.
Exactly, Carl. It was you could see Tate almost eyes light up at Christmas, as you could see Donoghue struggling there over that second last hurdle, but just holding on. I would say I would put Ava McMahon as well. That's 2 throws over 40 metres. I'd put her in the mix for the performances of the day alongside Ella McCarthy and Adam McMullen. So 3 fantastic field event performances here today. See the Ballymena and Antrim athlete there. Of course, and I say of course because I'm looking for a name, is Katie McCullough from Ballymena and Antrim.
Of course, yes.
The under 18 athlete. Up next now is Niamh Mohan of Tyrconnell. So that javelin competition, Ava McMahon, 2 throws over 40 metres. Now obviously not entirely accurate from where we're sitting, but they were over that 40 metre zone on the track here, on the infield. You see Mohan. And the women's triple jump also in play there as well. They've just started, so we'll get an idea of exactly who's involved in that as well. There's Niamh Mohan.
Presentations ongoing there for
That
the hurdles. Under 18 hurdles, is it? The first one.
Friel, Tate,
Get a
and
shot of them on their podium. There'll be
Donoghue.
family members and friends watching.
Friel in
Their
third.
moment of glory, and thanks to everyone who did adhere to the advice to don't come out if you don't have to come out, and you can follow along on the stream. So there is their moment of glory, and thankfully we're able to bring that to you. And we'll look back towards the javelin, I guess.
Yeah, this is Niamh Carlin here of Tyrconnell. So longer run up this time. Kind of an early release from her. That's what's causing it to go higher up and come down on that trajectory. A little bit of a later release from her would be more appropriate. Here is Sasha Barrett Ferris, under 19 athlete. So she's been throwing around 25 meters or so today. Some good efforts from her. So the City of Lisburn AC athlete striding up there, and it looks like it's going to be around 25 meters again, so she's going to stuck in around that zone at the moment. Up next, and that one is Leisha McColgan. Female triple jumpers warming up there as well on the back straight. So plenty more action to come there.
Laura Frey is back for the 400 meter final as well. Just I'm going through these start lists, which is, you know, it's non-stop. Hurdles,
A hard day's night,
400s,
as they
shot
say.
put. It's endless.
And also on the field as well, we'll have men's javelin, men's high jump, men's hammer, and men's long jump as well still to come.
Good stuff.
We'll
A
see what
feast of field event action.
non-stop.
We've got about 2 hours left here. Little under it maybe. depending on how long those field events take. But our track events go right up until 4:40 p.m. in the men's 400-meter final. Some of those events may be brought forward because, like we said, we had scheduled 2 5,000-meter races, but now they're going to be collected into one. So the other events, 200s, were due to start at 4:10, 400 finals at 4:30. They may be brought forward, but if not, we'll be there either way. Sticking with you right till the end here at the Mary Peters track for the NI and Ulster Championships.
Yeah, and Sarah Crawford here, last year's champion, hoping to stick this one out over 30 metres. She has not done so. That's around 26 metres or so from Crawford, last year's champ from Lifford Strabane. Going to have a good hurdles race up shortly as well. Those athletes are still getting their warm-up drills completed. You see the athlete from Olympian Youth, Rachel Carlin. But the 110 hurdles will be up shortly. Big field entered. May not be a big field on the line, but big field enters. 2 pools in that one, under 18 and 19, and 19 to senior. So they may run them as separate races. They may run them together. We're looking at differences in hurdle heights here as well. So I'm not 100% sure what angle they will take that on at. Looks like they're going to put them all on together at the moment. So you see the second Olympian youth athlete, who is Lara Fall.
Yeah, just as we said that about the 5,000 metres, we said it was 1, and then there were 2. We're going back. I see an athlete in the hammer circle swinging an umbrella. This is an interesting warm-up technique here. Look at that, an umbrella. There you go. About the same length as a hammer, I'm sure. It's good. Effective way, clearly, to go through the technique. Always interesting to watch the way athletes warm up. But yeah, to clarify, 2 heats again in the 5,000 metres, because I'm assuming extra athletes must have checked in since.
Shauna Wykes here of Glasgow Harriers. And on that note, on the hammer front, in school we have a hammer that has been made out of a shot put wrapped in a towel that has a skipping rope tied around the end of the towel, attached to the towel, and therefore is basically a hammer. You hold 2 ends of the skipping rope and use it as a hammer for your warm-ups.
Nice.
Yeah, you can use anything pretty much.
No, not anything. You couldn't use a duvet. You couldn't use water.
Okay, yeah, you had me there. Right. McMahon back in the javelin here. 2 throws over 40 metres for her, so very impressive performance from her so far.
Yeah, the love is still raining in for Mr. McGurk. Donald Brady said his jaw is still dropped from his performance.
Yeah, a lot of love for
much like
second
us, I
place
suppose.
athlete.
Yeah.
Lorcan McGurk. Is it Lorcan McGurk?
Yeah, it's Lorcan McGurk.
Why not?
Well, why not? That's what we're going with. There's no one here to correct us.
We'll be fine. No, the Twitter army, though, will be at us again.
They will.
YouTube commenters. Avi McMahon, though, Blackrock AC, second place at the Irish
Her
Championship a couple weeks
actions
back.
speak louder than words.
javelin.
And her actions are getting her to gold here.
This could be another massive throw here. It looks even longer than any throw so far today. That is about 44 metres, I'd say. That is an impressive throw. Maybe just shy of that, maybe 43 metres, but another massive throw. She's on fire today, even Avi McMahon, in the women's javelin. They have 3 throws well over 40 metres. She should be very happy with her performance today. No one else has been near her in this women's javelin. This is Katie McCullough of Ballymena and Antrim AC. She's been throwing well as well, over the 30-metre mark regularly.
Yeah, we'll see how far this one goes. We're getting towards the latter stages, although we can't see the screen that puts up the scores or the distances of the javelin. But yeah, next up on track, of course, remember it's the men's hurdles, and those heights, obviously a big process. We see that one going well out there towards probably over 30, around 32, I would imagine.
Yeah, that looks like one of Katie McCullough's better throws today. That's a big throw from her, 32 metres or so. Good
Fair
performance.
play.
Looks relatively happy with that. And then we also got, as I said, the men's long jump. Still seems to be, it's a different pool from our pools earlier on, so we get an idea of who's in that one. McMullen is done and dusted. that 765.
Yeah, outstanding stuff, and that's the last mark left up on the long jump. Score.
He made his mark.
Scoreboard appropriately. And that's one to remember. Performer of the day here, Adam McMullen. 765, great jumping.
It certainly
Shercock
was.
man in the long jump though, or triple jump this will be, that we're now into.
Actually, I think.
Oh wait, this is a final section of the men's
is
long
pool
jump.
C,
Yes,
yeah.
it is.
There's
It
at
must be
least
the underage.
strange pool setups that they have going on.
Yeah, well look, you know,
It's odd.
we get it done by any means necessary.
Has to be done. Pool C, Carl. Pool C.
Pool C. I'll see if I can race you to it in the digital
You're in the digital form. I'm in the.
digital format. Pool C
I don't have a
is.
PLC. I only have pool A and B.
I've pool A and B here as well. Is there a C? Oh,
Could
I
be a
have
C.
it. That is Thomas McAdam. He's an under 19 of Shercock.
Well, aren't you
we
just
have-
great?
We should have 7 men in this. This is under 18. Under 19 and under 20 men's long jump. Thomas McAdam of Shercock, Cameron Layton of Ballymena and Antrim, Jonathan Cochran, although he was competing earlier, wasn't he?
It was Ballymena and Antrim.
Ballymena Antrim. Joshua Knox. Okay, Joshua Knox of City of Lisburn, Ethan Williamson of Lagan Valley, Donald Hughes of Olympian and Youth, and Samuel Duncan of City of Lisburn. A little confused though because
Joshua
pretty
Knox
sure
was certainly competing.
good few of those athletes have competed already. So we'll try and ID these men as they see them. But that is must be Thomas McAdam, mustn't it?
Mark McAvoy.
Yeah, that's Thomas McAdam. We can say that with certainty anyway. Which of the other men are present and correct? We will soon find out. They're on this near runway here, so that's a 570 odd jump, 578 jump there for Thomas McAdam of Shercock.
James Edgar, John Black,
And the numbers are changing on the screen.
Jared Gallagher,
And I think this will be a.
and Gavin McCaffrey.
This is Cameron Layton of Ballymena and Antrim.
The race will be
Down he
Gary
goes.
Christopher Wilson, Donald Lynham,
And we'll see on that board what that is. The official's doing a great job here. That's the previous jumper with the 578. We'll see what that measurement goes up now as it's updated.
Timothy Johnson.
You may already have heard it, and it's going to be updated right there. And again, the hurdlers are probably 5 minutes or so away from getting going. Some are down to their race kit. Some still have the half tights and the pants and the t-shirts on. The 582 jump there, as we see from Cameron Layton. And next up, it looks like another Ballymena and Antrim athlete. So I think this would be Jonathan Cochran. But we're trying to work out exactly what this jumping setup is about, because it seems some athletes are listed twice or having 2 competitions. Perhaps. That indeed is Jonathan Cochran. So we'll see what he has managed there. It looks like 602 up on the board for him already. Or no, sorry, that's 582. What am I saying? But yes, Jonathan Cochran, we'll see what he managed. He's in the under 19 category. So these are all the teenagers. And 6 meter something jump for him anyway. So good news for Jonathan Cochran. And then we'll see who's up next. Yes, it looks like Joshua Knox of City of Lisburn is going to be up next. So it does appear as if we have 668 there. Excellent jumping by Jonathan Cochran, who we saw in action last week as well at the Irish Championships. So this is the City Lisburn man, Joshua Knox, on the runway. 209. Off he goes. Great speed, as you can see there on the runway. Could plant, and out he goes to what I would say is 6 something. We'll soon find out. What gets put up on that board? Does it stay at 6? It does. Yeah, they're all going again, Ronan. Joshua Knox has been cited. Jonathan Cochran, Cameron Layton. They're all here. They're all jumping. And we've never been more confused, and that's really saying something for the lives that we've led.
Yeah, it was a strange one. Some of the athletes there, I meant.
6:39 there for Joshua Knox. And I think going to be the Lagan Valley man, Ethan Williamson, up next. But we better look up the track to the hurdles, because they're about to go here in 110 meter hurdles. As we see 214.
That is our man from the shop putter on that City of Lisburn.
Jordan Cunningham.
And then the other City of Lisburn man is
Adam Hill, that is on the left of City of Lisburn. So
And
Adam
Ryan
Hill
Cannon.
in 7, Jordan Cunningham in 5, and then 1 is Ryan Canning.
He's over the lower heights. He's an under 18 athlete, so he has that title in the bag as long as he gets to the finish. But that
Jordan
battle here-
Cunningham is under 19, it seems.
yeah,
So he's also over a medium height, and you can see there that inch or so difference. It's for Trevor McGlynn, our sole senior, but obviously these men all eligible to win the senior title, I think, according to the rules. Oh, sorry, yes. In
different
this,
heights.
that would make no sense.
yeah.
It's
Well,
for
like
other
a lot of your
events,
ramblings.
of course. Of
Hill
cour-
out very strongly there on the inside. Cunningham just inside that, and all athletes going well at the moment. But Hill and Cunningham battling here. Cunningham over the slightly lower heights, and Cunningham looks like he's in the lead here. Hill struggling on that barrier, but Cunningham going to get up for the win in the under 19 title. Hill with the win of the senior title, and Canning with the win in the under 18 title. 3 champs on the track.
Yeah, 14.92. Forget what I may have mentioned. I was having a bit of a mad moment there. 14.92 on the clock. Great win by Cunningham. Made the least mistakes. And off on the hurdles, that's the man. Well, he deserved the gold anyway. But we'll have a look back at that because, I mean, Hill certainly looked to be leading or certainly putting it up to Cunningham there. And I think it's about the 7th hurdle. You'll see him there on the left ear shot. He gives it a right clatter with the back leg. And really, yeah, that was the end of his race in terms of a fast time. But obviously he heads on up the road to senior gold there. City of Lisburn man to take over. We're back on the long jump runway, and this is Thomas McAdam of Shercock.
Yeah, don't know if you know, but Tar McAdam was named after John McAdam. Tar McAdam, so it's Tar and his name put together.
Everyone knows that.
Did they?
Yeah, everyone knows it. Everyone learns that at school. Everyone, they have to.
I don't know if you're fully correct there.
Do you know that one of the M's in M&M stands for Mars, which
Yes,
was the
come up
behind
with
the
the live stream
Mars
last
company?
week.
Yeah. Well, you might not know it. Now you do.
We're gone delirious. How many weekends is it now? 4 weekends, double up. I've worked every single day since the 12th of August at some form of employment.
Yeah, you had 6.5 months off before that.
I was doing online teaching. It was very serious. But it's very seriously, seriously here. For serious. Thomas McAdam here, Shercock XC on the runway, the under 19 athlete. It's a long jump. We had a massive jump of 7.65 from Adam McMullen earlier on. He is the leader in that event. There are 3 pools with 3 different age groups. So McAdam there with a decent effort. See how he goes here. 5. He's got a 5. It's always positive.
Result of the under 18 women's.
In fact, a 6. She's gone up to 6 from McAdam. 6.24 for Thomas McAdam of Shercock AC. So an impressive jump from him. I'll be happy with that. But the men's 5K getting ready on track as well. We have 2 5Ks coming up. 2 men in this. So I think the quicker heat is going to go first. See Johnny Cochrane there of Ballymena and Antrim in the background. And that is Cameron Layton, the under 20 athlete. 188. So we'll see how he got on. There's one of 2 Ballymena and Antrim athletes in this one. He's the one of only 3 under 20 athletes competing. So good performance so far from him, Cameron Layton. And to give you an idea who's in that men's 5K, we have our Skander Turkey, Jared Heaney, Mark McAvoy, Craig McMeekin, Owen Mullen, Tony McCambridge, Mark McKinstry, Connor Duffy, Jimmy Sloan, Andrew Annett, Connor Kern, Neil Johnson, last year's champ, Owen Totten, John Craig, Stephen Connolly in fact, James Edgar, John Black, Conal McLean, and Jared Gallagher. Johnny Cochrane in the long jump there, flying down, a good effort from him. Tremendous effort. So that men's 5K, there's 2 5Ks to come. So Johnny Cochrane, how has he done? 189 there. Has he got above that 6 meters? He looks to have broke. In fact, they've looked at the plasticine there. Although we are still getting a movement. No, it was in fact a red flag, or in this case a red spot. So lots going on the backfield there in the field events. We got a full idea of who's in this. So we're missing quite a few athletes. Massive crowd from North Belfast Harriers there. Huge fans of all those guys in the yellow and the black vests. So quite a few athletes we might recognise in this one. John Craig there, the winner of the Masters race the last day. And he sat on Conroy for multiple laps and then kicked for home, impressively enough. Tall athlete. So I said big field. We got our 2 men from Annandale Striders, 2 out of 3. 55 is there. That is Stephen Connolly, and John Craig is there. I don't see Erskander Turkey there. So I'm gonna, oh, I do, I see him. He's there as well. He's around 15:04 on the road. So 3 men from Annandale Striders. We've got 6 men on the entry list from North Belfast Harriers, and we have 5 of them out there. Owen Totten out there as well. So he's at least been allowed to continue their warm-up. I see Colin McLean out there as well from St. Malachy's AC, former St. Malachy's schoolboy. Famously Colin McLean's brother as well. The All-Ireland Schools Championship best record holder. 1500. 346 I think he ran. Back in, I'm going to say, 03. Cahill is eating a banana. He is not exactly very helpful at the moment. Or at all, ever. I see James Edgar out there as well. See there's Marie Seaman, 14-17, his best. So plenty of action to come in this one. You'd expect Neil Johnson, though, if he is out there, he's last year's champion. He's ran 14-22. He's got a serious wheels as well over the last couple of laps. So we get an idea here when we see the full lineup. The Letterkenny AC man in there as well, who is the only man that's scratched off my list, so I wonder who he is and where he be. He's back in business. It could be Owen McGinley of Letterkenny.
Speaking of being back in business,
Cahill is back from Banana Break, from Banana Gate.
it was a gate.
And it looks like Craig McMeekin in there as well from North Down AC. Won the national junior cross-country title a couple of years back. Had a Brian Fay in Abbottstown. So he's in that one. Big field here as well. We got Finn Valley's.
Yeah, I think it's
Jared
no
Gallagher.
harm to separate this into 2 groups.
Even for us.
Yeah, even for us, just to understand. The North Belfast Massif will be out in force, I'm sure, on the Twitter. They'll be following every lap of this, every meter run, every mid-race move, every final lap kick, and every first lap laying down of the gauntlet. Presentation time over for the javelin. We'll get a look at this. The athletes are brought out, half of them, for the waterfall start, as it's called. Presentation time, though, for our javelin women.
Ava McMahon with the win there in that one. To give you 2nd and 3rd, I think that could be the. They could be dishing out the on the rating medals. I'm not 100% sure. Ava McMahon surely the winner overall.
Yeah. Unless there was some freakish throw that we didn't see, Ava McMahon will once again be the champ.
Yeah, Katie McCullough in 2nd place, and in 3rd place was our Annalee athlete Niamh McCurry. So wonderful stuff there in the women's javelin. Ava McMahon, one of the performances of the day in that.
And our viewer numbers are creeping up because everyone wants to watch these 5Ks.
How it like
Many a family member and training partner tuning in to see how people will cope. We're going to be on shoe watch as well, Ronan. I want to see if there's any plus 25mm shoes out there. And if so, I'll go down and drag them unceremoniously off the track
rightly so.
and up into the trees. And I'll
Into that
give them a
large
long
tree.
lecture.
Good talking to.
I don't see any Nike Vapor Flies.
Could I ask a member of the ground staff, please, to take some codes across to the 200 meter?
Yeah.
So we got a
call
call
out
out for cones here.
I thought they said codes. I thought it was some sort of Mission Impossible situation. Could you transport these
After
codes
Ethan-
to North
Ethan
Korea?
Dunn- what is it? Ethan Dunn.
Ethan
Earlier.
Dunn. Ethan Hunt required. Tom Cruising.
Now, question, Carl. It was meant to be 2 5Ks, one 5K, now and then back to 2 5Ks. But I don't see where we're going to get another 20-something athletes. Are they going to put these all off together? Has the decision been made?
No, I don't think so. Is it? There's 20 odd athletes listed for each one.
There is. However, they're on one after the other. Where are the other athletes?
Senior hammer champion.
Warming up, perhaps? Maybe they are. How many athletes are there? There's about 20 there.
Yes, 40 entered.
Everyone wants a 5K, remember?
That's
They've
true,
no
yeah.
road races anymore, virtually. Elites only, etc.
Who knows, Carl? Who knows? But we'll do both. We'll
Both
commentate
what?
on both races. We'll commentate on both with equal
Verve,
joy.
enthusiasm. It's spilling out of us here. It will once this 5K starts.
Certainly, yeah. We'll try and get an exact idea of who we have in this.
They'll be racing for time, yeah. It's a lot of North Belfast anyway. Lots of North
Yeah, Jared
Belfast.
Heaney. Give you the full lineup. Iskander Turkey, Jared Heaney, Mark McAvoy, Craig McMeehan, Owen Mullen, Tony McCambridge, Mark McKinstry, Conor Duffy, Jimmy Sloan, Andrew Annett, Conor Kern, Neil Johnston, Owen Totten, John Craig, Stephen Connolly, James Edgar, John Black, Conal McLean and Jared Gallagher. And only 85% of those are North Belfast Harriers.
Jared Heaney of Runner Beans podcast fame.
Very good. 15:37.23 he has ran. Impressive enough run.
Performance will be analysed in depth on the Runner Beans podcast.
I think, yeah, they've pretty much apportioned most of the next show to that.
Certainly. So we'll see what plays out here. I think he's on the inside there. But, you know, this is just North Belfast Harriers' world and we're just existing in it. I'm amazed they even let us in the door here, North Belfast.
Well,
they
probably
ruled
not. I'm
it.
assuming they took all the parking spots closest.
Yeah,
to
they
the
must
track.
have, yeah.
Very
We
difficult to
have
get in.
quite a long walk. Connor Kern out, lads. It's Peter McGarry in his place from North Belfast Harriers.
They have replaced one North Belfast Harrier with
Another. This is classic North Belfast Harrier. Carry on. Says Natasha Fishett. Thank you very much, Natasha, for information. And remember, always let us know in the comments section just when we're going wrong. And
That's
boy, do
Owen
we go
Totten
wrong.
at the front there from Newcastle and District, and James Edgar leading out that second group. McLean just in behind him, but straight to the front as you'd regularly see him. Owen Totten from Newcastle and District, Edgar in second, McLean then gone into third place, and then one of our Annandale Striders then into fourth place. But Totten in the lead, that's for sure. Leading it out.
Yeah, we won't need to Totten up his position because it's number one at the
Number
moment.
one, yeah. Not much
Yeah,
counting
very
going
easy.
on there.
Yeah, see what I did there. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, not bad.
Owen Totten's taking it on, but James Edgar sitting in his slipstream at the moment. James Edgar has accomplished over track distances and indeed at triathlons. He's a very talented athlete. He's run at European cross-country level. I think was it 2 years ago now, that one that he ran over in San Marino or wherever it was in Slovakia. And he's a 14:17 man at his best, dating back a few years, James Edgar. And he is slotted into second there behind Owen Totten. And Owen Totten, of course, is running a range of distances up to the half marathon. He's run a 65-minute half marathon. For a 2:16 marathon has Owen Totten. And at 5K, it'll feel like a veritable sprint for him. He's run 14:58 already. 65-minute half marathon Owen Totten ran earlier this year in Barcelona. And at that national championships that we saw, won in brilliant style by Sean Tobin a couple of weeks ago, over 10,000 metres, Owen Totten came in 11th in 30:44. So he'll be churning this pace out, and it's a fast pace running.
It certainly is. Totten in first, Edgar in second, and that's last year's champion of Annandale Striders, Neil Johnston. He's ran 14:22 in the past. He is well capable of winning this one ahead of Edgar and Totten. He's left a bit of a gap growing. He's leading Conor McLean there in fourth place, the young man from St. Malachy's College there in fourth. So these four still in the mix, but Totten leading it out, Edgar in second, and a gap back to Johnston. McLean then, and then a slew of athletes behind that. Edgar, you expected at 14:17, but that's a couple of years back now. You expect him to be in the mix near the end. He's a lovely, long striding athlete. He looks very, very controlled and relaxed as he moves around there. The City of Lisburn man, Owen Totten, driving at the front, trying to put the pressure on the athletes behind, an ungainly style, but Edgar looking supreme there in second place, and Johnston and McLean trying to stay closer order. They've slightly closed that gap, but it's not much really back from Edgar back to Johnston.
Yeah, I see Edgar there in second. He's really a free-flowing, striding athlete. I was just looking up that results to confirm. It was 2017 he ran the European Junior Cross Country. He ran 14:17 that summer, but he made that Euro Under-20 Cross Country team. Finished 38th there in the cross country. But since then, I suppose triathlon has obviously been his probably chief focus, really. And he's put together some good results as well. He was third in the Aquathlon European Championships last year over in, I'm not sure where that is. Anyway, it was last July over there, and he's also stepping up against the seniors. He didn't make it to the end of the European Under-23 Triathlon Championships last year, but 18th place finish there to Sprint Triathlon Club in Clermont earlier this year. So he's a rising star, and obviously triathlons these days especially it's all about the running, you know. So James Edgar arrives to the world of triathlon with very big accomplishments when it comes to running. So he's slotted into second there though, and coasting along in the slipstream of Owen Totten, who is, as you said, running at the national championships. You may beat Owen Totten today, but you're going to have to bleed to do it. And Edgar is wearing the Dragonfly spikes. Totten in a pair of Adios Boost, it looks like to me. And yeah, I don't see any fat runners out there. They're all sub 25 millimeter thick shoes we're looking at.
Certainly, Totten in the lead, Edgar behind, Johnston in third. It's a net then in fourth, and just behind him is the North Belfast Harrier, Mark McKinstry. McLean then, the young athlete from St. Malachy's AC and St. Malachy's School, back in sixth place in the green there with the red hair. And just behind that is John Craig, the Masters athlete from Annandale Striders. He's ran sub 15 minutes here in 14:56.96. He's in good form and has a good kick finish. But it is Totten in the lead at the moment, still churning out the pace at the front here. And we'll be coming up, I think, towards the 9 laps to go mark here with Totten, then Edgar, then Johnston.
Yeah, Johnston going very well there in third as well. He's slotted in nicely. Impressive performance here, and we're moving at a decent lick here as we're coming up with 8 laps to run. And we'll give you the 2K split as they head over there on the back straight the next time. But Totten has made this a very, very honest test. But really, he's got unwanted company right now at the front. And it's going to be well below 6 minutes at 2K, so we're looking at a pretty decent time here, and it's always a more difficult situation on this, as opposed to their local park runs or their local 5Ks, which are single loops. To go around 12.5 times, it just feels psychologically longer. It certainly will for Owen Totten, although when you have a man who's very accomplished at the marathon, this will very much feel like a sprint, and he is sprinting through this opening 2 kilometers. He's going to be in and around 5:50, I would say. So yeah, 5:51 or so as he passes 2K. So we're looking at about a 14:35 pace, but I'd imagine they'll pick it up a bit from here. Once they start kicking and attacking each other in that final kilometre, we might see this come under 14:30, but it will be an exciting race to watch play out.
Yeah, Totten's really making them work hard for this at the front, and if that is true, that pace of around 14:30, 14:35, that'll put a lot of these boys under a little bit of pressure at the moment. Edgar there in second place. You can see Totten trying to move out there almost into the outside of lane 1, making sure that no one goes around them as they come by here now. There's 7 laps to go. Totten in the lead, Edgar in second, Johnston in third. They're making a bit of a grab back to the net there from more runners, and McKinstry then is in 5th place. Back then to Craig and McLean, but at the front, for top 3, Totten, Edgar and Johnston.
Yeah, it looks to be these 3 coming clear, although and trying to bridge a gap across there as well. But yes, we've spoken a lot about Totten and Edgar already, but Johnston there in third. Is he just losing contact at the moment? It looks like he might be just starting to hurt there as we come up towards the halfway point, but Johnston's been in very good form. He finished 6th in the Irish Senior Championships over 5,000 metres, 14:46 there. He ran 3:48 indoors for 1,500 metres earlier this year. This will be stretching the boundaries of his endurance, but he's a 14:22 man, and you see there Neil Johnston once again smartly just closes up. If you're going to have a chance at this title, you have to stay strong in these middle sections of the race, and he stayed strong there. It looked like there was a chance of that breaking apart, I suppose, and really if you get up to 10 or 15 metres gaps in this environment, you're never getting it back. And he sensed the danger there as he fell off just about 5, 6, 7 metres, and he closed up again. And each lap you get closer to the finish, Neil Johnston is starting to feel a whole lot better about his 3:48 1,500 metres that he ran earlier this year. back in Belfast, or that was in Belfast. That was only recently, actually.
In August, yeah, he's in very good shape as Neil Johnston. He's running very well over a whole range of distances, and if he can just hang on for long enough, Totten is doing the only thing he can do against him, which is to make life hard for him for 12 and a half laps. That's his only bullet he has in his gun, and he's using it. Totten in the lead, Edgar then in second place, still looking so relaxed, but I think Edgar almost belies at any time he is struggling, because he does look so relaxed all the time, and Johnston then just trying to hang on as long as he possibly can, because he definitely has the wheels over these two athletes with that 3:48 1500. Edgar just looking over his shoulder, making sure that Johnston is still there, he knows where he is, and Totten still at the front. A simple plan, but it's putting a lot of pressure on the athletes behind them. It is a fairly rapid pace as we come up towards the 3K mark.
Yeah, it's going to be well under 9 minutes at 3K, and that's steady 2:55 a kilometre tempo has been stuck to a metronomic consistency by Owen Totten. They go through in 8:45 there, so again we're on for 14:35, and we may well dip below that 14:30 barrier. Totten looks to have locked into that pace, and he's not coming out of it, and he is well on. He's run 14:18 has Totten on the road, so he's well able to move at this pace, and on the track it'll feel even harder. He's in the shoes, Edgar into spikes, and I think Johnson is also wearing spikes back in third as well. So difference in styles, I suppose, but Totten, I'm sure, is in the middle of a heavy mileage week. I'm sure he's preparing for some longer distance races. Surprised we didn't see him in the half marathon in Larne this morning. He would have been not out of place at all there with his 65-minute personal best, taking on the likes of Mo Farah and Stephen Scullion and Mark Scott and all the greats who are lining up there, and not too far from here at all. But Totten, yeah, he's kept the pace consistent, but with each lap that goes by, Ronan, Edgar just looks better and better there, sitting in second place. And Johnson, the longer he can hang in, and he looks to be hanging in at the moment, you can see the pain etched on his face, but if he can do that, there's going to be 4 laps to run here. If he can do that for 3 more laps, they'll all fear his speed in the last lap.
Yeah, he's well capable over the mile distance, the metric mile distance for sure, and he hasn't got long to go now if he can try and hang on. But the race really only starts with 2K to go, and we're 1 lap into that last 2K drive from Totten here, and it's been metronomic. And it's not too far there back. I know we haven't talked about him much, but Mark McGinstry of North Belfast Harriers, as you can see, he's starting to bridge up to them again there, number 84. And beside him, that's Moran runners, Andrew Annett. They're both working together, and they've kind of been alternating that lead. And they've really got these men in their sights, but the problem is they really have to go in the next 2 laps, or they're not going to get them back, because the lads up front, once they start moving, they will move. But Mark McGinstry, fair play to him, he is attacking out of that second pack, and he is starting to bridge back to these 3 lads up front, and maybe he can put himself into the medal hunt. But at the moment it is Totten churning out front. The pace does not look like it's going to relent, and as he looks to his left and sees who's behind him, he'll get the bad news he didn't want, because he sees that Edgar and Johnston have gone absolutely nowhere. And right now Totten, he's kind of looking down at his feet there, almost as if searching for a few extra gears and a bit of extra energy, because he knows with 3 laps to run, if he's going to break Edgar or Johnston, he needs to do it now. Yeah, as Jen's voice, the aging cyclist said to his legs, he said, "Shut up, legs," when they were testing him over many a mountain in the Tour de France. And Owen Totten is testing the rest of the field, but testing himself here. McKinstry, as I said, that would be a massive personal best for him. He's around 15:11. He's well on that pace at the moment, and he's gaining with every metre towards those athletes in the top 3, but they still looked very, very, very comfortable, including Totten. But as Edgar, without doubt, looking the most comfortable, the most relaxed. But Johnston, as he's sniffing the finish here, he was struggling maybe with 6-7 laps to run, but at the moment he's actually hanging on quite well. And the longer this goes on, the more dangerous Johnston becomes. Edgar's got a serious kick as well, as he showed as a schoolboy over 3,000 metres. But certainly these athletes with 1 kilometre to go, all in the mix here. You expect Totten, if he hasn't got rid of them now, will he get rid of them before the end, Cathal?
It looks highly unlikely. We're about 11:44 there at 4 kilometres, so the pace slowed just slightly, and but it's very much been a consistent pace, and perhaps that's what allowed Mark McKinstry to just close up just a little bit, but I'd imagine they'll pick it up again. And Totten, you can see there, he moved out to the outside lane 1, almost inviting Edgar to plough on, but he was getting no help from behind, and Edgar, coasting in his slipstream there, said, "Thank you very much, but I'm quite happy where I am." And Johnston still hangs in there. Good to see the athletes moving out and allowing these athletes to come through, but 7:50 to run for Owen Totten out front, and it's a fast pace running, but the question now is it just one pace? And the key question, I suppose, is what change of gears do the 2 men in behind have left, if it hasn't been run out of their legs already by Owen Totten.
Yeah, it's been a brave front-running performance here from Tottenham, but you really would expect Edgar or Johnston to make a move now with 600 metres left to run for those men. McKinstry is making inroads, but you'd expect the two lads to blow the doors off now and Tottenham to hang on for that. McKinstry might get up for bronze, maybe if one of these athletes are struggling, but coming up now with 500 metres to run, Johnston sitting on Edgar sitting on Tottenham. It's going to be a barnstorming finish between these athletes.
Yeah, it's all to play out here, but Totten at the front, he looks to be in considerable distress there. You can see there's more lateral motion in his stride with each passing lap, and now Johnston has done the hardest part of the race for him. He has stayed in contention with these two men, and he moves up into second in position to strike. Edgar took a look there. Edward, I think, got caught a little by surprise, but Johnston is in position with 13:32 on the clock as they go out on their final lap. It's as it's been for quite a long time. It's probably about 25 metres back to McKinstry. He's not going to get up for that medal. We thought he might, but with Totten there, Johnston moves now with 300 to go, but Edgar Ronan is right on this.
Yeah, it's going to be a cracking finish here. Johnston is pouring it on down the back straight, and Edgar is trying to hang on to him gamely. These two athletes had so much left of the lap to go. They were looking around at each other, but it looks like Johnston is going to run away from him with 200 metres left to run. Edgar's still looking good, but Johnston, 180 metres left. There's 10 metres back to Edgar. Who's going to get this as we get up to the home straight? Johnston looks to have got a call, but Edgar is fighting back on him every passing yard. Edgar coming into the home straight. He's trying to gain on Johnston. Who's it going to be? It's going up the home straight. It's 2 metres back. Johnston's rocking and rolling here. Edgar goes into the lane of high hopes. It's going to be Edgar all the way to the line. 50 metres left to run, and Edgar is going to be your Northern Irish champion. 14:28 on the clock. Johnston is dethroned. The king is dead. Long live the king. And the king is James Edgar. Owen Totten, will he hold on for bronze here?
He just holds on. Mark McKinstry with a brilliant finish as well. And then it was Andrew Annett coming across there. He'll probably be in around the 14:40. That was a brilliant race. Perhaps Neil Johnston just went a little bit too hard up that back straight. And we see number 38. That is John Craig of Annandale Striders. We saw him in action at the Masters last week. He comes up, stops the clock, and he'll be happy enough with that time. That was a fast time. It looked to be sub 15, I would say. And then coming up to the finish here, this is number 79.
It's a North Down AC man.
Who is not on this start list?
Craig. It's actually Craig McMeekin.
Ah, yes.
Craig McMeekin finishing in 15:96, and John Black.
John Black and North Belfast Harriers coming across there, 15:15 or so. Owen Mullen there as well, who was in action at the Masters last week as well. He's the Oma Harrier. He came across the line. You can see the wreckages of the bodies there. They're in bits as they come across the line. Is that a
Jared
Finn
Gallagher
Valley
there. Donegal man getting up for about 7th place there.
It's yet another North Belfast man coming down here. This is 250 something.
He's on our second list, I'd say.
Gavin McCaffrey, we think that is, of North Belfast Harriers. And a Newry AC athlete then. That is Jimmy Sloan, I think, coming across the line. Another North Belfast man. There's too many of them. 97, Peter McGarry that was coming across the line, and it was an Annandale Strider. And we see this is Mr. O'Donnell, our Irish senior champion in the men's hammer. He would be the hot favourite here for gold.
Yeah, he certainly will. It's going to be an impressive competition there. That's the Lifford Strand man.
Yeah, Brendan. He a 4 metre personal best. He won gold at the Irish Senior Championships just last week or 2 weeks ago. He's a youngster. He's only 20, 21. We'll pull up a bit more information on him quite soon. We're just focused on a 5K as he gets the hammer off the helpful official.
Yeah, we're going to go.
Youthful official there.
Come back to him with the last 300 of the 5K here.
Yeah, look at this. This is, I mean, the move was decisive and it was vicious, you might say. But Edward did enough to cover it, really. And the wind, remember, is into your face or generally around that last bend, just looking at some of the flags here. And at this point, we thought he might have had it, but you see the run by Neil Johnston, the last 50, he kind of went 10 out of 10 from the back straight here to 100 to go. And maybe an 8 out of 10 move would have got him home, because as you see, Edgar had almost given up. But Edgar, remember, isn't picking up the pace at this point. He's just maintaining it better than Neil Johnston. As you can see with 50 to go, Neil Johnston's technique and the face and the speed. It's all just deserting him a little bit too soon. But yeah, still a brilliant race. I mean, that was some move running with 300 to go.
Yeah, as I said, it is possibly the 300 to go move can't be an all guns blazing move at all. It has to be it's a sustained effort up the back straight, and really you're only going all out coming into that home straight, and Edgar just held on, just doing enough, and then showing his spear endurance up the home straight.
This is Damien Crawford there of Lifford Strabane. Or is it? Well,
there's four.
We have 4 Lifford Strabane throwers.
I think that's actually Ross Henderson, who we've seen.
Yes, we saw him earlier on.
He's an under 18. So we've got 6 men entered in that men's hammer, but we've only seen 2 so far. There are 3 down there. So plenty of action still to come. We've got a second men's 5K coming up shortly, and that'll be followed then by 200s and 400s. There's our other man from Lifford Strabane.
Yeah, the other 2 were Jude McCrossan and Damien Crawford. That is Jude McCrossan of Lifford Strabane. We'll try and follow this hammer as it goes out, or it doesn't go out, as it were.
Yeah.
And the second heat. Oh,
So-
Ronan Duggan. The driver who parked in front of the containers is being told to move your
All right,
car.
now I go.
Ronan, you're in trouble now. No, we didn't.
No, it's not me. Parked within the lines, relatively so. But this looks to be Brendan McDonald back up again.
Brendan O'Donnell, yeah.
O'Donnell, sorry, in the from Lifford Strabane. Looks like he's getting ready for another tilt here. So the Irish national champion Brendan O'Donnell, 64 and change.
Yeah, 64-62 he threw at that national championships. A 21-year-old man. He was saying, you know, they put together a home gym earlier this year, and well, they had a home gym, but they very much pimped it out, I suppose, and improved it during the lockdown. And he just did a bit of weights in there. And the story of Brendan O'Donnell, it really is an outstanding story. What he's come back from in the last year. As his dad said, there was a good chance after his younger brother passed away last year, he was understandably completely distraught and maybe might never come back to the sport. And that was certainly a possibility at one stage, but he came back, and he didn't just come back. Brendan O'Donnell was better than ever, and he said added 4 meters to his lifetime best at that Irish Senior Championships. Was that about 3 weeks ago now? 64-62 to take senior gold at a young age of 21, and we're off once again in heat 2, and we've another waterfall. No, we don't have a waterfall start. We have a smaller field. This is essentially the B heat, I would say. It's the second section, but all these men, if they run quick enough, will also be eligible to win gold. And Ronan's just going to be having a brief look through. And number 231 is Owen McKenna of Glasslough Harriers, and he leads now from Dara Crossan of Fall Valley. And number 31 on the outside there, that is Mark Cornett of Drumore in the black and yellow. Tucked in on the inside in blue, that's number 43, Timothy Johnston. And then it's our North Belfast Harrier. And they're, I think that
It's Gavin McCaffrey, perhaps.
Gavin McCaffrey, I think, yeah. And
Just
we've
going outside
3,
there.
is that 3 Lagan Valley athletes in there? They are Ian Keys, Stephen Lunn, and Christopher Wilson. They're all, as you can see, running quite close together, but we'll watch this as it plays out now.
Yeah, and we got an idea of the back markers in that field as well. So we have
And we'll try and keep our best eye on what's happening in the third section of the men's long jump and the final
Men's
of the
hammer.
men's hammer as well. Great to see the hammer throwers being able to throw in the arena at the same time as races are going on. Once all is good with the specifications, there's no reason that can't happen, but often the throwers get sent out to the outer regions in Tullamore and Sentry and other such places. So good to see that in the arena here in Mary Peters Track.
It's also banned in many states in America as well, the men's hammer. You're not allowed to throw it. I think it's particularly it's at school,
Men's hammer?
high school, yeah. And
Women's hammer?
And women's hammer, just the hammer in general. The implement in throwing rather than the actual DIY tool. But that is the foil Valley man at the front there, Dara Crossan. He's around 16:01. Just behind him then is Owen McKenna of Glasslough Harriers. And in third place is the North Belfast Harrier man, Gavin McCaffrey. A couple other actually just behind that as well. We get an idea of exactly what that is. They're in fourth and fifth place, but it is still the Foyle Valley man out the front here, Dara Crossan. He's going up towards the 800 metre mark. So we get a split on that for the viewers.
Yeah, it'll obviously be a little bit slower given the difference in quality between this race and the last race. There's no 14-minute men in here, or 14 flat men anyways. They passed there in about 2:28, so 74 or so. It'll probably be about 3:10s per kilometre, I would imagine. So it'll probably be high 15 minutes kind of pace that's been going on at the moment. Fastest in this field looks to be the North Belfast Harrier man, at least on our Gavin McCaffrey, and he's tucked in there in 3rd place. And Ronan will run away and try and find some more information to beef out his start list, and we'll keep an eye on what's happening in that hammer. Like I said, we unfortunately don't have a view of the scoring, but we'll try and update you as best we can. At least we're kind of visually looking, I suppose, about what pace some of these lads or distances these lads are throwing. 3:08 was the first kilometre in this 5,000 metre heat. So 15:40 is the pace being churned out, and it looks to be as quick. Or no, we said Sean Malarkey of City of Derry Spartans. Is he in this race? I'm not sure. I don't.
He is, yeah.
He's run 15:41. So we'd expect him to feature as well, but early days yet in this second section of the men's 5,000 metres. And remember, if you're wondering what's coming up after this, we're going back to the sprints. At 4:10 p.m. it's going to be the women's 200 metre final, 4:20 p.m. men's 200 metre final, 4:30 women's 400 metre final, and 4:40 men's 400 metre final. And the field event upcoming, in addition to that women's triple jump, men's long jump final section, and men's hammer, will also have the men's high jump at 4 and the men's javelin taking place at 4 p.m. So lots more to come both in track and field. This will be the final distance race of the day, and indeed of the championships, though, as we come up here with 9 laps to run. A demoralising sight for any 5,000 metre runner, but that's what they sign up for, reeling off these laps with a little more pain as each one passes.
Certainly. Crossan still in first. Mark Cornett there, and Dromore Harriers there in the black and yellow strip there in second place. North Belfast Harriers, that's actually Cather Purvis rather than the other man from North Belfast Harriers before they tweet us in.
Well, actually, I was going to mention that Owen Hughes has just waded in the YouTube comment section and told us the same information. But Ronan had just figured it out, Owen, when, well, you clearly had figured it out long before us, but thank you for contributing that information nonetheless. And Cather Purvis is sitting in there in 3rd.
In 4th then we have Timothy Johnston of Mourne Runners, and back in 5th then is Shane Donnelly of the Strive Racing Club, which has had a good morning this morning.
Absolutely, nothing, no biggie, just a world record from Tommy Hughes with that 71:26, I think it was, at the Antrim Coast Half Marathon. I'm endlessly in awe of Tommy Hughes, as really anyone should be. He is a utter star. But 5 men here locked together as they come down, and indeed it is Dara Crossan still leading it out there. Mark Cornett up on his outside, and Cather Purvis in 3rd.
Yeah, it looks like there's a small little gap growing back to our 4th place athlete Timothy Johnston, but it's only very, very minuscule. The man from Dromore AC, Mark Cornett there, taking closer order, gone into onto the outside of Purvis there. But it is our 4th placer Timothy Johnston. As if he could hear me, he's gone and taken much closer order. He's gone into 3rd place. The leader still crossing. He is leading this one out. He's got about a half a metre on the rest of the field there, but he's pushing on gamely. All these athletes stuck together. You could throw a rather large duvet over the 5 of them at the moment. Crossan taking
this is 2K here. They're coming up to 5 laps run, 6:20 on the clock exactly as they go through. So that 3:08, that was a 3:12 kilometre to follow it. It's slowed a little, but it's still on comfortably on that sub 16-minute pace, which would be good running if we can keep that going.
Yeah, so it's just under that 16-minute barrier at the moment for these athletes, which they're all in and around that 16-metre or 16-minute zone. Most of them have ran just outside it. Of the 5 that we have in the front, 16:01 from Derek Hudson is one of the better results in terms of personal bests for these athletes.
And Owen Hughes has just come in, and he helped us out last week with comments when his dad Tommy was commentating, and it's 71:09 he's confirmed for Tommy Hughes. I think I was looking at the stream. I was looking at the video, on the time on the video, the stream, when I saw him come across, but I'm sure there was some socially distant starting going on. I missed the start in that stream earlier on, but 71.09, so he didn't just break the record, he absolutely smashed it. I think that's 22 seconds Tommy Hughes took off that over 60s record, and a huge congrats from us to Tommy and indeed to the Hughes family.
Yeah, Crossan still in the lead in this one, and we've had a little bit of changing of the guard here. Timothy Johnson in second place. Carter Purvis, as he's been the entire way through, in third place. 4 places the man from Strive Running Club, in 4th place Shane Donnelly. And the Dromore AC man, Mark Cornett, he's just losing a little bit of ground there on the 4 men in front. He's going to be the one who left before they became famous, of the 4 Beatles up front.
Do you know his name?
I don't. Hence their reasoning. But Crossan, though, at the front of this field, as it slows a little bit, the lads are bunching up behind as we enter into the home straight here. Number 3 there in the centre shot, that is Dara Crossan. He's been leading from the get-go.
Yeah, you said a changing of the gear, but there's been a changing of the weather here as well. For the first time, there's been a bit of rain falling from the sky here. It probably doesn't come across on the camera whatsoever. It's very light, but it is still starting to very much drizzle, and the wind is kicking up a bit as well. So it's not too nice, but won't be too hard for these men. They're all well warmed up before the start, so they won't mind a bit of drizzle. They won't even feel it. I'd say it's more the wind that annoys you when you're running a track race like this. And at the moment, our long-time leader, Mark Cornell, will be going into the teeth of that, as he has for so long. And Dara Crossan. Oh yeah, Dara Crossan it is actually out front. And yeah, it's still a good bit to run though. They'll be coming up the 3K now when they come down towards the finish here. It's going to be probably in and around the, what would it be, around the 9:35, 9:40 mark, I'd say, by the time they get over here to the finish, with just 9 minutes on the clock or so at the moment. And these 5 still locked together at the start. Again, none of them will be in contention for overall titles, but they'll all be in contention for this win. And as it's been for so long now, Dara Crossan out front, back in second then, number 43. That is Timothy Johnson of Mourne Runners, and Cahir Purvis sitting there on the inside just ahead of Shane Donnelly.
Yeah, all the 4 of the 5 athletes here have very similar PBs, ranging from 16 minutes back to 16:20. Cahir Purvis there in 3rd place, the North Belfast Harrier, as a personal best according to our records here of 16:50. So this is would be a huge personal best for him if he can hang on to this pace. It should be personal best of around 50 seconds for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard it there, but they passed 3K in 9:38 there. He may or may not have come through. The announcer announced it to the people here. So still on that sub 15 pace, probably in around the 15:50-ish markers. And we have a bit of a changing of the guard up front.
Timothy Johnston has gone to the front here, and the second athlete then is Shane Donnelly, then from Strive Running Club. 3rd then is Cahir Purvis from North Belfast Harrier. So there's Johnston, who's gone around our long-time leader Crossan, and back in 5th place. Mark Cornett didn't go with that move, and you expect him to struggle to stay with this pace from here on out. So the 3 men up front, Johnston, Donnelly and Purvis, 1, 2 and 3 at the moment.
Yeah, this looks like a bit of a decisive move, really, with 2K to run. The field is really starting to kick up, and we just see Purvis there moving out and around Donnelly. Just wants to take a very close order here. He wants to track Johnson. He knows Johnson has extra gears here that he can move through, and he wants to be on this, does Purvis, the North Belfast man. And with 4 laps to run and 10:55 on the clock, he'll also want a sub-16 clocking for himself. All these men, I think none of them are wearing spikes. It looks like all flats running shoes out there, and pleased to report no one seems to be in anything that looks too dubious to break the World Athletics rules. I think Johnson might actually be wearing spikes out front, but 3 and a bit laps to run. Purvis looks to be in perfect position really in second, but the pressure is slowly starting to be applied by Timothy Johnson. That screw has slowly been turned in this field, and they've quickly dropped 2 athletes out the back, and there's probably about 30 meters back there now as they come through with 4.5 or 3.5 laps to run. Johnson applying the pressure out front, but impervious to said pressure is Purvis.
Yeah, you can see Purvis there has gone with that move. Donnelly of Strive Running Club is struggling a little bit there. He's 2 or 3 meters back from Purvis and Johnston. It looks like these 2 men are going to start to run away from Donnelly, although he's trying to take as close an order as he possibly can. But Johnston is striding away at the front. We're going to come up here with 3 laps left to run, 1,200 meters. It is Johnston, Purvis and Donnelly. Donnelly a meter behind.
Probably about a 30 or a 40 metre gap then back to our early leader, Derek Crossan, who's back there with Mark Cornett. They pass through now in about 12:18 on the clock, so they're still trying to be under that 16-minute barrier. But we won't say the race for the medals because there won't be medals here, but the race for the victory in this section anyway is currently being led by Johnson, who has Purvis, and it looks like they're just starting to pull clear now of Donnelly. All these men are seniors, of course, so there's no underage titles to be won in this section, but it's pride on the line, and indeed the overall placings, because if you can run faster than some of the people in the previous heat, you'll earn yourself whatever it is, a top 20 or a top 15, etc. finish in the Northern Ireland or Ulster Championships. Nothing to be sniffed at, given the amount of people running 5Ks across this province and across this country. They're coming through now. There's going to be 2 laps to run, and there's 13:06 on the clock or so as they turn into the home straight. And it looks like Johnson maybe is Purvis perhaps just starting to struggle a little. He certainly looks to be coming under duress, but really anytime we think the gap is open, you'd certainly think of the two visually. It looks like Johnson seems the more comfortable, and now that gap does start to open. Purvis, you can just see the strain really becoming etched on his face. This is the dark period of a 5K when you're really still a bit far from the finish to really feel it, but the hurt is at its maximum. But Johnson, in the face of such hurt, as you said about Jens Voigt, he says, "Shut up, legs," and carries on churning that pace to an even higher level as he enters the back straight for the penultimate time.
Yeah, you can see there that Donnelly is starting to make his way up towards. He'll come onto your screen very shortly because he's absolutely tearing it up there behind Purvis. You can see him there as the narrator shot. He is going to try and eat up the ground over this last 600 metres or so, but Johnston has blown the doors off Purvis. He's made 20-30 metres of lead since that 2 laps to go mark, and he is flying it away at the front of the field here. He looks very controlled, very relaxed, and looks like he's going to get himself the win here in this race, and maybe move himself up in the overall standings then just as well. 500 metres to run here for Johnston.
Yeah, it's very impressive stuff from Timothy Johnson. His official time here is listed on the road at 16:37. He's going to be way, way below that, and I'm sure he's run faster than that at some point, unless he's a very new runner to the scene. But Timothy Johnson, he has torn this field asunder. I'm just looking down. Is he wearing spikes? I think he is indeed wearing spikes, and there's 14:41 on the clock with a lap to run, so this is going to be well below 16 minutes. He's got about a 30-metre advantage at the moment over our long-time chaser, Purvis. But yeah, he's running stronger than ever here as he heads into the back straight for that final time with about a 40-metre advantage, I would say, over Cahir Purvis, who's hanging on grimly here for second, at least in this section. Again, these places won't count in the overall race for medals, remember, but it looks like a good battle for second here as well, Ronan.
Yeah, Donnelly has gone flying by Purvis there in the back straight, and Purvis looks done and dusted, and Donnelly looks like he's going to get up for second place. So you can see here, just on this side of the shot, Donnelly has flown by Purvis, and that looks to be that silver and bronze to be gifted out there to those two athletes. But up front, and with 150 metres left to run, Johnston is coming into the home straight here now. An absolute class apart in this field. He's looked so relaxed the whole way. Even with 100 metres left to run, there's no major failings in his stride there, grimacing a little bit, but 80 metres left to go. It's Timothy Johnston from Mourne Runners AC is going to win this section, and he's going to run a massive personal best here. As you hear a bell for another athlete, he's run 15:50, a massive personal best for Timothy Johnston.
Yeah, loving that. He is a strong run through from Shane Donnelly there in second. I would say he's gone under 16, and I think he knows. He saw those arms outstretched as he crossed the line, delighted with himself. Cahir Purvis comes in and takes takes a seat on the track, and he is broken by the effort of that. As someone said in the Tour de France the other day, there's a wreckage of ambition all over this mountain, and there's a wreckage of ambition on display here at the finish. Cahir Purvis, Shane Donnelly dropped to the track.
Big PB for Cahir Purvis, though, judging by our records here, probably in around the 40-second PB for him. So tremendous run from that top three there, crossing up for fourth, and it looks like Kieran Scullion maybe getting up then for fifth place in that one. So
that's a great day for the Scullions.
Action. Great day, great day.
And it's a great day for North Belfast Harriers.
It's always a great day when you're
again to repeat a Northern Irish record for Stephen Scullion this morning. I think that's the second fastest Irish half marathon ever,
behind Martin
Alistair
Fagan.
Craig. I'm not sure what Martin Fagan actually ran. I couldn't. It's not on the all-time lists or the top lists, as you discovered when I was fumbling around in the car earlier to try and discover where it ranked.
I had 2 eyes in the road, Colin.
I think Martin Fagan may have lost his half marathon time due to the old dopage.
Yes.
60:57 Martin Fagan ran.
But that was in Den Haag in Holland. Don't know if that was that year.
2009. That was a bit before. 2011 he got banned.
Okay, yeah.
2013, so maybe
Third fastest time ever,
third
perhaps.
fastest ever
Steven
Irish,
Scullion.
perhaps. John Tracy also ran pretty well, but
he was
either
good
way,
as well,
look,
didn't
it's certainly, and I think it's the fastest ever half marathon by an Irishman on Irish soil. And either way, it's a Northern Irish record, so well done to Steven Scullion. And certainly in this weird year, something to salvage from it, and he'll be looking forward to the London Marathon in what, 3-4 weeks time or so now. 3 weeks maybe, and tomorrow I think. A few Irish over there as well. Sinead Diver, or Diver as it actually is pronounced, be obviously running for Australia these days, but born and raised and made in Ireland, although obviously elevated to the levels of world class and discovered running while living in Melbourne. And Mick Clohessy will be over there as well, the London Marathon. PB as well for Kevin Seward this morning. I think it was around 63 minutes. So great to see him in good form. And the longer it gets, the better Kevin Seward gets in terms of distances. So the school teacher will be, I'm sure, giving people an education once he gets back to this beloved 26.2 miles, whenever that does happen again. Maybe it's in London. I'm trying to remember if he's in the London field or not. Anyway, they'll all be entering the bubble over there for the week or so before the London Marathon. Private jet going off to Kenya and Ethiopia and Uganda, rounding up all the elite athletes and flying them all back to the bubble. Great to have a elite marathon to enjoy, and well done to indeed all the crew up the road in Larne, James McElroy and everyone who put on that brilliant race. To have a 4-time Olympic champion is quite something in little old Larne. And Mo Farah indeed produced the goods this morning with that 60-minute win, and what a race that was.
So we have 2 field events in progress here, Cathal, men's high jump and men's javelin.
Yeah, it's not nice conditions for either. For those wondering about the track, the next scheduled event on track is the women's 200-metre final at 4:10, so we're only about 9 minutes away from that. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes a little early, but they seem to have run with military precision to the timetable here, which really is a help to all the athletes when you're, so well done to Athletics NI and all the officials here who are doing such great work. The high jump bar is at 1:55 at the moment, but we'll look at the javelin for now.
That's Daniel Scott, I think, from City of Lisburn. So he's thrown that
Tiptoes up to the line, and
25 metres or so.
he milked every centimetre out of that javelin runway. Very nearly tripped over and went over the line, but not quite. So yeah, we're about 8 minutes now away from the women's 200-metre final. 4:20 is going to be the men's 200-metre final. Women's 400-metre final is at 4:30, and then the final track event of the day is the men's 400-metre final at 4:40. And as we said, we have field event action all the way through as well, so they'll probably outlast a couple of those track events, but we'll stay with you for every throw and jump remaining here at the Mary Peters track.
Certainly, and here is Damien Crawford of Lifford Strabane. He's thrown 70.34 in the past. He's last year's champion. He's the reigning champ, and that is quite the throw there from the Lifford Strabane man, Damien Crawford. Impressive throw from him, trying to defend his title.
Yeah, 52 years young as Damien Crawford. His best in the javelin is 70 metres, and that was thrown, Ronan, when you were 1 year old.
1990.
1991.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Wait, when's your birthday? You were
1989.
Yeah, but it was 8. Yeah, this is July 1991, so you were 1. You were 1 3/4.
Okay, look, story checks out. Yeah.
Story checks out. 1990 in Hayes, but he threw 700-gram javelin. He threw 47 metres here a few weeks ago.
So in good shape. Here's Ethan Williamson of Lagan Valley. He'll be hoping to
The
throw.
southpaw, and that goes out towards 40 metres, probably just before about 37, 38, I would imagine, off the visual eye there.
Yeah, good throw from him. So Damon Crawford, 70 metres in the past, so still competing here regularly. The 52-year-old, very impressive performer. This is Jack Brownlee from City of Lisburn.
We're looking for Eva Jenkins to report to the
So
start.
he'll be trying to launch this one out there. He's an impressive thrower here. Jack Brownlee, 47.28 he's thrown. He's an under-19 athlete.
Hammer looks to have concluded. I think it would be safe to assume that Brendan O'Donnell got the job done there.
You'd have to expect. Here's Brownlee.
Jack Brownlee is a 47-meter thrower at his best. Through that PB a few weeks ago here with the lighter javelin at 700 grams. He's thrown over 50 meters, and no surprises there. That looks like a personal best. That looks to be right out there to that 50-meter line, and he should be delighted with that, I'm sure. Our high jump bar has gone up to 160, or still at 160, I should say. Our 200-meter finalists are, well, we'll wait a moment and we'll stick with the field events because they're still, some of them still have their t-shirts and long tights on, so we'll have a few minutes and we'll give you that full lineup when they do start getting behind their blocks for the final few times. But a cracking women's 200-meter final is just minutes away as well, featuring Christina Logue, Eva Jenkins, Lauren Roy, Orla Lear, Molly Curran, Megan Briggs, Devon Sprague and Catherine McDevitt. 8 women for the women's 200-meter final. Many multitaskers coming back from the 100 meters earlier on.
This is Jamie Rose here from City of Lisburn. 39.25 is his best. Launched that one out. That looks to be about 36 meters there from Jamie Rose, so not reaching the lengths that Jack Brownlee, his clubmate, had in the previous throw. Up next in this one looks to be Finlay Stewart. Perhaps, no, my apologies, it's Shane Breslin from Tyrconnell AC. So Breslin here on the runway, tiptoeing his way and throwing the launch, launching the jab. Looks to be about 20 meters or so for Shane Breslin. And in the high jump, Cecilia Lisburn AC man. Getting over, not getting over 165 there was. He's eluding us there.
Turn. Turn to your right, sir.
I think that could be Daniel Scott. We'll get a full 156. It is Daniel Scott.
It certainly is. Joshua Knox is entered here.
Last year's champ.
Yeah. From the long jump to the high jump, but we better start looking over for the women's 200-meter finalists because, well, there's 1 or 2 athletes still have their full gear on, I think, but others are lining up behind their blocks. We'll look up the track there, but we'll give you this full lineup and give it, I suppose, the build-up it deserves here. So from the inside for the women's 200-meter final, lane 1 is Christina Logue, lane 2, Eva Jenkins, lane 3, Lauren Roy, lane 4, Orla Lear, lane 5, Molly Curran, lane 6, Megan Briggs, lane 7, Devon Sprague, and lane 8, Catherine McDevitt.
Yeah, great field in this one, and after this we'll have the men's 200 and the women's 400s as well to come, so plenty of more track action here over the next hour or so.
Yeah, lots to look forward to here there. As you can see, the starters told them, right, down to your race kit and get behind the blocks because this is about to go down, the women's 200-meter final. Lots to look forward to, and Brittany's back running. Crucially, the music is blaring out here above our heads.
Ideal. So,
like just as we say it, once again, it disappears. It's as if someone's listening.
It's getting slightly disturbing. That
Big Brother society that we're living in.
So from the inside, Logue, Jenkins, Roy, Lear, Curran, Briggs, Sprague, McDevitt.
I'm just wondering, is Roy actually there? Oh, there she is. I was once again beginning to panic that we were at a few non-starters, but Lauren Roy has walked into shot there.
We look to be missing the athlete in lane 5, I feel.
Molly Curran.
Possibly.
Or Megan Briggs, perhaps?
Briggs.
Megan Briggs, yes.
Well, Megan Briggs was wearing, she's a North Down AC athlete who looks to be out there, but I see a set of blocks that are, oh no, apologies. Curran is just slightly further back than usual behind our blocks.
Ah, yes, there we are.
My eyes deceived me.
Now look, it gets confusing. The black card is raised, and by that I mean the official's notepad. And the whistle goes. And they're about to be called to their marks for the women's 200 metre final. From the inside, Christina Logue, Eva Jenkins, Lauren Roy, Orla Lear, Molly Curran, Megan Briggs, Devon Sprake and Catherine McDevitt.
Jenkins, Roy, Lear, Curran, Briggs, Sprake and McDevitt.
Probably pick up there the commentator calling the surnames, copying us, Ronan.
Yeah, get your own style, man.
Leading, not following. Following, not leading.
Be the shepherd, not the sheep.
Exactly. You tell him. Senior women's 200 metre final. Look out for Lear, or look out for Roy at the lane 3. Always starts very fast, just to the right of that hammer cage in the red City of Lisburn singlet. Away they go first time, and indeed Roy does get that absolute bullet start. She already eaten up the ground on Orla Lear and Molly Curran. She definitely leads by an absolute distance coming around this first 100, and the key is, can she hold it together down the home straight, and can she bring this home perhaps to a very fast time? Going well in 5 as Molly Curran looks to have second. Maybe Orla Lear will challenge her for the silver, but the goal is only heading one way. It's going to Lisburn, and that's to Lauren Roy with a commanding performance, 25.46. Molly Curran comes through for the silver, and Orla Lear gets third, and I think it was Megan Briggs back in 4th.
Yeah, an impressive start and finish from Lauren Roy. No doubt the class of that field.
Yeah, that's Orla Lear there in the century shot, and you can see the effort is taken out of Lauren Roy just behind Orla Lear there on the ground. Had a little lay down for herself and back to life. Unlace the spikes. They're often, sprinters will have them ridiculously tight for efficiency purposes, but not too comfortable to have on for any longer than you need to. But well done to Lauren Roy. It's another gold for the City of Lisburn bullet.
Yeah, another impressive performance, and we'll just see a quick replay of that. You can see Roy is already leading coming into the home straight. She is several metres on the lazy outsider and the stagger, and she's storming up that home straight. Absolutely never in doubt for Roy with 50 metres left to run, and Lear and Curran there fighting gamely over that last 15-20 metres, but no catching Roy, the champ.
Yeah, brilliant performance, and we're looking back towards the javelin.
Yeah, that looks to be Daniel McCullough of Ballymena and Antrim. His sister was second earlier on in the women's javelin. That's just a wild guess, by the way. I don't know if they're related, but they're both McCulloughs throwing the javelin for Ballymena and Antrim, so, you know, give me a break. Good throw there. 35 metres or so from McCullough. So a good launch. He's going to be very much in contention there alongside Damien Crawford and Jack Brownlee being the standout candidate there in that event. We just missed his throw there a moment ago.
Yeah, the rain is still coming down here, unfortunately, so it's not ideal. We're back at the high jump here as well. This is Peter Fryer of City Derry Spartans, and this will be his first attempt at what I think is 170 something. I can't quite see the board there. It's definitely 170 something, but he's clear either way. Gives it a good rattle as he goes over, but all that matters is that it doesn't come down and he gets off that mat quickly before it thinks about coming down. And
Damien Crawford back on the runway here.
He can fairly sling it. He can't sling it 70 metres anymore, but he can sure get it out there towards the 50 metre mark. And as you can see, brilliant effort there. It is out towards 40 metres or so. Another good effort for him. I think did he step over that line and rule that ineligible? I missed it, but he was quite far forward there as he walked off anyway.
They don't look like they've measured that call.
Yeah, I think he ruled that a foul. Said, nah, I've
not for
thrown
me.
12,000 throws better than that in my time. This is Ethan Williamson of Lagan Valley, and he fouls there. I don't think he was fully aware of where the line was there as he started his run up, because I think his foot was actually over the line as he even released that. So just have to readjust that mark.
This is the man from Ballymena and Antrim. That's Tom Poulter, 190. So he's jumping there at 175. That's a pass, got flying over that with flying colours. And Jack Brownlee, though, is on the runway now, and this man can really sling it. He threw what looked like a personal best in that last round.
As you can see, the runway there, you might have noticed, it's causing a few athletes to slip just as they plant their feet. Anyone who saw that video of Johannes Vetter's 97 metre throw there last weekend will have seen the the ridiculous shape and force, the shape of his left leg as he planted it, and the amount of force that made it bend in a very strange direction as he put all his body weight through it before releasing. And when these athletes do plant their feet to release, it's quite a lot of force goes through the ground, and if that surface is greasy,
Yeah, Jamie Rose
can go from under them.
being a bit more cautious there. He threw that from about 2 meters back from behind the line there, so could be a factor that's coming into play here for these athletes. The wind and the rain is causing a little bit of havoc as well for people's run-ups and throws. As we see the man from City Dairy to AC Spartans, Peter Fryer.
He's back for 175, having got over 170. Bit of wonderful information there from Brian Peppard. True athletics anorak stuff this is. In the 200 metre final, Orla Lear is the daughter of Aisling Malloy, former 800 metre runner, who's run 2:01, 7th on the Irish all-time list. And thanks for all the nice comments. We're even been watched from Russia, apparently, by Ferrum TV.
Great to have you here as we see in the
Do you know-
javelin there.
Do you know how much I'm into athletics? If you're watching from Russia.
That was Shane Breslin, by the way.
I watched a good hour of the Russian Championships yesterday on YouTube. All the commentary was in Russian. They interviewed Maria Lazitskene in Russian. I understood nothing other than "Molodets." Molodets means good job, well done.
It
in
was a
Russian.
good job. It's going to be a great job here from Daniel McCulley. He's thrown 35 meters so far. Launches that one out. Looks very similar. In fact, a little bit longer. Probably just shy of the 40 meter mark. So anyway, back to the Russian National Championships.
Absolutely, yeah. There's some interesting relay action there yesterday. Not sure where it was on, but it was quite entertaining. Very good women's triple jump, 1470 or so. Yeah, thanks for the information, Brian Peppard, about Aisling Malloy and indeed Orla Lear. Speaking of 2:01 clockings, Nadia Power ran 2:01 last night in Samarin, Slovakia. Second fastest time of her life. And Thomas Barr also ran his first race in 7 months. Not a great one for Thomas. He ran 50 point, but solid run nonetheless. A fine rust buster, given he is essentially in winter training, coming back for next season, and just a little bit of remembering what it feels like as we see Mr. Crawford, a man who remembers exactly what it feels like to throw 70 meters, even if it was 30 years ago now.
Yeah, you can see that his technique is still fairly sound. You can see that he still whips it out there with the arm, but maybe not just generating as much power and speed as he used to before. But you can still certainly see that he is a capable thrower, and it's well over 40 meters.
Yeah, very well done. Our men's 200 meter finalists are only mere minutes away. They're behind their blocks, but it looks like they're not ready to run at the moment because they've all their kit on. But that's because it's cold and rainy and windy here at the Mary Peters track. But as soon as they are called, they'll be thrown off those final bits of kit. Some have already done it, and they'll be going to the line for that men's 200 meter final. The full lineup is Glenn Scullin, Ronan Bloomer, Adam Sykes, Dara Donoghue, Sean Harding, Callum Baird, Aaron McCord, and David Merrin. Back to the javelin, and this is Ethan Williamson of Lagan Valley, our under 20.
Yeah, throwing well there. Peter Fryer, by the way, third round failure there at 175 in the high jump, and I believe Daniel Scott is also out of that one. In fact, second round failure. This is the third round for Peter Fryer. This is his last jump at 175, PB of 180.
He's going to be looping in from the right and jumping off that left leg. Can he get it? He certainly looked to have the height, but no. Failure awaits, unfortunately. Straight back to our City Lisburn man. Is this
That's
Adam
Jack
Hill?
Brownlee.
Oh, Jack Brownlee.
And you can see the last two throws that he's had, he seems to have released it a tad early. It's gone straight up and back down. He's still over 40 meters there, but he is now a newly minted plus 50 plus thrower, but seems to be releasing a tad early in those last two throws from Brownlee. Up next in that javelin will be Jamie Rose. City Lisburn AC stalwart.
So late 7 will now be Joseph Ido of Leonard Kenny, the bronze medalist in race
An early throw from him, throwing 38 meters or so. Good effort from him.
Yeah, we're slowly progressing up through this javelin competition, and indeed the high jump. It's progressing rapidly. It's lower heights right now. This won't be contending for the medals, but once it gets up there, the men and the boys will be separated very fast, I would imagine. Although they're all men, really. Well, I suppose in literally it's men and the boys, given there's under-18s competing with senior men. This competition. We'll look up the track though for the men's 200 metres, and we'll try and give this a bit of build-up to the showdown over the half-lap race. And we're going to have 8 athletes, and they'll go to the line pretty quickly. It's so cold that they'll wait to the last possible moments to throw off those extra t-shirts. The full lineup from lane 1, Glenn Scullin. Lane 2, Ronan Bloomer. Lane 3, Adam Sykes. Lane 4, Dara Donoghue. Lane 5, Sean Harding. Lane 6, Callum Baird. Lane 7, Aaron McCord. And lane 8, David Merrin. Lots of these men doubling back from the 100 metre earlier. Will there be fatigue in the legs? That's the question though. Or who will have the power left at the end of what was a long day here, but a brilliant day at the Mary Peters track in Belfast.
Yeah, Sykes as well as obviously ran in the 100 metres earlier on, or the 400 metres. He's ran already today anyway. The
We've seen
Orange
lots of
Grove. There's a lot of
It's
Sykes.
been hard to avoid.
So certainly may have a little bit of lead in the legs. He's just there on the right hand side of our shot, jumping up, jumping down. Lane 3.
Full lineup once again from the lane 1, Glenn Scullin. Lane 2, Ronan Bloomer. Lane 3, Adam Sykes. Lane 4, Dara Donoghue. Lane 5, Sean Harding. Lane 6, Callum Baird. Lane 7, Aaron McCord. And lane 8, David Merrin. The men's 200 metre final. Away they go. Very good start there from Sykes in that orange strip in lane 3. He definitely leads through the first 50 now. Can he bring it home? Dara Donoghue looks to be coming back at him from lane 4 and going well from Shercock there in lane 5. That's Sean Harding, but turning off the bend, it is Sykes. And he has gold in his sights here, and he is 5, 6, 7 metres clear. Very close for second between Dara Donoghue, Sean Harding, and Colin Baird, but the winner is Sykes. Streets ahead, 22.46. Brilliant performance by him. It was very close for second.
Yeah, I think Sean Harding, the Shercock AC man, got up there for second place, but it'll be very, very tight in terms of times between Annalise and Ballymena and Antrim there. Those 3 athletes all together at once. So we're sure we get a replay totted up of that, and you'll see that battle between the 3 athletes, Donoghue, Baird and Harding for second place. No doubt about the winner there. Sykes, even from the get-go, was in the lead there. You can see the orange clad athlete storming up the home straight, and that battle there between Donoghue, Harding and Baird looks to have been won by Harding, and Baird possibly in second place. Donoghue may have been ran out of it.
Yeah, he came home very strongly. But it's just great performance. Damien, just while that was happening, Damien Crawford sent the javelin out beyond the 40 metres. We heard a big roar, drew my attention back there, and it definitely, he did not step over the line that time. He made it a valid throw, and it was definitely, probably I would say 40 to 42, 43 maybe metres as we look back. And another foul.
That's Ethan Williamson from Langan Valley.
And Ethan Williamson, really, I'm not sure what he's doing with his run-up, but that was the exact same error as the last time. It was, before he even knew if it was a good throw or a bad throw, it was a foul throw, and his feet were over the line, so obviously he probably just needs to rejig something there. Yeah, you see we're up to 185 now with Tom Poulter over.
Jack Brownlee there just in the background as well of your shot. You'll see him. Another good throw from him. It looks about 45 metres or so. So not reaching his best from earlier on of 50 metres. With Poulter at 185. That was a first attempt for Poulter at 185. A couple of guys still left in that high jump competition. Adam Hill is in there as well. He's got a PB of 196. He looks like he's going to be the favourite in that one. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll see that if anyone can get over that 2 metre barrier. It's certainly heading up quickly towards that. We're at 185 at the moment though. This looks like Adam Hill, indeed, her favourite of City of Lisburn, and a facile clearance for him at 185. First time, one and done. And back to the javelins, our City of Lisburn man.
That is Jamie Rose. There's a bit of an improvement there for him. That looks about 38 metres. He's been kind of throwing in that 35 metre zone for most of the afternoon. So good effort from him there, Rose. That'll be that competition will be coming to its conclusion very shortly. I see Damien Crawford's has the full kit on again. So you'd imagine we're at the later round of that. And this is the man from Tier Connell AC, Shane Breslin. He's under 18 athlete.
Yeah, he's the youngest man in this field. He's the only under 18, so he'll be bagging himself an under 18 gold. Fair play to everyone putting on these competitions so these athletes can win these titles. Even if they might not think all that much of it sometimes today, well, that was a foul anyway. They'll look back when they're 50 and they'll see the medal. And they'll know the results and say, I was once a champion of Northern Ireland. And we're back to the javelin.
That's Daniel McCullough of Ballymena and Antrim. He's under 20 athlete. He's been throwing in around that 35-metre zone as well, so a lot of congestion around that. It's pock-marked out there, that area of the grass. Kind of a looping throw there, but 32 metres, not one of his better throws, and he sticks the foot out in front of himself and says, not today, not tonight, son. And I see Damien Crawford, the top is coming off again, so he'll be back out very shortly. 52-year-old.
Certainly more to come in that department.
42.73 he's thrown, we're getting word there. Best M50, so men's over 50 throw this year in the UK. Ian McClung here from Northern Ireland Masters Athletic Association.
Our 400-metre finalists are pretty much getting ready. We're only 5 minutes away from the start of the women's 400-metre final. Again, the final track finals we're going to be enjoying.
Laura Frey's out there again, is she?
Is Laura Frey ever not out there? There she is. A woman who does every event. Can't be stopped.
So here's Damien Crawford. I reckon he's the third this year in the UK for men's over 50. A good throw from the Lifford Strabane man.
Yeah, brilliant thrower. We've seen some heroic Masters athletics feats already today by Tommy Hughes, and we're seeing a very, very good one here by Damien Crawford. Out beyond 40 metres, it looks like again.
Looks like an even longer throw than previously. It looks about 43 metres, so could be an improvement there for the 52-year-old.
Brilliant work.
This is Ethan Williamson. Let's see if he's sorted out his run-up. The under 20 athlete from Lagan Valley.
Adam Sykes, previous best of 22.62.
So we had a personal best there from Adam Sykes in victory during that men's 200 metres. His previous best was 22.62, so brilliant performance by him to take victory. As we see Ethan Williamson here. Let's see if he gets it released a little bit earlier this time, and indeed he does. Corrected the previous errors, and it goes well beyond 30 metres, probably 33 or so.
Yeah, good throw there from Williamson from Lagan Valley in the end. Next up is going to be Jack Brownlee from City of Lisburn. He's the leader in this competition. As we see Adam Hill there. What looks to be Adam Hill, perhaps not. Am I incorrect, Cathal? Probably.
Who's to say, Ronan? Who's to say? Unless he turns.
Really wrong. Yes. Here is Brownlee, Jack Brownlee. City of Lisburn man. Getting ready on this one. Powering down. He's thrown over 50 metres today. Personal best. Another.
That's an excellent release there.
Throw.
As you see, it's out towards that 50-metre marker. Probably about 48, 49, I would imagine.
Yeah, very close to that 50-metre mark. So some good throws from him.
Excellent stuff. And as we said, next up on track, women's 400-metre final, followed by men's 400-metre final about 10 minutes after that. We're only 2 minutes away from the women's 400-metre final, so we'll give you that lineup momentarily. And Tom Poulter looks like he's going to be next up in the high jump in that green vest. He's still got the pants on at the moment, but I think he'll be stripping down to his full high jump kit soon enough.
Well above his PB. His PB looks to be 180 here according to our list, so he is now jumping at 190, so he's cleared.
Another of our City Lisburn men on the javelin runway.
Jamie Rose.
Jamie Rose out that goes to 37 or so, 36 metres. And our 8 athletes who will go to the line, as we see Tom Poulter lining up here for 190. And he has the height, that's for sure. But it was just, I think, his legs crossed that off the bar. So he'll have another couple of goes at that though, will Tom Poulter. And it will be no surprise at all to see him go over that soon. So the full lineup for the women's 400-metre finals from the inside, which will be lane 2, is Megan Briggs. Lane 3, Victoria Lightbody. Lane 4, Laura Fry. Lane 5, Amy Stitt. Lane 6, Susie Neal. Lane 7, Karen Dummigan. And lane 8, Sophia Crotty.
Lane 6, Susie Neal, Bridge.
So this is
Um,
should be a thrilling final, and I imagine there should be little to choose between these 7 athletes,
This is
especially the athletes in those central lanes who we saw coasting to victory earlier.
Adam Hill here at 190. Clears it
That
easily.
was easy.
196 athlete.
In the Irish final, is Adam Hill, who's clearing high jump.
We're rapidly progressing up the heights. 190. Tom Poulter will be back for another crack at 190, second attempt. But Adam Hill will be tough to beat there, I would imagine. The City of Lisburn man. City of Lisburn, as always, have risen to prominence here. And can they get another victory here with Victoria Lightbody? Again, the full lineup for the women's 400 metres. Lane 2, Megan Briggs. Lane 3, Victoria Lightbody. Lane 4, Laura Fry. Lane 5, Amy Stitt. Lane 6, Susie Neal. Lane 7, Karen Dummigan. And lane 8, Sophia Crotty in the blue. And in fact, she's missing, I think, is she?
Yeah,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Indeed, we only have 5 athletes going to the line, so both Dummigan and Crotty are missing. And away they go. It's quite an even start there as they go around the first bend. It's perhaps Susie Neal there or Amy Stitt in that yellow vest going out well. But Laura Fry, we've seen her in so many competitions already. She seems to lead. She definitely leads Victoria Lightbody through that first 100, but as it was last week at the Irish Juniors, we saw Victoria Lightbody come through very strongly with that kind of 1500 metre strength towards the latter half. But at the moment, at halfway, it looks to be Laura Fry, the master of all trades here today. Can she get herself another gold?
Yeah, 200 metres left to run, and the Lightbody has turned on the jets now. She's gone into hyperdrive, and she's going to come in with 150 metres left to run. It's Fry still in first, but Lightbody, as the stagger unwinds, gets up onto her shoulder, and they're almost bumping elbows there as they come into the home straight. Lightbody's got a couple of yards in her, but can Fry try and hold on here and get up for first? No, she won't. Lightbody is away and home here, and it's going to be Victoria Lightbody, City of Lisburn AC, with the championship win here, 58.09. Fry has to contend with silver, and third is Amy Stitt of North Down AC.
Yeah, brilliant race, 58.09 on the clock. Victoria Lightbody, tell you what, she doesn't do much relative to the sprinter, the true sprinter types over that first 150, but she does it all in that kind of second 150. Once she hits the middle of that back straight up to that home straight there, she absolutely flying. And again, she was kind of running on the outside of lane 3 there, almost hitting elbows against Laura Fry off that final bend, but they stayed apart, socially distanced, and she had a good 3 metre. The COVID inspectors would be happy with that winning margin at the finish. She was all out on her own, about 4 or 5 metres to the good. Victoria Lightbody, brilliant performance to win the Northern Irish and Ulster senior title to the youngster. Back to the javelin. Is the javelin finished up? I think it is.
Javelin is done.
The
Jack
javelin is
Brownlee,
done
I'd
and
say, was the
dusted,
champ
so we're
there.
down to one field event here and one track event, and there are obviously 2 finals before we round out the action here at the Northern Ireland and Ulster under 18, under 20 and senior championships, and indeed under 18, 19 I should say.
All the ages.
No, all the ages. So the final event will be the men's 400 metre final, and then we have the men's high jump to conclude as well. Adam Hill looks to be on his way, set fair there. So the men just getting ready here. They're all well kitted out in all their gear. We would strongly expect that
Craig Newell.
Craig
will be your
Newell
champ.
indeed will reign supreme there.
Okay, and we're going to try and... There is one athlete that's not on our start list. So our start list who we have is Finn Riley, Lewis Albro, lane 3. We do not know. We must find
Yeah,
him.
he's
Who
in the
are you?
luminous shorts there on the far right of your shot.
He is just jumped into the fray here.
Yeah.
Craig Newell, Conor O'Carroll, Oisin McCurry, Finlay Stewart.
Do you know who
and-
this man is?
Have you seen this man? He's a Letterkenny man.
Letterkenny. How many Letterkenny men could
Ryan
there be?
Canning.
Ryan Canning.
Is
Is it?
down as 246.
Right, well,
And he's the only he's one of 2 Letterkenny men who were entered, but the other one is a senior. He's an 18. He looks relatively young, does he not?
we're making assumptions here, but
Yes.
well, you've nothing else to go with. We've checked every start list we have access to
Tom
for
Poulter
the
here
number
in the high jump.
499 that he has listed. Tom Poulter, though, this is his first attempt at one. Wait, the official standing in the way of the board. I can't quite see the measurement.
195, I
I thought
think.
this was his second attempt. Oh, we probably it's 195. He must have cleared 190 then while that race was on, and that's a failure at the first attempt at 195. So
We think there is still an official on the way, so.
Yeah, it is
Yeah, so
195. Yeah. He briefly moved there, so we got a glimpse of that. So this is at 195, but these men going through their final starts.
Men's 400 meters. Just be advised, guys, that there is a high jump.
So as well as that, we've got, as I said, we've got full field here. Finn Riley, Lewis Albro. We reckon the Letterkenny man is Ryan Canning. Then Craig Newell, Conor O'Carroll, Oisin McCorry, Finlay Stewart, and Cameron McConaughey.
Line up in lane 1, Finn Riley. Lane 2, Louis Albro. Ryan Canning goes in lane 3. Craig Newell in 4.
Ryan Canning is confirmed.
You won. You got that right. Sometimes it's right to assume. And this was one of those few occasions.
Even a stop clock is right twice a day, Cahill.
Oh, exactly. We're right once a year.
And this was it.
And we timed it well for this trip up the north.
So from lane 1, Riley, Albro, Canning, Newell, O'Carroll, McCorry, Stewart, and McConaughey.
That is
There
Newell in your shot, the favourite. We would expect him to win. However, we've seen a few upsets here today. Can we see one more to round out a brilliant day of action?
It's unlikely. He's a 47-second man. I think he's got about 3 seconds to the good on most of the field.
Yeah, Newell, he ran 49 here recently. He also ran 22 seconds, 22.4 for 200 metres last month here in Belfast. He bypassed the Irish Championships earlier this year. A fast 300 metres though, 35.03 he ran in July. As we said, 47.31 in his best. Dates back a few years now. But he ran 48.1 indoors last year. Anyone who ran 48.1 indoors can certainly run 47 mid or maybe even 47 low outdoors. So nothing would surprise us about what Craig Newell does. But it's been a strange year, so who knows exactly what kind of form, how everyone was able to stay training and whatnot. We see a presentation there. It's the women's 400 metres. We might try and catch a quick glimpse of them on the podium.
Yeah, that was home we were
As they're
watching.
climbing down off it. That
We
was
missed it.
Victoria Lightbody. Anyways, the champ. There you are. You see her with their medal. Medal resplendent victory.
Amy Stitt in third, Laura Fry in second place. So the medals dished out in that one.
Louis Albro, Ryan Canning, Craig Newell, Conor O'Carroll, Oisin McCorry.
So the lineup once again in this, from the inside, Riley, Albro, Canning, Newell, O'Carroll, McCorry, Stewart, and McConaughey. Newell, the favourite, out in lane 4 in the black and green strip of Ballymena and Antrim.
Yeah, we wouldn't expect anyone to be able to live with Craig Newell, given the pace he has right from the outset here. Can anyone step up and challenge the man, the king in waiting,
Yeah,
as we've hopefully not cursed him?
He looked incredibly impressive over that first 200 and shut it down thereafter in that men's 400 heat earlier on, heat 1. So he's had a few moments more recovery. Not too much though, I don't think he's going to need it. But
Full lineup from the inside. Finn Riley, Louis Albro, Ryan Canning, Craig Newell, Conor O'Carroll, Oisin McCorry, Finlay Stewart, and Cameron McConaughey.
the challenger to the throne is Conor O'Carroll from St. Coleman's and Newry in the blue and white strip there in lane 5. Newell out strongly though, he's already storming by and he's killing the rest of the field here. He's flying by. The 10.74 100 metre runner has gone out at a similar pace, and Conor O'Carroll's going well, as is Oisin McCorry there of Raheny on the back straight. But it is Craig Newell as he comes through 200 metres, and he's gone through in 21 seconds, Carl.
Yeah, this looks all Craig Newell's to lose from here, but what time can he run? Can anyone step up and challenge him over this final 150? Will he tie up? Did he even go out too hard? Because he's getting a bit of a race there. Conor O'Carroll coming through well in second, but he's really going to have to go some over this final 100 to close it in. Also going well is Oisin McCorry in third. But Craig Newell powers down this home stretch. He's not dying at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. He's coming home stronger than ever. Craig Newell up to the line. Takes the Ulster and Northern Ireland title in 49.31. It is super close for second between Conor O'Carroll and Oisin McCorry. Could not separate the two of them from the battle for silver. We'll tee up a slow-mo replay, but no slow-mo needed. It was quite the opposite of slow-mo. It was hyper speed from the gun from Craig Newell. He is your Ulster and Northern Ireland senior men's 400 metre champ.
Yeah, and Newell coming into the home straight here. You can see this, he went out so quick, and O'Carroll looked like he was coming back at him, and if there was any cracks in the armour here of Newell, they were going to show over this last 100 metres. Canning going well, as was North Down SC's Louis Albro as well in lane 2, but O'Carroll looked to have silver.
We'll have a look here at Adam Hill because he's about to go in the high jump. We'll try and tee that up. There he is, just in time. Great work from the entry lads. And he first time failure that is at 195 for Adam Hill. And now I think we can have a quick look back at that, maybe the end of that 400 metres. So we're not missing anything if that's still possible. We're really putting serious demands on the lads here. But here we see, we'll try and decide who got that silver medal. But yeah, it looked maybe for a moment on that bend, I think it was as he was running into the wind, that Craig Moole might be starting to tie up a bit, and it looked like Conor O'Carroll was coming back at him. But really, once he turned for home and was out of that headwind, Craig Newell just seemed to pick it up again, and look at it, with every metre that goes by, he's just pulling further and further and further clear. And look at Oisin McCorry though, coming through strongly. Perhaps Colin O'Carroll had made his run on the bend and he was just hanging on for dear life there. Did Oisin McCorry get it? I think he did.
Yeah,
but it's very hard to say. I mean, we said that earlier about the man coming home opposite Dean Adams, and sure enough, Dean Adams had held on.
Yeah, McSweeney, just getting caught out there and not making enough inroads into Dean Adams' lead. But it looked like McCorry really got that just on the outside lane there. But very hard to tell between those two athletes.
Yeah. So 58.09 it was for of Victoria Lightbody officially. Laura Fry in second ran 58.79, and third was Susie Neal with 60. Missed it.
No, Amy Stitt.
Amy Stitt it was who was third.
North
Yeah,
down,
it was
yeah.
60 point. Missed that time as they were calling it out here.
This is
We'll give you
Poulter.
the official times whenever they're announced for that men's 400 metre final. But this is Poulter,
Attempt 2.
Tom Poulter. I think that is attempt 2, even though it says attempt 1 up on the board. 49.31 for Craig Newell for the goal there officially. Oisin McCorry second, 50.61, and he is delighted. He's just punched the air here, and 50.62 it was for Conor O'Carroll. So McCorry indeed did just about get up for second by 100th of a second, and he's down to our left here, and he let out a big punch in the air and high-fived one of his pals. He's delighted with that as McCorry.
Yeah, and here's
Adam
Hill.
Hill is back up from City of Lisburn, and this is his, well, it says again first try I think at 195, but I'm pretty sure he failed it once, which we saw that.
Yes.
Adam Hill will want this. This is the final bit of action here at the NI and Ulster Championships. Can he get it? He cannot. Devastation for all.
Yeah, himself Poulter locked in a bit of a battle here. Unfortunately, we're not able to really show you the earlier failures, although Hill did come into the competition late, so you'd imagine that he has a cleaner run at this one than a cleaner card
Tom Poulter,
than Poulter.
yeah. The Ballymena and Antrim athlete against the City of Lisburn man, who is going to get the title. Lauren Roy goes over, I'm sure, walks past, offers a word of encouragement to her clubmate Adam Hill. She's got multiple goals already today. Can Hill get his first?
Yeah,
Presentation will also be coming up for that men's 400 metres. And
might have a look at that while we're waiting on Tom Poulter.
and it's not the 400 metres, it's the javelin, I think, is it? Indeed it is.
It is, yeah. So Crawford getting silver in the javelin.
That's Jamie Rose, yeah.
Third.
With bronze, Crawford is up. He's got the kit on.
And Brownlee
the
with
wisdom
the win.
of experience. And indeed, our champion, Jack Brownlee, City of Lisburn. More gold for them. Also an under 19. So multiple gold for him. Now, we see Adam Hill with is this 195? I heard first attempt, but if this is 195, this must be his third attempt. At 195. And I think Adam Hill might have already won this competition from what the commentator has said. I'm not certain about that, but Adam Hill up. Can he get 195 and make this a really good day for himself? Oh, so close. He looks towards the heavens and says, drat. But round of applause goes up, and that's very much the round of applause of a concluding event here. The appreciative crowd there, and the parents and family members and friends and clubmates at the edge. Very good competition. So it wasn't to be for Adam Hill today with 195, but with 190 he's going to take the victory here. And we have a couple of presentations just to get through as well there. Ongoing, I think it's one of those events, the men's 400 metres, who are up there waiting for their medals. But that concludes the live action. I'm just making sure of it. All the lads have grabbed their gear at the high jump, put on that. And so we have no more live athletics. We'll keep the camera rolling for these cameras so you can see all your loved ones and clubmates get the medals they have won in such hard fashion.
It's the under 19 javelin medals been dished out. Brownlee with the win, Rose in second. Crawford not eligible for this.
Yeah.
52 years of age.
Not quite.
But silver
Just
on the
touched off.
overall.
But yeah, great stuff from them. As we see, it's just confirmation that they do indeed win 2 sets of medals. It's not just here's your medal and get on home. Fair play to all these athletes. It's been a long season, I'm sure, and a short season at the same time, but a long year of work. And for the ones who've stayed going here until September 12th, their work has come to fruition.
Yeah, here is Daniel McCullough getting the win in the under 18 category, and Ethan Williamson with that 35-meter throw. It gets up for second place in that under 18 category.
Great stuff from them. Next out for their medals, I don't know who it's going to be, but there's a few athletes hanging around there.
Yes, the winner of that was Craig Newell for that 400-meter race, so he'll be getting his medal very shortly as they stroll over. McCorry in second and O'Carroll in third. So you'll get there dishing out the medals here now. This is the men's 400 meters. So Craig Newell, the elder statesman in that one, getting the W. Ballini and Antrim man there, centre of your shot. McCorry was in second and O'Carroll in third. And then we don't think we'll see the high jump presentation yet. See Damien Crawford there, he's taking his javelins and he's going home. And a chair perhaps and a whole bag. God, he's really showing his strength there. I don't know if I'd be able to hack maybe he's going to come over and attack me after the comment about the under 19 category. He is armed and he is dangerous. No, second place. Huge throw from Crawford there. Couldn't retain his title in the javelin, beaten by Brownlee, but I'm sure he'd like to see the young lads coming through, throwing over 50 meters. Here is the men's 400 meter category. Conor O'Carroll, the St. Coleman's Newry man, up there third place, and the titanic battle here with Oisin McCorry for second place, the Raheny man, and the champ Craig Newell of Ballymena and Antrim AC. Delighted with the win there. So there are your medalists from that 400 meter race. Craig Newell, the only man under 50 seconds in the field. It's an impressive win for him. And then I think we're going to have some medalists for the underage categories then momentarily. Or are we? Oisin McCorry is gone. He must not be getting those juvenile medals. So Conor O'Carroll is an under 18, so you'd expect him to win that category. And we have a couple of other under 18s in there as well. Louis Albro won that under 19 race. Ryan Canning also an under 18s. He'll be second behind O'Carroll, you would suspect. So those athletes just organising that medal presentation. And I think we are gonna not wait for that presentation. I think that is us done and dusted here at the Northern Ireland and Ulster under 18, 19 and 20 and senior championships here from Mary Peters track. So thank you very much. This is the last athletics of the year on the track. So hope you've enjoyed it, and tune in to our next live stream brought to you by Athletics Northern Ireland and N-Try. Thank you.